Yo, what is up, guys? Drop a comment and buckle up. Our boy Shinyus was a total legend, literally snatching people back from the grave when all hope was lost. He had the hands of God, the peak of modern surgery. He did not care about fame or cash. He just loved saving lives. But being that good was a curse. A flood of patients came first, then the thugs showed up, treating him like some tool they could just use whenever they wanted. His friends bailed, leaving him alone in that hell. That is when he knew his life had officially hit rock bottom. Then fate decided to finish the job. A car slammed into him. In those final seconds, every bit of the drama he had endured flashed right before his eyes. Suddenly, he bolted awake to find his smiling parents holding him. Right then and there, the truth finally hit him like a ton of bricks. He had been reincarnated in a new world, carrying every bit of his surgical skill and knowledge into this tiny body. When his mom touched his hand and a scratch just vanished, no scalpel, no stitches, nothing at all. He knew magic was legit. This world was a straight-up fantasy where elites hunt monsters, while everyone else is basically just snacks for the mobs. Thinking all this, our hero just flopped onto his bed. But that night, as he slept, a crazy surge of energy started pumping through him. Mana was rushing through his veins, and he fought to tame it and make it listen to him. Fast forward a few years, and he finally nailed it. A fire spell sparked in his hand, scorching his skin, so he started hunting for new ways to level up. He is totally confused because the magic textbook is absolute gibberish when it comes to controlling mana. The book says you should store mana inside your body and only use it when it is needed. But why do that when you can just pull it from the air? He figures keeping it inside is just plain weak and inefficient. Ray comes up with a wild idea to let the mana flow naturally instead of locking it up. He thinks pulling mana from the atmosphere is way easier, gives better control, and gets rid of those annoying mana circles. He knows this off-the-books method is probably dangerous, but he decides it is totally worth the risk. After testing it out, the results blow him away. He is definitely going to keep playing with this. His mom gushes to his dad about how proud she is that Rai is always buried in a book. She is sure Rai is meant to be a wizard, but his dad thinks with those muscles, he should be a swordsman. She snaps that training with dad would just turn Rai into a meathead. Dad says, hey, at least he would be a good-looking one. Listening to them bicker from the library, Ray wonders why they even bother hiding if they are going to be this loud. His mom admits she is worried. Rai spends way too much time reading, which totally confuses his dad. She points out that kids his age usually go out and play. She is scared Rai just wants to read forever. Dad says most parents would kill for a kid who loves books. He reminds her she wanted a wizard son, but she stays quiet and worried. Meanwhile, Ray decides that his current knowledge is just not cutting it. He decides to build a perfectly efficient highway for mana inside his body. A new morning hits, and things are about to get interesting. Ray's high-energy mom bursts into the room, shouting for her cute little boy. She finds him reading again and is just totally done. She says she is proud of his hard work, but she really wishes he would go out and make some friends. Hearing her thoughts, Rai realizes she feels bad for not hanging out with him. She looks nervous as she tries to act brave. She asks if he wants to play today, catching him totally off guard. Ray sees this as a chance to learn more magic. Super hyped, he agrees to play right away. His mom says his name softly, really touched by how excited he is. She hugs him tight, wishing she had done this sooner. He is totally confused by all the love, but he nervously mumbles, "Hey, Mom." He has no idea what she is up to. When she drags him toward the door, he wonders why they are going outside. He says he needs to study, thinking that practice is way more important than just goofing off. She hugs him tight, totally amazed by how studious her little boy is. She tells him it is okay to take a break just for today. She asks if he wants to see the world and have some actual fun. Rai realizes that since he was reborn, he has never actually been outside. He has no clue what this world really looks like. He finally admits that one day off is fine, so he agrees to go outside and play for once. His mom grabs the chance and drags him out immediately. Ray steps outside and his eyes go wide at the view. He sees a bright, sunny town and the open road. Checking out his world for the first time, he thinks about those 3 years spent reading. He realizes he had not even thought about leaving the house until right now. Soaking in the open sky, he finally realizes he was stuck in a cage of his own making. Mom sees him spacing out and tells him to go explore. Ray takes a deep breath and finally steps onto the grass. He starts bolting across the field, sprinting under the blue sky. Absolute freedom. It feels amazing. Look at Ray go, tearing through this gorgeous landscape. He is finally living his best life here. He is glowing with pure joy, playing like a normal kid for once. He stares out over a massive canyon and a crystal-clear lake. Drinking in the view, the boy and his mom look around. Everything he sees is just straight-up jaw-dropping. Back in his old life, he was a doctor buried under soul-crushing stress. Self-care? Never heard of it. Just surviving that hospital grind was exhausting. This total freedom? It is unlike anything he has ever felt before. Now that he is a kid again in this world, he is just incredibly thankful to be here. He shouts for his mom to get her attention. When she looks, he gives her a warm, grateful smile. He thanks his mom from the bottom of his heart for the trip outside. He flashes back to his old job. Pure chaos. Just an endless stream of emergency room patients. The memories keep coming. Treating people, scrub in, scrub out, surgery after surgery. He remembers collapsing between shifts while people yelled at him to keep going. He suddenly jolts awake from the nightmare, a terrified kid shouting medical terms in his sleep. Waking up on his mother's lap, he realizes it was just a dream. He is just bummed that nightmare ruined a perfect day. Still lying there, he slowly starts to calm down. Now we are in a chill medieval city. He reminds himself he was reborn here and swears he will not repeat his old mistakes. The camera zooms in on one specific house in the middle of the city. It is a cozy, cute little house tucked away in a bunch of trees. Returning home with mom, he greets his dad, who asks if they had a good time. The boy happily says it was a blast. Thinking about his new goal, the kid decides to make a move. He tugs his mom's sleeve and asks her to teach him magic. His mom is totally shocked and moved. She is internally screaming about how cute he is while his dad just cheers her on. She pulls herself together and asks if he really wants to start training. Then she happily agrees to teach him. The kid just laughs awkwardly. He is still not used to his parents being this hyped about every little thing. Since he asked, his mom says they should start right now. She shows off some fire magic, making a bright flame pop out of her palm. He watches the spell with wide, amazed eyes. He is too calm, which weirds his mom out. She tries again, excitedly telling him to look at the cool fire. He fakes being impressed, wondering if her spell was just weak. She has no idea he has seen this stuff before. She says, let's sit down and continue the lesson. He is totally down. She starts explaining the basics. She tells him to imagine magic as mana being converted into power. She says you just need a trigger word and an action. It is actually super simple. The boy raises his hand like a good student and asks a question. He wonders if mana can be changed a different way, confusing his mom. To explain, he uses fire as an example of what he is talking about. He talks about gathering mana to make it combust. Then he suggests adding friction to set it off. He says doing it once instead of 3 times is way easier, even if it might fade away faster. Mom is shocked he is asking such high-level questions. She thinks for a bit and says it might work. She explains that if you group those 3 steps together and stabilize them, it could actually happen. She says the whole process is just a theory for now, and they both start laughing. Later on, the boy sits there thinking about mana stabilization. He wonders what that actually looks like. He figures once the magic is ready, he can probably just tack on some extra powers. He tries channeling mana into his palm and it starts to sparkle. Suddenly, a massive beam shoots out, shocking everyone. He is hyped and shouts that he did it. Dad runs in asking what exploded, but Mom has no clue. She realizes she did not even feel any mana flow before he let the spell rip. Magic usually makes a huge noise in the mana field. The fact he was silent is just weird. She has been doing this forever. How did even she manage to miss it? Rai is over here breaking down atoms and compounds, thinking a human model makes magic way easier to grasp. Seeing her kid totally zoned in, Mom starts wondering what kind of crazy genius she actually birthed. She realizes she is staring and snaps back to reality just as Rai notices. He asks what is up, but she just plays it cool, saying she is just proud he is already slinging spells. They share a laugh, joking about him being a total prodigy and agreeing that their kid is basically a legend. Night falls under a blanket of stars. Staring at the ceiling, Rai realizes things are getting pretty serious now. Next door, his parents are stressing that the academy might snatch him up because of his talent, so they vow to protect him. Rai overhears them and knows they are talking about him. Avoiding that academy is not going to be easy. His mom whispers that Rai is a once-in-a-century kind of genius, a total one of one. She is terrified the academy will find him and claim him as their own. Rai has no clue what that place is like, but he knows they might drag him there by force. He decides that to dodge that fate, he needs some real power, not just some casual magic practice. He decides to chase total power instead of just treating magic like some hobby. Morning hits and the birds are chirping. Sunlight pours through the window, signaling the start of a new day. With a desk buried in notes and spellbooks, it is clear he was up all night. Now, older with striking white hair, he wakes up with a massive yawn. Seeing the sun, he realizes it is already morning. He notes that living like a hermit makes it impossible to keep track of time. Now a 15-year-old, Ray wonders if it is finally time to go outside. Narrator mode on. His experiments and magic research have been leveling up big time lately. His insane grip on mana gets even deeper through training. This becomes the foundation for his crazy fast magical growth. After soaking up tons of mana for years, his hair has gone pure white. Now, he gets ready to head out. He grabs a sign, not sure if his old medical knowledge will actually work here, but he is going to try. The sign says he can heal the sick, so he decides to give it a shot. Before leaving, he figures he should test his powers one last time. He fires off a massive blast of flame magic as a warm-up. Next, he whips up some wind and ice, testing out different elements. A giant magical orb forms at his fingertip, showing off his insane control. Happy that his magic is hitting just right, he decides it is finally time to hit the road. Cut to a sunny city street. Ray drops his signpost right there on the pavement. He finds a solid spot on the sidewalk, declares it perfect, and sets up his sign offering to heal the sick. Standing there, the white matron doing this. He starts yelling to the crowd, promising to cure anyone who is feeling under the weather. The locals think he looks like a nice kid, but they just laugh. They tell him to stop playing saint and quit trolling people who are actually sick. Ray is offended. How could they sleep on his skills like that? He cools off, knowing people would be skeptical, and decides to wait. By sunset, he is still sitting there all alone in silence. Evening rolls around with 0 customers. He collapses, unable to believe that nobody even gave him a chance. Giving up, he starts packing to head home. Suddenly, a girl asks if he can actually heal anyone who is sick. She grabs his attention, asking if he really means any patient. He thinks to himself that this might be his first real gig. She gets excited and pushes for answers. He explains he needs to see the patient first while she stares him down with a dead serious face. Rai gets frustrated, muttering that a kid like him claiming to heal anyone probably sounds like a total lie. Annoyed, he calls her short, which absolutely sets her off. She spins around, furious that he would even go there. Rai tells her that even if he looks like some useless 15-year-old, looks can be totally deceiving. He confidently declares there is no patient on earth he cannot fix. He tells her point blank not to judge a book by its cover. She admits he is annoying, but for some reason, she actually trusts him. She wonders why this obnoxious kid feels so legit and totally reliable. She steps up and says sorry, admitting he has a point. She introduces herself as Lady Alicia, the only daughter of the Viscount. She makes it very clear that her name is not Shorty. Rai awkwardly introduces himself, realizing she is high society. She tells him to drop the formal act and just talk to her like he was before. She tells him the patient is her father, the Viscount himself. Alicia says that a while back, a red lump showed up on her dad's chest and started swelling up like a balloon. Ray suspects it is a malignant tumor and says they need to move fast. Inside, he is worried that if it is really that huge, it might already be game over. He bolts toward the Viscount's place with Alicia, praying they are not already too late to save him. She's hustling right beside him, boots hitting the pavement hard. They hit this massive mansion and she drags him in while he's like, whoa, huge. The butler's stoked to see Alicia finally back home. She grabs the butler, totally frantic, asking how her dad's doing. Crying, the butler says the Viscount took a turn for the worse and just died. She's not buying it for a second. She loses it and bolts while he's yelling for her. She sprints toward her father's room, screaming that it's not true. She kicks the doors open, screaming for her dad. He's lying there dead still with some nasty black growth on his chest while her mom's totally breaking down. Check it, the whole family is completely wrecked. While Alicia's begging him to wake up, Ray steps up and asks to check the body. He peels back the shirt to eye that gross black lump. Zoom in on that tumor, it's absolutely disgusting. Ray hovers a glowing hand, sensing a tiny spark of life left. He drops the bomb, the Viscount can be saved, and Alicia's jaw hits the floor. Everyone else is just standing there confused. Alicia grabs Ray's cloak, basically pleading that this is her dad we're talking about. She's sobbing, begging Ray to save him. He gives a tiny smile and accepts the challenge. He grins, telling her he's got this. People start whispering, wondering who this random kid is and how a nobody even got inside the estate. The staff thinks he's a total fake, maybe hoping to loot the place while pretending to raise the dead. The wife snaps that none of that matters, she just needs some hope. She's gambling on the chance that this weird kid might actually pull off a miracle. Looking at the rot, Ray is shocked that the tumor got this massive and nasty. He decides to shape his mana into a scalpel first. The knight and butler lose their minds when they see him summon a glowing blade out of nowhere. The knight screams at Ray, demanding to know what the heck he thinks he's doing. Ray says he's just fixing the guy, but the knight's like, this is insane and way out of line. Ray plays it cool if they don't trust him. He'll just walk. He's totally ready to leave, even with the knight fuming. A servant shouts for the captain. The lady of the house tells the captain to trust the kid, and he finally, grudgingly, gives in. The captain tells the servant to shut up and get out, thinking the kid is way too cocky. Ray sees pus instead of blood oozing out. Looking closer at the wound, he realizes this isn't just some normal tumor anymore. The skin's dead from poison. Ray stands over the passed-out Viscount as magic circles start glowing like crazy. He locks in and gets ready. Surrounded by glowing symbols, Ray decides it's go time for the surgery. He knows he's got to slice off that rotten tissue first. Everyone watches, stunned, as Ray pumps magic into the guy. Then he makes the first cut. Ray looks inside and definitely doesn't like what he's seeing. The lungs are rotting too. How long did they just ignore this? As he works, he realizes the guy is actually lucky about one thing. Ray figures the rotted part of the lung is small enough to just cut out entirely. He can still recover. He uses magic thread to start stitching him up. He seals the whole wound shut with a spell called Mana Stitch. The crowd is totally speechless. Someone whispers about how crazy it is that the young miss found this mystery kid. Even the butler admits he's completely floored. Seeing Ray's focus and skill, the butler notices his intense vibe and steady hands. Those glowing palms keep working with perfect precision. He finishes the stitches and ties them off with magic. The butler watches, thinking he looks like a master puppeteer working a doll. Actually, the butler thinks the kid looks more like a god right now. A maid whispers that he might actually do it. She just stands there, staring, totally overwhelmed by everything. She's with the butler on this one. Ray, out of breath, says they're almost at the finish line. All that's left is getting the blood flowing again. Ray starts chest compressions, using mana like a magical heart starter. He pumps magic straight into the guy's heart. You can see the mana shocking it back to life. The heart kicks back in with a heavy beat. Ray's stoked, announcing the guy is actually alive. He tells them the surgery worked, but the crowd isn't cheering, they're looking at him like he's a monster. Ray's confused why everyone is freaking out. Then he realizes the blood flow is making the body start to bleed. The captain loses his mind, pointing at Ray and screaming that he's nothing but a dirty fraud. Ray tries to explain, but the captain's not having it. Ray points out the guy is literally alive, but the captain keeps yelling. The captain screams that no one survives that much blood, the Viscount is a goner. Ray says he is fine, but the captain freaks out. He calls Ray a monster for slicing up a noble. Ray just rolls his eyes and tries to speak. The girl breaks down, crying that Ray promised to save her dad. She regrets trusting him while Ray keeps insisting the man is alive. She stares at the bloody mess and says he looks like a straight-up corpse. Crying her eyes out, she blames herself for hiring Ray. He tells her to chill, her dad is cured, they just need to watch. He cannot believe how surgery confuses them. The captain pulls his blade, calling Ray trash. He claims Ray tried to kill the Viscount just to get close to the daughter. Waving his sword, he yells that Ray has already desecrated the man's body. Ray watches the blade close in. He sighs after all that work to save the guy. This is the thanks he gets? No thank you, no nothing, just a sword pointed right at his face. Ray gets serious. He dares the captain to call him a killer again. They definitely picked the wrong guy to mess with. He stops, thinking it over. Honestly, in this medieval world, their freakout kind of makes sense. Surrounded by guards, he stays cool. He looks them in the eye and says the surgery was a success. He tells them he is leaving and to just wait for the Viscount to wake up. Don't even try to stop him. The captain is literally shaking from the kid's terrifying vibe. Still, the captain yells about Ray's ego and swings. Ray's face turns to stone as he gets ready to strike back. He drops a spell that traps the captain in glowing chains mid-swing. The guy panics. How can a kid use such high-level magic? The knights yell for their leader, and he orders them to grab Ray immediately. The captain goads his men, thinking the kid cannot juggle multiple spells. Ray just coolly fires off another one. Now the whole squad is chained up and frozen. The captain realizes Ray is pulling off dual magic. Seeing Ray glowing with mana, the captain cannot believe someone this young can handle dual casting. He stares in disbelief, wondering who this kid actually is. Ray gives one last warning. Do not get in his way. Night hits the town. Ray walks under the stars, complaining that the medical gap is bad enough, but this surgery was draining. He grumbles that those people were being way too extra. It feels wrong being treated like some cheap con artist. He thinks about the Viscount, his first patient, and heads inside his house. Back home, Ray thinks his medical skills might actually be useless in this world. His sister points out how late he is. He realizes he was so spaced out he totally lost track of time. She demands to know when Mom told him to get back, and he gives a guilty answer. She lectures him about being out with dangerous thugs and grounds him for 2 days. Ray just takes it. He looks at his room and sighs, treated like a little kid no matter where he goes. Meanwhile, over at the mansion, things are getting wild. Relatives and staff are whispering about the surgery and that mysterious kid. While the girl calls for her dad, the Viscount suddenly jerks awake and yells from the bed. His wife and daughter gasp when he moves. The captain shouts that he is alive, his brain completely melting. Sword still in hand, he asks nervously if the man is really alive. The young lady remembers Ray begging her for trust. She also flashes back to the captain, calling him a lowly commoner. The captain looks ashamed. Realizing they completely messed up, the lady admits she made a huge mistake. She tells the captain to fix this and find Ray now. Their entire family honor is on the line. The captain panics about having to find the kid. He hasn't forgotten those magical chains Ray used on him. The lady orders him to apologize for being so rude. He nods, though he really doesn't want to. The butler is blown away that a kid did something so insane. He wonders out loud if Ray is actually a saint. Someone else points out that saints cannot usually use magic. Ray's powers are basically unheard of. They look at the Viscount's peaceful face and remember that everyone saw him die just an hour ago. Someone argues that only a saint who can literally bring back the dead could pull this off. Legend says a saint is chosen by God and gifted with an insane amount of divine power. Word on the street is saints are handpicked by God, packed with divine energy. They are basically God's proxies and walking holy incarnations. The lady doubts a saint would actually vibe in their kingdom, but others think Rai might be a secret one. They remind each other that even the high priest failed to cure this. Only a real saint could pull that off. The staff roasts the commander for being a jerk to a potential saint. He starts apologizing for being such a clueless idiot. The lady says they are all trash for just watching. She tells them to find the saint, Ray, and beg for forgiveness. The young girl is straight up shook by her mom's words. Meanwhile, the Viscount, he finally stands up, asking if they are actually talking about a saint. He wants to know what went down while he was out. They awkwardly explain that a saint saved his life. The Viscount realizes he is only breathing because of this mysterious savior. He gets heated, chewing them out for acting like jerks to the person who saved their skins. Someone tells him to chill, but the Viscount isn't hearing it. He orders every single person on staff to find Ray by any means necessary. His order to find Rai right now echoes through the whole room. Somewhere else, Rai is studying at home, wondering why his ears are burning. He heads to a quiet forest to start training. His sister hypes him up, wishing him luck as he heads out to practice. In the woods, Ray tries a healing spell with his wand, but nothing. His hand is still the same total fail. He imagines someone clowning him, saying his failure looks cute, which just leaves Rai feeling totally confused. He swaps to a fire spell and boom, flames everywhere. He even nails a light spell, which his sister really enjoys. A different image shows a real heal being used, but Ray fails again, and his practice on a twig just fizzles out. His sister laughs at his struggle and tells him to listen while she explains it properly. She says he needs to channel mana to boost vitality, but Rai thinks that sounds way too basic to actually work. She tells him to visualize his mana forming a layer around the target. She touches the twig and shows him how it is done. She tells Rai to try again, insisting it is not hard. Suddenly, she hears something moving. They see a deer poke its head out from the bushes. They see its leg is wrecked. Poor little guy. His sister says this is the perfect chance to practice on the deer. Since it needs help anyway, he agrees it beats healing a twig. She tells him to approach slowly so he does not spook it. Rai thinks she is low-key enjoying his stress, but he cautiously edges toward the deer while his sister watches expectantly. He trips and scares the deer. The animal bolts, and his sister screams that it is escaping. She excitedly tells Ray to chase it down. Rai starts sprinting after the deer, wondering why his life is like this. Huffing and puffing as he sprints, Ray wonders if a guy called the Hand of God really needs to work this hard just to learn basic healing magic. While chasing the deer, the hero decides he will do whatever it takes to save a life. He starts casting magic, thinking back on all the crazy events that brought him to this moment. He remembers folks acting weird about his skills. People in town are actually scared of his modern medical knowledge instead of understanding it. He catches the running deer with some glowing magic chains. Looking at the trapped animal, he is impressed it ran so fast on a bad leg. He gently holds it down to help. He has to live up to the locals' expectations. This magic-based treatment has to be a total win. A woman feels a massive wave of mana and gasps. She cannot believe how much power is coming from one kid. The boy lets a massive spell fly, betting his honor as a doctor. He casts heal, ready to move forward. The deer screams in pain as the magic hits too hard. The boy ends up kneeling by a dead deer when the woman arrives. Both of them just stand there in shock. Then they start yelling because he literally healed the deer to death. They are panicking, wondering why the animal died instantly when it was supposed to be getting better. The boy feels like trash. As a doctor, he just failed to save a life. He rethinks the vitality explanation. Where did he mess up? Maybe he pushed too much mana into the poor thing. The girl doubts herself, wondering why she is the only one who can't get the hang of healing magic. The boy thinks his weird mana might be the problem. He imagines trying to heal an old man, thinking it would go great. In his head, the old man thanks him, but then starts hacking up blood. Absolute medical disaster. He sees a tombstone and loses it. Too dangerous, he thinks, so he decides to avoid using healing magic on others for now. Time passes peacefully in the forest after he makes that resolution. Night falls as life goes on. At dinner, he sees a special steak meal and wonders what occasion they are celebrating. His mother laughs, about to explain the reason. His parents tease how their genius son cannot even heal. Irritated, he fumes internally while they keep joking about it. In frustration, he vows never to study healing magic again. Far away in Gaia, a grand cathedral stands as the center. Before a statue of the goddess Aya, a divine voice calls out her name. The Pope is confused and trembling as his deity speaks to him. He wonders if his lord is truly calling his name. The goddess commands him to find a specific person. She describes the target as a new white-haired constellation. Outside, knights discuss rumors that a new male saint has finally appeared. They mention the new saint is quite young, but note that age is irrelevant to someone chosen by God. The knights agree that having an additional saint is unprecedented and beneficial. Rewind 10 hours before the unit left. Back in Gaia, Attendants anxiously wonder what their lady, the goddess, has finally done. The Pope thanks the goddess fervently for this revelation. The divine message says to search Saya for a white-haired saint. He falls silent, absorbing the gravity of this huge task. He asks if that is truly all the information they are going to get. He whines that Celia is full of white-haired people and begs her for more clues. The goddess clarifies that the new saint is 15 and must be brought back to the Holy Empire. The Pope agrees to search at once. He rushes out, shouting for his subordinate, Iron. Iron asks what he needs, and the Pope orders him to prepare a delegation to Celia immediately. Alone now, the Pope reflects in awe that a new saint has appeared. Later, the boy gets asked about sword training. Dad says Ray needs to learn to fight to protect himself. Ray considers it and admits it makes sense, comparing this dangerous world to his previous easy life. He notes he must risk his life even for an apple. He wants to learn, and his dad offers to start. They joke about his glasses being just a habit. Wooden swords clash as training begins. His father praises him for being surprisingly good for a beginner. Ray, relying on prior kendo experience, protests that his father is being too harsh. He sees that simple sparring won't be enough and expects to trade minor blows forever. Determined to escalate, he changes his tactics. He grips his wooden sword seriously, preparing to use mana. His father notices the change and watches curiously, wondering if Ray is giving up. Ray refuses to yield and channels power into the sword. He announces he is just changing strategy, coating his blade in sword aura that stuns his father. A powerful slash is unleashed with explosive force. Ray believes this enhanced attack will finally work. The violent exchange of aura blades convinces his father he will lose if the fight continues like this. Cornered, the father has no choice but to respond. He resolves to use his own aura as he powers up his weapon. Ray looks on in surprise as his father's sword ignites with golden energy. The father delivers a massive aura strike downward. The force knocks Ray's sword from his grasp and sends him flying, disarmed by the overwhelming blow. He crashes to the ground, crying out. His father pants nervously after accidentally going too far. The scene cuts to a quiet market, signaling time has passed. In town, bystanders notice agents scouting the area. A hooded man silently observes the situation as it unfolds in the market. He turns away and moves through the streets. Inside a building, guild members admit they've found nothing despite searching by age and hair color. One complains about the stress of these daily update requests. That hooded guy keeps showing up. He walks in and asks the guild if they discovered anything new. They grumble that looking for a 15-year-old white-haired boy with so little information is like searching for a needle in a desert. The knight thinks they're totally useless. He loses his temper and starts shouting at them for still not finding the boy. The intimidated guild member apologizes to the Viscount for the failure. The Viscount warns him that the boy is a saint. Mistreating a figure like that would be a disaster. He is panicking that the Holy Empire might declare war if they lose the saint, so he demands they find him right now. The knight begs the guild to do their best, offering to pay literally anything to find the boy. Other workers overhear that promise of an unlimited payday. A shady guy steps up to handle the search himself. With a smirk, it is obvious he is just looking for a massive payday. Back at the house, Rai checks out the cut on his hand from training. He notes that it really hurts. His dad feels bad about the injury, but Rai says it is fine. Then his mom rushes in, panicking and demanding to know what happened to him. She is terrified, his bones are shattered, while Ray just jokes about fixing the whole thing with a little magic. Mom offers to help, but Rai insists on trying to heal the wound himself instead. He puts his hand on the wound and casts heal again. A bright green aura starts swirling around all three of them. His mom watches in total shock as the magic surges. They check and confirm his hand is now perfectly healed. His parents remember his past failures and wonder how he pulled this off. Dad admits the deer died instantly, and honestly the meat was pretty tasty. Rai gets ready to tell them the truth about his secret powers. He tells his parents there is something huge they need to hear. They listen closely as he prepares for the reveal. He just blurts it out, he is not like a normal human being. A funny sketch shows a messenger bird spreading the news about him to everyone. His parents just try to comfort him, thinking his uniqueness means something else entirely. They tell Rai they will support him regardless of what he chooses. Mom even says if he is happy, they will accept any partner he brings home. Rai thinks she is getting a bit carried away. They admit they just assumed the issue was his special mana vessels. Ray explains his mana vessels let him draw endless pure mana instead of storing it in a circle like normal. Mom realizes pure mana is way more powerful. That explains why his spells are so intense. Ray realizes if he heals someone who cannot handle pure mana, it could kill them. They all think about that deer he accidentally turned into cooked meat. Dad points out that Rai used secret family techniques just to roast some venison. He says that power cannot be used on regular people. Rai accepts he cannot use magic to save normal people and must be careful about how he helps others. His parents agree that as a doctor, he needs to grow in other ways too. Rai decides he needs more hands-on surgical practice. He tells them he is stepping out for a bit. When his dad asks where he is going, Ray just says he is going for a walk, hiding his real plans. His parents tell him not to follow strangers and to just enjoy being a normal kid for once. Rai waves goodbye and heads out. Meanwhile, two adventurers hit Barlow Village and are shocked by its size. While they walk, someone calls out to them. A shady fixer shows them a paper and asks if they have seen the boy in the sketch. He says the target is a handsome kid with white hair and blue eyes, showing off a terrible drawing. The adventurers look at the picture and tell him the drawing looks like trash. The fixer snaps back that he just wants to know if they have seen the boy while they argue. Elsewhere, Rai gets to town and notices things are getting way more chaotic. He hears people talking about the Viscount starting an intense search for someone. Since the Viscount is involved, Rai starts to wonder if they are actually hunting for him. Meanwhile, the fixer grumbles that the nobles are paying big money to find this mystery kid. He admits he has no clue who the kid is, just that he must be important. Suddenly, he spots Rai and totally freezes. Ray hears the Viscount is searching for someone and starts to suspect he is the target. The fixer walks right up to Rai in the street. He stares closely, comparing Ray's face to the description, which creeps him out. Seeing the white hair and blue eyes, he is sure he found the boy and tells the guild to be informed. Faking a friendly smile, he tells Ray he is with the Information Guild and invites him to come along. Rai hesitates while the guy looms over him. Remembering his parents' warning, he wonders if he should follow this stranger. The man desperately insists that he is totally trustworthy. Rai hears the Viscount wants him and agrees to check on the patient while they prep a carriage. On the ride, someone asks if they can question him. Inside the carriage, Ray is asked why he called someone a patient and if someone at the Viscount is sick. Rai awkwardly explains that someone there had been feeling sick. Thinking of the family he cured, Ray grins darkly and wonders how they are. His escort is unsettled, wondering if Rai is actually insane. Pulling up to the mansion, the stressed-out escort shoves Rai out, leaving the kid totally lost. A butler hypes them up at the door while the entire staff screams, "Welcome to the saint!" Rai freaks out because they think he is some holy legend. Later, he tries to explain the mix-up but can barely get a word out. Staring at a massive feast, Rai tries to tell them they definitely have the wrong guy. The Viscount bangs the table, totally offended that Rai is acting like he is just some nobody. The Viscount gets all teary-eyed, thanking Rai for saving his entire family. He insists that only a true saint could ever fix a cursed mess like him. Rai mumbles it was just basic medicine, wondering how he will ever clear up this insane mistake. While the Viscount calls his name, the Viscountess adds that Rai basically brought their family back from the dead. She tells her daughter Alicia to go say thanks. Alicia shyly thanks Rai for saving her dad, and Rai freezes he totally recognizes her. Rai teases Alicia, bringing up how she did not even want him there, which makes her turn bright red. Her parents freak out over her attitude. The Viscount snaps at Alicia, telling her to act right, and she just shrivels up. He tells her she needs to say sorry when she messes up, while Rai just watches the drama unfold. The Viscount demands Alicia beg for forgiveness, but Rai just tries to laugh it off as no big deal. Rai is thinking, why are these people still acting so extra after I told them I am not holy? Then it hits him, he forgot something important. Rai asks a maid where his driver went, and she says the guy took off in a massive rush. That escort is sprinting through the woods, thinking this secret he found is absolutely insane. While running, he wonders if Rai is the real deal. This intel could be worth a fortune to the right people. He decides to rush back and report Rai to the guild immediately. Back at the house, Rai tells himself the driver leaving early is totally fine. Over tea, the Viscount asks about the food, and Rai politely says it was great. The Viscount says they worked hard to impress him and is just glad Rai actually liked the food. Rai just laughs and says he could not ask for a better meal while sipping his tea. The Viscount mentions that Rai will eat like this every day at the Holy Empire, basically sealing his fate. Cut to another tea scene where things get awkward. Rai asks what is up, and the Viscount is surprised he has not heard yet. The Viscount explains that a squad from the Holy Empire is already here to pack Rai up and take him away. Rai flips out, demanding to know who these people are and how they even found his location. The Viscount says rumors claim the Pope is getting secret divine messages from above. Rai asks what kind of messages would make the Pope hunt him down, so the Viscount starts explaining. Turns out the Holy Empire is a kingdom blessed by God, who sends them demiz whenever he feels like it. God does not actually talk, he just leaves weird marks or shows up in dreams to get his point across. The Viscount tells stories of saints followed by literal spotlights, making Rai freak out because there is a weird glow around him. Rai nervously asks what is next, and the Viscount tells him he is heading straight to the Holy Empire. The Viscount is all smiles, congratulating Lord Rai, but Rai looks absolutely terrified. That night, his family wonders what is going on. His parents just think he is exhausted, so they let him go crash in his room for the night. Rai flops on his bed, repeating Holy Empire and divine message like a crazy person. He is completely drained and paralyzed. Staring at the moon, he complains that he just wanted a chill, quiet second life in this fantasy world. We jump over to Cilia Castle. Inside, the maids are gossiping about the mysterious person living in that hidden house. They say the guest is a saint from the Gaia Holy Empire. They cannot believe a VIP like that is here. They wonder what she is actually like, since she supposedly got her powers when she was just a kid. Word is, she has hair down to her waist and eyes that sparkle like literal pink diamonds. The maids add that she is so gorgeous, it looks like she is constantly standing under a divine spotlight. They hope they get lucky enough to actually see her. Meanwhile, a nervous guard knocks on a window and asks to come inside. The woman tells him to enter. As she walks forward, he lets her know the big feast is about to start. The woman, rocking a giant star pendant, sighs because these people seriously never let her take a break. The guard tells her to get ready. She says she will be out soon, but admits she has got other things on her mind. Saint Ariel of the Gaia Holy Empire finally shows her face and asks if they found that new saint yet. The servant blurts out he has got great news. He leans in close, whispering the juicy secrets he just uncovered. Ariel gives a tiny smirk. She is glowing, realizing the guy she has been hunting for finally decided to show up. She is stoked because there is finally someone who gets exactly what she is going through. Morning at Ray's place starts out chill, but he looks like total trash, exhausted, moody, and definitely not rested. He is in his room gripping his hair, totally spiraling. If the Holy Empire catches him now, he is basically toast. Game over. He starts picturing this peaceful new life turning into a total nightmare, even worse than his old one. Spending forever bowing to some god he has never even met? No way. He panics and yells that it is not happening. His parents hear the noise and freak out. Ray wonders if he should just spill everything and run for it. But where would they even go? He knows the Holy Empire would hunt him down like a dog, no matter how far he ran. His folks corner him about his weird vibes since last night, asking him what the heck is going on. Ray just stands there sweating, totally stressed. Suddenly, he bolts out the door, yelling that he will be right back as Mom screams. His folks watch him go, positive that something major is eating at him. Outside the city, some guy asks if the intel they got on this saint kid is actually legit. Up on a castle wall, the guild boss hears the news. This boy is the Holy Empire's missing saint. The snitch taps the paper and points right at the title. The paper has a messy sketch of Ray with bright blue eyes, and the guild leader checks it out. The informer swears he came to him first, and that this whole lead is 100% solid. The guild man says he already cashed out by selling that to the Empire. Now, he just needs the kid's coordinates. He has got scouts hitting the edge of town, figured the saint is probably hiding with some poor family out there. He brags that while everyone else is guessing, their killer intel means they are not wasting a single second. The snitch agrees to come back once the Empire pays up, locking in the whole shady deal. Later, the snitch stares at the fields, deep in thought. His buddy asks what is going on in his head. The guy points at a far-off forest and wonders if the kid might be hunkered down somewhere in there. The partner looks shocked, asking if he has really been snooping around that creepy forest too. The informer explains that is the whole point. The forest would be the perfect place for a saint to disappear. The partner argues that the scary things in those woods would kill any saint on sight. He reminds him that the forest folk hate outsiders more than anything. The snitch admits his buddy has a point. They figure the kid probably is not in there after all. Meanwhile, the silent forest looks totally chill, super peaceful and bursting with life. Ray wanders through the trees, hoping a walk will clear his head. He admits that no matter how much he racks his brain, he cannot find a way to ditch the Holy Empire. He starts wondering if just ditching town is really his only move here. But that would mean being a runaway forever, and he is not about that life. Beat, he flops onto a big rock to chill out for a minute. Out of nowhere, a weird green glow catches his eye. He stands up fast, feeling something and looking around panicky. The leaves rustle, and Ray feels like something is definitely coming his way. He is scared the Empire guys already tracked him down. The noise dies out, and the woods go dead silent once more. Ray figures whatever it was is gone now. Then, a glowing halo of light pops up over his head, leaving him totally confused. Magic green lights drift through the trees right where Ray is standing. Coming from inside a tree, a hidden voice realizes a human just trespassed. Ray freezes in shock, his eyes going wide as plates. The voice asks what a puny little human is doing in a forbidden zone like this. Thinking it is a forest spirit, Ray nervously says he just wanted a quick nap. The voice barks at him to get lost, claiming this whole forest belongs to its people. Ray just shrugs and says he will leave soon, but he is going to sit for a while longer. This makes the voice flip out and scream even louder. The thing loses its cool, yelling for Ray to get out right now. Ray goes quiet, totally annoyed but not even a little scared. He grumbles that first the Empire, and now even some tree ghost won't leave him alone. He agrees to bounce, but demands to at least see what this thing looks like before he heads out. He starts walking away all lazy through the woods. Then he changes his mind and just flops right back onto the rock, figuring that staying here is just as good. The pissed-off spirit roars again for him to leave, pumping the whole tree with massive power. Completely ignoring it, Ray stretches out on the rock and shouts that he just doesn't care. The spirit gives a chilly warning, calling him a human brat. Ray talks back, saying it is totally lame to kick him out without even showing its face. He lazily kicks at a tree while chilling on a rock. Suddenly, a shadowy figure lunges with purple energy. Ray's eyes go wide as the magic blast closes in fast. He throws up a blue mana shield, blocking the attack. He sticks the landing after dodging the hit. Ray didn't expect the spirit to play dirty like that. If his mana wasn't already active, that hit would have actually hurt. Still shaken, he spots a glowing hand in the light, revealing a slender body, golden hair and long ears. Definitely not human. It is an elf warrior. Ray's brain practically short-circuits. An actual elf is standing right there. Ray just stares. The elf, with magic sparking in her hand, admits he is pretty strong to block her hit. She figures he is no basic human. Ray shrugs, admitting he is a bit different. She starts another spell, ready for round 2. Since he is a freak, she says he is banned from the forest and fires another blast. Ray panics and raises his glowing arms to block. Their powers collide in a massive explosion that shakes the entire forest. The elf girl hits a tree, groaning in pain. She sees the kid standing there totally fine. She is stunned, wondering if he belongs to some legendary race. Confused, the boy asks what she is talking about. She flips the script and lets him stay. He says thanks but no thanks. He is leaving. She explains these forest elves respect power and officially invites him to check out their village. A hidden elf village? He is shocked. She attacked first, but she seems okay, so he might go. He agrees to follow as long as she promises not to attack. They trek through the woods together for a while. Suddenly, she asks him for his name. She introduces herself as Fi. He tells her Fi is a really cute name. Fi turns bright red and snaps at him. He awkwardly tries to take it back, leaving her confused. He calls himself Ray, just as Fi says they have arrived. They walk inside together. Ray is nervous but totally blown away by the view. He looks at the crazy tree houses. This is a real elf village. Ray is amazed this place was hidden all along. As they walk, local elves start whispering about the human intruder. The locals whisper, shocked that Fi actually brought a human home with her. Ray feels the tension. These elves are on edge. Then, another girl named Selly greets Fi. Selly asks who the kid is. Fi says she brought him to be her assistant. Other elves crowd around Ray, staring at him. Selly does not buy it. He does not look like he could even protect himself. Fi remembers her failed attacks and realizes the kid is way stronger than he looks. She tells Selly she checked for a special bloodline, but that is not why his defense worked. Selly eyes Ray suspiciously. Then, Fi asks how their leader, Miss Era, is doing. They look up at a massive tree where Era's house sits high in the canopy. Selly says Era still has not woken up. Fi just nods sadly. Selly mentions the elder wants to see Fi, so she heads over right away. Fi calls out to Ray, telling him to keep up. Ray expected the elves to be way meaner, but they seem to be mostly chill. Fi says they are cool because she brought him. Ray figures she is a big deal here. They head to a huge building on a platform. Ray knocks on the door. Fi announces they are here. The village elder warmly tells them both to come in. She says it has been a while and invites them inside. Fi asks if the elder is doing okay. The elder spots Rai and does a double take. She grills Fia on if this kid is actually human. Fia plays it cool, explaining he is a potential intern. Rai catches the vibes and scoffs. He never signed up for an internship or whatever. Tea hits the table. Rai grabs his cup like he owns the place. Fia tells him that being an elven assistant has perks, like getting VIP access to the village and being an official friend. Not a bad deal, right? Rai just shrugs. Honestly, he does not really need all those special fancy perks. The elder gets serious. She tells Fia that she has got a major secret to share, but it is for her ears only. Fia is shook and locks in immediately. She promises to keep quiet. Then the elder looks at Rai and basically tells the human kid to scram for a bit so they can talk. Rai steps out, leaving the two elves to handle their private business. Leaning on the railing, he grumbles about how they just summon and ditch him whenever they feel like it. He realizes he is stuck choosing between being a church saint or an elf's lackey. Both jobs suck. Life is a roller coaster, he thinks. Meanwhile, at some fancy holy city by the sea, the church big shots are losing it over their missing saint. Two priests admit they have zero leads on where the kid went. They claim it is God's will, but their boss, a scary woman in heavy armor, snaps back, asking if they are just being lazy losers. The priests panic, swearing they are giving it 100%. She tells them effort is trash without results. Terrified, they beg for more time, promising they will track the saint down no matter what. She stares them down, totally unimpressed. Finally, she says she will give them one more shot. She warns them her patience is not as infinite as God's. They better not blow it this time. Back in the woods, Fia screams when she hears that Lord Era is dying from mana issues. It is a total disaster for them. The elder says Era's breathing is changing. She is either about to wake up or kick the bucket soon. Since she is still out cold, things are looking pretty grim. Fia is left speechless by the bad news. The elder's door finally creaks open. Fia walks out looking totally drained, and Rai is right there waiting for her. She looks up at Ara's treehouse with a sad gaze. It is high above the village, looking completely isolated. Inside another spot, Fia confirms to Rai that the person in that treehouse is seriously ill. She realizes Rai heard the whole tea. He says sorry for listening in, even if it was an accident. Rai is just confused why she is so stressed. Fia asks why he even cares since they are not even the same species. Rai nods. Yeah, they are definitely different. But humans barely understand each other anyway, so why should a different species stop him from caring? He grips the railing, getting fired up. He tells her that being different species does not stop him from caring. If he wants to help, that is his decision. Fia stands there, totally moved. Later on, Fia is still thinking about his words while she watches Rai sip his tea. She is still pretty deep in thought. Rai drinks like a straight-up prince, and she is impressed. Fia blushes, realizing she is actually catching feelings. She panics internally, wondering why she is acting so weird all of a sudden. While she is tripping, Rai drops a question. He asks about that elf Era. You know, the one she said was basically as good as dead. Rai asks her straight up if he can try to heal Ara. Fia is completely caught off guard. He explains he just wants to help sick people. It does not matter what species they are. Fia pushes back, asking if he really thinks he has that kind of power. Rai admits he is not 100% sure, but he is their best shot. Fia says it does not matter unless the elder says yes. Rai goes quiet, hitting a wall. Determined, he decides to go rogue. He summons a glowing mana blade from his palm, and Fia totally loses it. Fia panics and draws her sword. Meanwhile, Rai just grips that glowing blade with both hands. He stabs the mana blade right into his own leg, causing a serious wound on purpose. Gritting his teeth, he shouts a healing spell as blood starts spraying. Fia screams at him, asking if he has completely lost his mind. She is freaking out over his leg. Rai just ignores her and casts a high-level healing spell. Massive energy starts swirling around the cut. Pure healing magic explodes through the whole room. A mana vortex wraps around them both. Somewhere else, a blue-haired elf who was out cold starts to twitch. Rai feels the mana and pours a different energy into his leg. He is focusing hard, grimacing as he holds the spell together. Outside, the other elves sense the mana glitch and start freaking out. Blue mana swirls around the elder's place, lighting up the whole village. Once the glow dies down, Ray's leg is totally fixed, and he lets out a huge sigh. Fia sees that the nasty gash is completely gone now. She shouts that it is impossible. Ray stands up and tells her straight if anyone can save Era, it is gonna be him. He is dead serious about being the only one for the job, but the elder just shuts him down, saying no way. Fia asks why, and the elder says messing with Ara is like spitting on a legend's name. Totally disrespectful. She says Lord Ara is a literal icon, and even good vibes won't make weird experiments okay in their book. She doubles down, no one touches Ara. Even when Fia begs and says Ray might actually save her, the elder ends it right there. The elder kicks them out. She tells Ray to beat it. Fia just stands there, totally crushed by the command. Ray thinks it is stupid to worship someone if you are just gonna let them die. Cut to Ara's lonely treehouse as the sun drops. Later, Ray and Fia head out. He says his plan flopped, which is a total bummer. Fia admits she was rooting for him. Ray tells her to chill, saying maybe things will just work themselves out. She gives him a weird little smile and stays quiet. Ray acts casual and asks if he can still hang around the village. Fia says, sure, stay as long as you want. The other elves already think you are cool anyway. Ray grins and says thanks. Then he tells her he is heading out, which catches her off guard since it is so early. Ray says he has got some business to handle elsewhere. He promises to be back tomorrow and tells her not to miss him too much. Fia gets all red and denies it, telling him to get lost before she changes her mind. Ray says, see you tomorrow. Once he is gone, Fia whispers that she is down for his plan, definitely hyped to see him again. Ray solo walks down the forest path as the sun sets. Fia watches him leave, looking all deep and emotional. She turns away once he is gone, but she can't get him out of her head. Ray starts hauling through the woods with a mission. His boots hit the dirt as he full-on sprints. He hits the spot looking over Ara's massive treehouse. He leans against a trunk, looks up, and makes up his mind. We see Ara's glowing treehouse, the target. Ray swears he is not giving up on a patient without trying every trick in the book. He cracks a door open and sneaks back inside Ara's place. Inside, the place is huge and filled with flowers. Magic is definitely at work. Ray's mind is blown. He expected a regular treehouse, not this epic mansion. Ray walks through the massive doors of the grand building. He peeks inside, wide-eyed and nervous. He sees a huge hall with a stone bed covered in flowers, and someone is lying there. He realizes the gorgeous elf is Ara. He is totally stunned, staring at her folded hands and her clean white dress. He spots her legs under the fabric. He takes it all in. Ara looks like she is just taking a nap in a flower bed. Ray is speechless. She is stunning. He gets flustered and tells himself to snap out of it and act like a pro. He starts the checkup by grabbing her wrist. Ray leans in close, really checking her out. Pulse and breathing are fine, but he knows something is up. He shifts his grip on her hand to keep digging for clues. He decides to use his mana for a full body scan. His mana lights up like a glowing map as he scans her. Everything looks normal physically. He wonders if she is just dying of old age. He is annoyed that he cannot do anything, blaming his lack of info on local diseases. This creepy purple mist starts spreading above. Ray senses it, freezes, and locks in. He catches a weird scent near Era as that purple energy pools around her. He lifts her leg, sees the problem, and freaks out. He finds some nasty bed sores on her side. He knows it is from lying still for way too long. Ray is ticked off. These elves neglected Era's body for ages, so much for their admiration. He looks at the sores and sighs because he has got zero disinfectant. He gently moves her, getting ready to do whatever he can anyway. He heads out and finds a pond for some water. He makes a big bowl out of some leaves. Ray fills the leaf bowl with pond water and uses healing magic to scrub it clean. Direct healing is too risky right now, so he magic sanitizes his hands and decides to take it slow. He dips his clean hands into the magic water. Thinking about the elves' obsession with Aura, he hesitates, knowing they would hate his methods. He remembers they were terrified some weird new techniques would ruin their precious ancient era. But he can't just sit there. Rai hopes the elves won't hunt him down for touching their goddess. He looks at those nasty sores again. Determined to help, he decides the people who abandon her can just shut up. He starts dabbing that healing water onto the wrecked skin, being super careful. He works like a beast, treating her whole side over and over again. The sun starts dipping low. As it gets dark, he realizes how late it is and starts packing up his dirty rags. Until he figures out what is actually killing her, this basic first aid is his only move. He will be back tomorrow. Meanwhile, over at the Elven fort, some high-strung guard is frantically screaming for their missing boss. The help says the search crews are everywhere and they should find Ara any minute now. One lady at the top is losing it. She is totally sick of hearing those same old excuses. She warns them her fuse is basically gone. The staff start freaking out, begging her not to blast them. She brushes them off. No more empty promises. She decides to handle it herself and tells her crew to move out. Another day, Rai drags himself back to Era's spot. He is beat, but he is staying. He checks the wounds. Looking good. They should be totally closed up in about a week. Turns out he has been ninjaing his way into the shrine for weeks. He would give her a full sponge bath and help stretch out those stiff muscles. Whenever he had a minute, he would raid Era's massive library. He is grinding on medical books, then flops back to make fun of her crappy little doodles. Era is still out cold, but he keeps talking anyway, treating her like a real human being. He vents about his walks, his talks with Fia, and every random thought in his head. Just like that, a whole month quietly flies by. One night, he strolls back all smiles, yelling that the doctor is finally home. He is rambling about having tea with Fia when things go south. Suddenly, Ara's body is exploding with this crazy purple energy. Rai blanks for a second, then sees that nasty aura. He loses it and sprints toward her bed. Her breath is getting super shallow and choppy. He can see it. She is fading out and he is terrified. He starts panicking. What is the move here? He never thought things would get this bad. He scans the room for gear, desperately wishing he had a respirator or literally anything helpful. Then it hits him. There is no hospital. He grabs the sheets, fuming because in this world, his medical skills mean absolutely nothing. Era's body starts twitching inside that dark cloud. Rai can only watch in pure horror. He screams for her to wake up. Don't you dare die. He frantically goes over her vitals again. The poison and her organs should not be failing like this. None of it makes sense. He yells at the empty air, demanding to know why she is crashing. He needs a Hail Mary, one big, crazy move to fix everything at once. That one-shot idea is stuck in his head. He starts thinking, should he risk dumping his massive heal spell directly into her? He is worried, though. Can her body even handle that much raw mana at once? He is laughing and crying at the same time. All that hard study just for a desperate gamble? He became a doctor to save lives, not lose them like this. But this risky bet is all he has got left. He toughens up, balls his fist, and makes the call. He pulls every drop of mana he can find. He has got to try. He lets out a massive blast of healing light that shoots skyward. The explosion rips outward, drowning the whole house in a blinding blue light. Nearby elves feel the magic and remember that same vibe from before. Rai pumps the spell straight into Era's frozen body. He tells her to hang on. He is not giving up on her. He yells the spell name, unleashing a crazy blue wave. Era's fingers finally twitch as the magic hits her. She floats into the air, wrapped in crackling energy. Rai holds the line as the light swallows her whole. Outside, the elves are bugging out, sprinting toward the place. Fia sees the magic tornado swirling around the treehouse. She is stunned. Is this Rai's doing? It has to be. She books it toward the house, screaming his name. Running through the magic rain, she wonders when this human decided he was never going to let Era go. It hits her hard. This human is giving his all while the elves just stood around and did nothing. The doors are rattling like crazy from the blast. Fia kicks them open and finds Rai standing in a blue cyclone. Ray strains hard, dumping every ounce of his mana into the spell. Close up. He grinds his teeth as the pain spikes. Hang on, he tells himself. Just a few more seconds. Once the vortex finally stabilizes, he gasps and asks if the treatment is done. He and Fia watch the glowing cocoon, both praying for Ara to finally come back. Inside that brilliant light, Era floats higher as the healing magic reaches its ultimate climax. A massive mana shockwave blasts Fia back and nails Ray too. He screams as the spell kickback slams his body into the wall. He hits the floor, totally fried and barely awake. Groaning, he manages to force one eye open. Then he sees her. Era is standing, fully healed and floating in a soft glow. Her clear blue eyes finally flutter open. Slumped on the floor, Ray whispers her name in total relief. His exhausted eyes slowly start to drift shut. Floating in a dark void, Ray feels like he is drifting underwater, wondering exactly where the hell he is. The sensation is warm and cozy. Honestly, he just wants to stay here and rest for a while. Out of the darkness, Era speaks up. She declares that from now on, Ray belongs to her. Some other elf starts complaining, calling Ray a human and even accusing him of doing creepy stuff to her body. Hearing that voice in the abyss, Ray knows it is Ara and tries his best to listen. Ara says she is done with their whining. Everyone else abandoned her for 20 years, but only that human actually stood up and fought for her. She spits back that the fanboy elves did nothing. It was Ray who actually felt for her and saved her life. Ray thinks her voice sounds like magic in the dark. Floating there, he just keeps thinking about how beautiful she sounds. He suddenly snaps awake, yelling Ara's name. Sitting up in bed at sunset, he looks around, totally lost. He checks his own hand, totally fine. Was all of that just some crazy dream? Then he hears her voice behind him, asking if he called. He turns to find her sitting there in a fresh dress, smiling at him. She softly reassures him that she is right there. Ray, eyes wet with relief, whispers her name. Ara shifts closer to him, her dress rustling. Suddenly, she pulls him into a hug, mentioning he was the one mocking her drawing in the book. Still holding him, she explains she only drew that because she was bored. She tells him not to look so shocked. Blushing hard, Ray asks if she heard all the stuff he said while she was out cold. She smiles and confirms she heard every single word. Stroking his cheek, she laughs softly. She looks at him with love and asks why he is crying. Thanking him, she says he was the only one who didn't give up on her. Without his persistence, this doesn't happen. Then it hits her. She does not even know his name yet. She tilts her head and asks what it is. He tells her his name is Ray. She repeats it slowly, liking the way it sounds. She beams, saying it is a great name. Outside, the restored treehouse glows warmly in the soft evening light. Ray stands by the window, totally silent as he processes everything that just went down. He calls to Ara, suggesting they head outside since she is awake. He points out that the other elves are probably losing their minds worrying. Ara says for 20 years, those elves basically ignored her. None of them actually cared if she lived or died. Still salty, she asks if they really think all that bad blood just disappears in a day. Ray stays quiet, unsure what to say. Instead, he asks when she actually woke up. Confused, Ara asks what he means by waking up. Ray explains his question. He wants to know exactly when she became aware of what was happening around her. Ara calmly reveals that she was actually conscious the entire time she looked totally dead. Ray is completely floored. Ray repeats it back in shock. She was conscious from the very second she first collapsed. Thinking of her stuck and alone, Ray realizes she just sat there, waiting. He tries to speak, but the words get stuck. Ray tells Ara she was a total warrior for surviving that ordeal. Flustered, Ara tries to find the right words. Getting emotional, she hesitates. The narrator explains that Ara used to absolutely despise the entire human race. From her view, humans were just trouble magnets who never felt bad about the messes they made. She hated humanity for their history, but the memory of a warm hand holding hers is starting to change everything. Ray recalls checking her over and seeing she was healthy. Why was she dying so young? Ara remembers that human claiming he could heal her. At first she was pissed, but she realized Ray was actually different from the rest. She explains that Ray did not want a reward. He gave her more love and care than anyone else ever did. Ray once joked about getting tea with Fia, mentioning how bland and boring elf tea usually tastes. Era chuckles at Ray, thinking elf tea is total trash. She remembers him asking about some dar flower in his book, wondering if it matched the ones in the yard. Looking at that bloom, she thinks Ray's just like it, smiling while sacrificing everything for others. Ray once told her to her face that her art was straight up garbage. It stung, hearing her skills were trash, but seeing Ray's shocked face afterward was honestly kind of priceless. She dreams of finally giving him a real answer. Right now, being able to talk back to him is the only thing she actually wants. Era just loses it and starts crying. She whispers a silent thanks to Ray beside her. She throws herself into Ray's arms, thanking him for never giving up on her. Under the stars, some shady types ask where the saint went. The village rep swears they have no clue where the guy is hiding. The priestess bails for now, saying sorry for crashing their village in the dead of night, but she leaves them with a threat. If they are lying about the saint, the whole temple is coming back to interrogate every single person. Later on, she stares at a map and thinks, if the kingdom-wide search fails, she knows they have to take things up a notch. She points at the last blank spot on the map, their final lead. She barks an order to hit the forest right now. Back in the elf village, night falls softly over the mountains and the calm lake. Rai sits outside, wondering what happens next. Era tells him he's the hero here, so he has nothing to sweat about. He saved her life, period. Ara swears that if anyone gives him crap, she will shut them down fast. She will personally handle anyone who messes with him. Next day, Rai realizes he hasn't seen any other elves, which feels totally suspicious. He figures the massive mana energy around the treehouse is probably scaring everyone else away. Ray thinks the elves are either terrified of his power or of Era herself. As she calls his name, she remembers him holding her hand during that mana infusion session. She smiles and grabs his hand just like before. She admits it was wild meeting a human whose energy could actually change her body. Feeling his mana, she finally realized that decent humans actually exist in this world. She tells him to relax and just be himself here. Ray closes his eyes and gives her a soft smile. He suddenly asks how old she is. Ara gets flustered and says a girl's age is a secret. Ray jokes that since she is an elf, she is probably 200. Ara goes dead silent. He pushes it to 500, then 1,000, while she just stands there sweating bullets. Finally, she screams that she is nowhere near that old. She yells at him for the wild guesses while he just laughs it all off. Her anger fades into a giggle. Staring at the moon, she finds the whole thing hilarious. She admits she's never felt this warm before and wonders if this is what happiness feels like. Ray teases her for being happy while getting roasted, but she swears she actually is. Era admits she never cared about anything before, so happiness was new. Rai asks if she thinks she can stay happy from now on. She says yeah, as long as he stays close. Rai remembers the frustration of his own limits while healing her. He realized back then that his overwhelming emotion was just pure helplessness. He was a top doctor before, but now he feels useless and lucky to be alive. He decides he absolutely needs some real medical experience in this new world. The Holy Empire has the best medical tech, and they are already hunting for him. Ray decides he is going to become a saint and steal every bit of their medical knowledge. He hates that he will see less of Era, but it's a sacrifice he has to make. Era hears the noise outside and figures something is going down in the village. Elves are swarming the Elder with complaints. As the noise gets louder, Rai wonders if they should go down and check it out. The angry crowd demands to know why the Elder hid Ara's condition and the danger from the humans. The Elder bows and takes the fall for the secrets. The crowd's getting nasty, but Era just scoffs. She remembers that 0 of these people visited while she was lying there bedridden and dying. She calls them disgusting and storms off while Ray tries to stop her. She blasts off on a wave of wind and mana, flying straight toward the crowd. Era drops from the sky like a goddess. The Elder is totally shocked to see her standing right there. She shuts them up with one look. Everyone stops. The elves scream her name, sounding relieved and totally blown away. She snaps that she is done listening to whiners. Then she asks if any of them even bothered visiting her before. The elves look away, acting all guilty. Era just rolls her eyes at their pathetic silence. She roasts them for doing 0 work while trash-talking the Elder. Some start kneeling and stuttering apologies, but Ara demands they give her a real excuse. One guy argues they would have helped if they knew, basically blaming Ara for keeping it a secret herself. The Elder is shook and starts protesting. On the side, Rai is stressed because this drama is only getting messy. Era looks ready to kill. She cannot believe this guy is actually saying something so insanely stupid. Magic energy starts swirling as she asks him how he dares to spit such a lie. Her power explodes, hitting the crowd like a truck. Elves get tossed back, screaming as her magic wrecks them. That loudmouthed elf starts twitching from the electricity. He drops cold at Era's feet as the magic stops. Ara just calls them all a bunch of ungrateful brats. She says if they want to play the blame game, she is leaving the forest. The Elder screams her name, panicking. Everyone drops to their knees, begging for mercy and throwing that knocked-out guy under the bus for provoking her. Later, Rai watches Ara head back to the treehouse. He is really worried she is about to blow. He knows without a high elf, this place is sitting ducks. Freaked out by the thought, he calls her name. Outside, Era quietly asks Rai if he is actually serious about leaving for the Holy Empire. Inside, Rai complains about her attitude, totally annoyed. Ara fumes that nobody respects the authority of a high elf anymore. Rai asks if she is really quitting on the village. She sighs, saying leaving is better than watching them eat each other. Looking down, Era admits that literally nobody visited her before all this drama started. Rai asks where she will go. She says there is one spot she has always dreamed of checking out. Looking at the chaos after just 20 years, she is sad about how wild and messy the elves have become. Rai jokes that if 20 years is short, she must be like 1,000. She gets super offended and denies it. Outside, the villagers are basically crying, begging Ara to come out and forgive their stupid mistakes. Rai watches her sigh at their begging. He guesses she only said she was leaving because she was tilted and angry. Ara snaps that elves do not lie. She meant every word about leaving this place behind. Rai admits they were jerks, but they still need her power. She quietly gives in, knowing they are lost without her. His words remind her of her duty. Seeing her change her mind, Rai smiles, glad she finally gets it. Ara starts to say if he is down, then asks if he wants to just stay here in the village. Rai blushes, surprised she wants them to stay together. He says thanks, but he cannot take her up on that offer. Rai explains that he really has to get to the Holy Empire. Ara freaks out and repeats the name. Rai tells her they are hunting for him because some prophecy says he is a legendary saint. Ara is shocked the prophecy calls him a saint when he uses mana instead of having any divine power at all. Rai shrugs, saying the temple blamed his lack of holy power on not being baptized. He does not really get it either. Ara is weirded out by a saint with zero divine power. That is usually what makes them different from regular people. She confirms Rai used basic magic instead of holy power to save her because they were in a huge rush. Ara remembers her mystery sickness, blocked her mana but kept her mind sharp. It honestly felt more like a dark curse. She realizes Rai broke the curse with a simple first circle heal spell, which basically breaks every rule of magic. Plus, she realizes he is supposed to be a saint even though he has zero divine power. Ara wonders if Rai might actually be the craziest saint in history. She lets out a little laugh, totally amused. She admits she feels dumb for stressing about leaving the village. Making up her mind, Ara tells Rai it is time to go. Outside, the elves drop to their knees in rows as Ara and Rai walk toward them together. Standing there with Rai and the elder, Ara demands to hear what the villagers have to say for themselves. The elves admit they were cocky and apologize for taking her for granted. They all beg for forgiveness, hoping she is not mad. Hearing they are actually sorry, Ara announces she is taking back what she said about leaving the village for good. She tells them she gets why they are mad at the elder, but explains he was only trying to protect them. Rai points out that if word got out about Ara's weakness, humans would attack. The elder kept quiet just to keep everyone safe. Ara scolds the elves, saying it is their own fault for never looking for the real truth themselves. She says both sides messed up, but the elder has to stay to watch the village. Fia bows and accepts the call. Ara finally cracks a smile, looking satisfied. The anger fades as she reaches out with a surprisingly gentle hand. Ara wants a banquet for their savior, which totally catches Rai by surprise. Rai gets all twitchy about the party idea. Suddenly, a scream echoes through the dark woods. Knights are brawling with a giant rock beast, swearing through the grind. Their captain yells to stop holding back and push through. The priestess glows with holy light, swearing they will blast through this monster-infested zone right now. A voice rings out from the trees, calling for Lord Iriel. A priest says they will hit the elf village by sunset. Iriel sips tea, complaining that they are moving like snails for such a small team. She asks her subordinate what he thinks of their pace. He says monsters are slowing them down, but the speed is fine. Ariel snaps that she would be way faster traveling solo. The guy starts crying, apologizing for being dead weight. Ariel slams her teacup down. Break is over. She orders the march to resume. Meanwhile, the elf village is getting decked out for the party. Rai tries to find words as the party kicks off. The whole town is covered in banners and balloons. Rai scans the square, wondering why they went so hard with all these decorations. Elves are partying hard under the massive tree. The festival is pumping. Then, someone shouts Rai's name. Fia runs over, beaming, saying everyone is waiting. She drags him toward the fun, while he admits he expected something way smaller. Fia reminds him he is their hero, so obviously they are going to go big. She has got stuff to do and cannot stay, but figures he can handle the party solo. Rai asks where she is headed. Fia grabs her blade, noting festivals make people soft. She has got to work. She tells Rai to have fun and promises to catch up later. Rai watches her walk off, hoping for the best. Then he suddenly shouts her name to stop her. He yells after her, asking if she wants to grab dinner tonight. Fia totally loses it, blushing at the casual invite. She grabs his collar, demanding to know if he is for real. Turning red, she admits no one has ever asked her out like that. She realizes she is acting crazy, blurts out an excuse, and bolts. As she runs, she makes him promise to find her later. Rai is just lying there on the dirt after that tackle, thinking as long as Fia is happy, he is good. Rai decides it is time to join the actual party. Nearby, elves are dancing and hanging out as the feast rolls on. A group of girls drags Rai into their circle, while the guys swarm him at the buffet, pushing him to try everything. Rai is thankful, but honestly, all this attention is wearing him out. High up in the massive tree, far from the noise, Ara's front door quietly swings open. Inside over tea, Ara wonders about the noise outside. She asks Rai why the guest of honor is hiding out in her place. Rai admits he is beat and her spot is the only place he can actually chill. Ara tells him to just relax. While they sit, Rai picks up a weird smell and asks about it. He recognizes the scent of dirt flowers. Ara nods, saying it is her own little way of celebrating his big day. Rai takes a sip of tea and asks Sarah why she is cooped up inside instead of joining the party. Ara says that is a pretty heavy topic for tea time. Rai tells her she does not have to talk if it is too much. Deciding to be honest, Ara thinks about where to even start. She explains that way back, a regular elf and a high elf totally clashed. See, high elves are born into royalty and treated like absolute gods compared to others. One elf got into it with a young high elf, which caused that high elf to bail on the village forever. Ara hints that Rai gets why she is a loner now. He realizes she stays inside just to keep the peace. She is right in the middle of a sentence when an arrow suddenly streaks straight for her head. Ara dodges, totally stunned by the attack. Rai panics, asking her what the hell is happening. Ara feels trouble at the edge of town. She whispers that unwanted guests have arrived. Rai repeats it, realizing they have been raided. He starts freaking out, already fearing the worst-case scenario. Cut to the forest edge, soaked in creepy light. There is Fia, staring down armed humans and demanding to know why they are trespassing. She spots them. They didn't come alone, they brought a whole freaking army. The knights form up while their boss plays nice, swearing they aren't looking for a scrap. She just wants a quick chat with the saint. Fia isn't buying it for a second. Hidden eyes watch, wondering what's up with these sketchy humans. Wait, Fia knows that face. It's that legendary elf from the rumors. The leader finally spills why they actually showed up here. They're hunting the saint, plain and simple. Fia shuts them down, saying there's no saint here, so beat it. The elf commander won't back off. She asks Fia if she's seen some kid with white hair. Quick cut to Ray's white hair. Yeah, they're definitely looking for our boy. Fia repeats the description, totally spooked. The commander smirks that panic just proved she's in the right place. She claims Fia's already met the saint. Fia plays dumb, acting like she has no clue. The commander leans in, asking about the white-haired kid again. Fia stays quiet, but her face says everything. Look, we don't want a war. We just want the saint, she says. Hand him over and we'll leave, plus we'll make it worth your while. Fia's hurt, but she's not folding. The knights draw their steel as the whole vibe gets deadly. The commander sighs, saying blood has to spill unless they hand over the kid right now. Fia shouts that the boy saved them once, and the whole village will die before they let him go. The commander goes dark, giving one last warning. Step in our way and you're starting a full-scale holy war. You ready for that heat? She asks. Fia freezes. A holy war is a massive deal. These goons are from the Holy Empire. A stone skitters across the dirt, signaling the massacre. Fia ignites her glowing aura blade and charges headfirst into the fray. You really want to do this? The commander asks. Fia snaps back that humans always go looking for a fight. A finger points. The order is given. Clear a path, the commander yells, and her knights roar like hungry wolves. Knights swarm in with blades drawn. Fia just blurs forward, moving at a blinding, impossible speed. The knights freak out when she disappears. Suddenly, she's behind them, opening a throat before they can even blink. Fia keeps moving, carving through their ranks with strikes of pure lethality. The commander watches, unimpressed. She thinks Fia's power is weak sauce, basically just a rookie with an aura blade. Priests in the back are spamming buffs and shields. They're healing the wounded knights, getting them back in the fight instantly. Fia drops one of the healers. Some knight yells that she's way too fast and screams for a defensive wall. Another knight swings his blade with a roar as the melee gets even messier. A cleric is frantically dumping healing magic on the fallen. Even while getting slashed, the guy just keeps on praying. Fia realizes there's too many of them. Between the numbers and the constant healing, her line is going to snap. She locks in, knowing things are looking bad. She identifies the commander as the one head she needs to take. Fia vaults over a knight, kicking and slashing her way deeper into the enemy pack. Someone screams to protect Ariel as Fia lunges straight for the commander. Their blades collide, sending shockwaves through the trees. Fia grits her teeth from the massive impact. Ariel blocks it easily, showing a massive gap in their strength. She smirks, telling Fia she's totally outclassed. She gathers energy into her fist and drives a glowing punch into Fia's gut. The blast explodes against Fia's ribs, sending her flying backward with a scream. Fia gets launched high into the sky before slamming back down and tumbling violently across the dirt. Ariel stands over her, casually asking if she still wants to keep fighting. Fia looks up as Ariel towers over her. She can barely even move. Holding her wound, Fia says she's not moving. Ariel calls her a stubborn fool. All they want is the kid. She says it again. There is zero reason to die if you just hand over the boy. Bleeding and broken, Fia grips her sword tighter and whispers a final no. Her aura flares up again, the blade glowing with a fresh blue light. Fia swears she will never give Ray up. Deep in the woods, someone asks how much longer they have to run. Ara, racing with Ray, clearly senses the battle. She tells him they are almost there. Ray's panicking about the numbers, terrified they might have brought an entire army. They both freeze in total shock as they finally glimpse the absolute chaos. The last thing they see are blood-soaked flowers, a grim sign of the massacre waiting for them. In a clearing drenched in red, a wounded Fia stands alone against the knights while someone screams her name. Fia's back is shredded with wounds. She is barely standing and drenched in blood. The white-haired boy screams for her to move, frantically asking if she can even hear him. Fia is totally dazed, but she manages to lock her eyes on the boy. The knights realize this kid is the prophesied saint. They drop to their knees and swear to serve him. Some blood-soaked knight walks up and acts real polite. She introduces herself as Saint Eel and apologizes for the mess. The boy just glares, taking in the whole situation. Ara steps in. He calls her name, but she tells him to stay back and blocks his path. Ara tells the knights they are dead if they move. They start shaking because her vibe is pure murder. Rai and Ara run to catch the collapsing Fia and check if she is still okay. Fia is barely conscious. She begs them to stop the saint from coming, then blacks out while Rai screams. Ray sees Fia is a total wreck. Dislocated shoulder, blood everywhere. How did she hold off all those enemies alone? Rai has to snap Fi's shoulder back in place to help her. Ariel cheerfully urges the saint to return with her to the castle. Ray fixes his torn shirt and says the people are waiting for the saint. Ray grabs Fi's hand real tight. Ariel explains God handpicked Ray for a massive destiny, so it is time for him to step up. Rai is completely floored by this talk of divine missions. He repeats the word mission like he cannot believe what he is hearing. Ariel says being chosen means you can pull off miracles. Ray starts mumbles about miracles, trying to wrap his head around it. Looking at the unconscious Fi, he asks Ariel if she really thinks all this violence is justified by her big goal. Ariel claims she tried being nice. She warned Fi things would get rough, but says Fi chose to resist anyway. Rai points out that Isle broke into Elfland and used force just to kidnap him. Ariel says it was all necessary. Ray fires back that she should not expect him to just play along. Ariel's eyes start glowing. She says she would really hate to have to use force against another saint. Ara is fuming. She calls out Ariel for invading, causing a scene and then threatening her savior. Ara dares Ariel to show them what the Holy Empire is actually made of. Ariel says it is cruel to put a tiny elf against an empire. Era tells her to find out if she is bluffing. Knights charge Era, screaming that she is going to pay for threatening their saint. A blast of energy turns their swords to scrap metal. One knight just stares at his broken blade in shock. Ara is totally chill. She tells them to keep coming. The knights start sweating, realizing they are totally cooked. They drop to their knees, begging Ara for mercy and hoping she forgives them. Ara laughs at Ariel's soldiers. How can such weaklings ever get anything done? Ariel decides her guys failed because they just did not have enough faith in God. Ara feels sorry for Ariel. She thinks she is stuck in a tiny box, believing God only gives her power. Ariel's fist glows with holy light as she prepares to strike. She jumps in and punches Era, telling her to shut up. Era just casts a spell called Hold. Chains of light wrap around Ariel, freezing her. Era asks how it feels to get shut down by an elf. Ariel struggles against the chains, yelling that this is not even the full might of her holy empire. She screams she will do anything to get the saint, even if she has to chop him up. The forest is shaking. Ara tells her to keep her nasty mouth off of Ray. Ara says that while Ray might just be a prize to Ariel, he is way more precious to her than anyone could imagine. Ariel just listens, shaken. Ara says she could delete the whole Holy Empire with just a snap of her fingers. Suddenly, Rai commands them to stop. He says he is actually willing to go to the Holy Empire after all. Ariel gets excited, but Rai says there is a catch. He will only go under one condition. He repeats that he will go, but only if they follow his rules. Ariel nervously asks what he wants. Ray's first condition: he is not God's saint. He will only be a saint because he chose to, and he is free to quit whenever he wants. Ariel is absolutely horrified that he would even talk about quitting the saint life. Rai holds up 2 fingers for condition 2. He warns them if an attack like this happens again. He has no clue how he will react. Iro asks what happens if they repeat this. Rai drops a bomb, threatening to ditch the Holy Empire and become a saint for their worst enemies instead. Ariel tells herself he is bluffing. If he betrays God, those holy powers go poof immediately. Shrugging off the tension, Rai asks if they are done talking. Ariel shakes her head, not even close. Condition number 3, total access to every library in the Empire. Ariel breathes a sigh of relief. That is actually an easy win. Then Rai drops condition 4, leaving Ariel totally shocked. Like, seriously? There is even more? He wants real pay for being a saint, food, gear, and a roof. Ariel, still shaking, asks what kind of payday he wants. Rai keeps it real. He wants cold, hard cash. Ariel is stunned, her brain totally short-circuiting from the demand. A priest begs Ariel to walk away. No saint should ever demand stuff like this. It is just wrong. Another one joins in, doubting a saint who works for a paycheck. Maybe God actually messed this one up? Ariel death stares them for doubting the big guy, then pivots. They can handle every demand except the first one. She makes it official. Everything is a go except Rai dodging his holy duties. No can do. Rai sighs, telling her that the first deal is the deal breaker. Ariel loses it, praying for help in this nightmare negotiation. But wait, there is a fifth condition. Rai demands Ariel apologize to Fia for nearly killing her. He insists it has to be a real, heartfelt apology. Then Rai tells Era to let the lady go. Ariel stumbles back, totally floored. She claims she cannot apologize because she is doing God's work, and saying sorry would make her look weak. Rai snaps back. She did not care about the elves while she was threatening them. He calls out her excuses. Ariel insists she was desperate because he kept saying no to their offers. Rai stays chill, basically noting that she is just refusing to say she is sorry. Ariel admits it. Personally, she might apologize, but as the Empire's face, she is terrified her words could spark God's holy wrath and fury. Rai just shrugs and gives her a simple, "All right." Then he ends the meeting and tells her to go pray for a different saint. Ariel is frozen, unable to believe he just walked away. Rai tells Era it is time to go take care of Fia. They turn to leave while Ariel desperately shouts for them to stop. She chases Rai, begging for a second chance. She cannot do the apology, but she can offer him literally anything else. Rai stands his ground. He does not want perks or deals, he just wants that apology, period. Ariel stands there shaking, caught between her holy job and her own heart. Rai throws Fia over his shoulder and heads home with Ara. Under a burning sunset, Ara asks if he is totally sure about turning that offer down. She mentions it is not too late to go back. The Empire would still roll out the red carpet for him. Rai does not regret a thing. If they cannot own up to what they did, he is not interested in their club. Ara wonders why he is risking everything for elves. Rai just smiles and says he is just doing whatever he feels like doing. When Era asks what his end goal is, Rai keeps it simple. He just wants to be happy. Ara thinks wanting happiness is exactly why he should be a saint. Rai jokes that healing people while complaining about small stuff might actually be a pretty decent way to spend his life. He figures he would be fine just being happy in some small, quiet corner of the world. Ara smiles at his humble dream. Watching the sunset, she tells him there is nobody else quite like him. As the sun sets, this chaotic day finally ends. Ariel stands alone in the blood-stained clearing, Rai's rejection playing on loop in her head. Rai's warning keeps echoing in her mind. No apology means the whole deal is dead and buried. She stays quiet, totally torn. A priest nervously asks if maybe God messed up picking this guy as a saint. Ariel whispers the word mistake. Looking deeply rattled, she drops her bloody armor and cloak, scaring the priest half to death. Ariel tells her crew to head back to the Holy Empire without her. She is staying. She declares she is heading to the elf village alone. Meanwhile, two elves are panicking over how badly Fia was hurt. They jump when Ariel appears solo on the path. They aim their weapons, telling the human to freeze and back the hell up. Ariel puts her hands up, claiming she is not looking for a fight. She just needs to see the saint. The elves are stunned. A saint? In their village? They have no clue what she is talking about. They make it clear, no humans allowed. Either she leaves now, or they treat her like an invading enemy. Ariel politely asks them to just tell the saint she is waiting out here. The lead elf snaps back, telling her to beat it. Ariel just asks if she can stay right there, outside the gates. She swears she is not going to cause any trouble. The elves finally let her stay way over there but warn her that one wrong move means a face full of arrows. Ariel bows low, thanking them and swearing she won't take a single step closer to their village. They lower their bows a tiny bit, but eyes stay locked. One elf wonders if this Ray guy is actually the saint. Ariel drops her gear at the tree line to set up camp. She hits her knees, getting ready to start praying. A golden glow erupts as she starts her deep prayer. She is playing the long game now. The elves figure it is time to go tell Ray what is up. Night hits the village, and the party lights start flickering through the trees. Fi is out cold and covered in bandages, just mumbling in her sleep. Ray is beat, but at least they put out most of the fires. He bangs on a door calling for Rai. Turns out that is actually his name and someone is looking for him. An elf tells Rai that some mysterious person is hanging out just past the village gate. They want him specifically. Rai realizes the crew he was waiting for finally showed up. He panics, asking how big the army is, but it is just one person. Ray is totally confused. Did they seriously say just one lone human? Night settles over the woods as something starts moving through the thick shadows. An elf shouts that he is here, and Rai gives him a big, friendly welcome. His buddy jokes that Rai was the star of the show and didn't even need help. Rai cuts to the chase, asking who is looking for him, so his friend starts spilling the tea. The elf points over at a girl standing just a few feet away, watching them. Rai spots the saint girl in her glowing bubble and wonders what her deal is. He walks right up to her while she is bathed in that holy light. Rai calls her saint and says he heard she wanted him. Nothing. She just keeps on praying in total silence. An elf tells him to walk away because she has been stuck in that zone for 3 hours since the sun went down. Rai watches her, Feeling a bit worried, he decides to wait it out, figuring she has to wake up eventually, and takes a seat. Morning hits and the woods start to light up. At sunrise, she finally lets out a breath as her marathon prayer wraps up. She stretches out her stiff limbs and Rai is thinking, man, what kind of prayer takes a whole damn day? Rai is floored. He can't believe she spent a full 24 hours just talking to God. We flash back to Rai finding the saint bleeding out in the woods, asking what the hell she is doing. She gasps that she has something important to tell him. Rai asks if she is here to say sorry. She says she can't use words, but she wants to show some respect to the forest through what she does. Rai rolls his eyes, basically asking if she thinks just showing up is enough to make everything okay. She starts tripping, swearing that isn't what she meant at all. Rai tells her to explain herself then. She says her situation is complicated and she can't apologize out loud, so she'll pray until the elves finally forgive her. Rai warns her that if she ditches her post, the Holy Empire is going to come looking for her with a vengeance. He adds that if she goes missing, the Empire will probably start another war with the elves just to find her. She says that is the whole point of her prayer. She claims her direct line to God will keep the Empire from doing anything stupid. Rai isn't buying it and asks for proof. She tells him his lie-detecting elf friend can check if she is being real or not. We see Era, the High Elf, who has the power to sniff out lies and keep the saints safe from harm. Ray thinks it over, trying to decide if she is legit. She just nods, accepting whatever he chooses to do next. Rai tells her she can do her thing, but if the elves turn on her, he isn't stepping in to save her. She is stoked and thanks him like crazy. As Rai turns to leave, she calls out again. He huffs, asking what she could possibly want now. She gets all nervous, trying to find the right words. Finally, she asks where she can wash up, looking super embarrassed about being so filthy. Ray is definitely annoyed, thinking she is already getting on his last nerve. Time skips ahead as the sky settles over the trees. Later, the saint gets back to her glowing marathon prayer in a nearby clearing. Two elves watch from the shadows, humming while they keep a close eye on her. They mention she has been praying all day again and wonder how she isn't dead tired. Rai shows up, and they ask if he is heading home after a long shift. One elf asks Rai if it is really okay to just leave a random human girl out here like this. Ray goes quiet, thinking it over. He looks at her intense vibe and wonders what kind of god she is actually praying to. A nasty memory flashes back the saint getting brutally tortured but refusing to give up on her faith. Night falls on the village and Rai heads home, shouting that he is back. He catches his parents mid-hug on the stairs, and they look super awkward. Rai just deadpans, telling them to keep doing whatever they were doing. They keep yelling as he slams the door and his dad shouts back. Ray drops his gear and heads for his room. Face planting on his bed, he groans about his trash day. He stares at the ceiling, totally lost in thought. He flashes back to Ara mentioning the Holy Empire. Then he sees himself asking what that even means while sitting next to a passed-out elf. Era says she knows he is dying to go to the Holy Empire and tells him to just go for it. Ray knows she is right. He remembers his big vow to study medicine there so he can cure literally every single disease. He bolts upright, determined. He starts stuffing books into his bag, telling himself this is definitely the right move. He is dead set on not letting this massive opportunity slip away. Suddenly, a loud shout cuts him off, reacting to his big news. Forks hit the floor as his parents freak out. They repeat his words back to him like he is crazy, he is a saint, and he is leaving. Ray braces for the explosion. His parents are losing it, asking if he is for real and if he is ever coming back. Ray says he is out tomorrow. He has no clue what the future holds, but he promises he will make it back home. His mom starts sobbing while his dad clears his throat. His dad groans that saints stay there forever. Ray tries to calm them down, swearing he is coming back for sure. His mom gives him a death grip, wailing about her baby, leaving to be a saint. His dad snaps at her to stop crying because she is making things harder for Ray. Crying himself, Ray's dad promises to protect the family until his son gets back. He tells him to stay safe. They all share one big, teary hug. Ray just smiles and promises he will keep his head up. Outside that night, his mom can't believe her little boy is so grown up. Ray shouts a protest from inside while the sun rises over the woods. The saint is totally wiped. She just collapses on the grass and lets out a massive sigh. She grabs her stomach, feeling the pain of her rough life. She looks like she is going to barf as her belly makes some scary noises. Ray takes her to a field and says everything here is food. He tells her to go wild. He walks off, telling her she can do whatever she wants. She thinks he is weird and stares at a gross, gnarly plant, wondering how she is supposed to eat it. Gagging, she grabs some slimy, bitter weeds. She tries to get it together while holding that nasty-looking plant. A cartoon version shows her trying not to throw up before taking a bite. Her eyes pop when she tastes it. She screams that it is way too bitter and spicy while the elves just stare. Her stomach ties in knots. She doubles over with cramps, totally panicking as the pain gets way worse. The elves whisper, wondering if she really just ate that raw. Maybe this weird behavior is just how humans handle life. She screams for water, totally desperate. A clear river looks like her only hope. She sprints for the shore. Panicked, she dives in head first with a huge splash. She keeps her head under, chugging water to stop the burning. Ray yells to the saint from the bank, wondering how he is ever going to forget this ridiculous disaster. Cut to another sunny day. The saint flops onto the grass, sighing after everything she has been through. Lying there, she thinks about just quitting and going home. She stares at the clouds and sighs one more time. She decides this mess is just another trial to survive. Ray stands over her and tells her to get up. He tells her to get ready because they are hitting the Holy Empire. She sits up, shocked, asking if he is serious. Ray repeats that they are leaving for the Holy Empire. She quietly asks if that means he finally forgives her. He says he definitely does not forgive her. She admits she saw that coming. Ray tells her to just get ready while he says his goodbyes before they head out. Outside, another elf greets him and asks how Fia is doing. The elf says they were waiting for him and that Fia finally woke up. Ray sprints to Fia's house, calling her name out loud. He bursts in, shouting for Fia. She is all bandaged up and sitting in bed, totally shocked but happy he is there. Ray smiles, saying he is so glad she is finally awake. He asks if she is okay, and she gives him a thankful nod. Ara walks in and notices Fia is healing way faster than expected. Ray teases Ara for being worried, but she claims she is just doing her job as a high elf looking after people. Fia tries to apologize, but Ara tells her to stay put since she is still hurt. Ara spots Ray's packed bag and knows he is leaving soon. Ara mentions that his packed bag proves he has finally made up his mind. Ray confirms he is hitting the Holy Empire. He is not about to waste this once-in-a-lifetime shot. Ara grins, saying he made the right call and he is bouncing soon. Fia just screams in total shock. She says sorry for the shouting, but Ara plays it cool. Rai treats her like some brat. Ara gets salty, asking if he is mocking her talk. He just mumbles a quick sorry. Fia is lost, asking where he is headed. She thought he was sticking with the elves. She grills him on whether he is actually following those humans to the Holy Empire. Rai says that was the plan and confirms the Holy Empire is the move. Since the trip is long, he figures he will be gone for several years. Total silence. They just stare at each other, feeling all kinds of awkward vibes. Fia fakes a smile, telling him to stay safe. He promises he is coming back eventually. Ray low-key laughs, knowing elves and humans do not see time the same way at all. As he heads out, Ara stops him, asking for a bit more time to talk before he bounces. Rai drops a casual, "See you later," and she waves from bed. Cut to Ara's place in the sun. Inside, Ara says she has a little something for him and hopes he will take it. Rai asks what is up, and she tells him to hold out his hand. He obeys. Ara pumps magic into his hand, explaining she is leaving her mark. This seal proves she is always with him, like forever. Her glowing magic finishes the job while they are still holding hands. Ray looks at his hand, totally stunned. He sees the glowing logo and asks if that is it. Ara says that mark basically is her. Ray just stands there looking confused as heck. He starts panicking, wondering if he just signed some slave contract with the elves. Ara swears it is nothing like that. She yells from off-panel that it is just her seal, so chill out. While Ray acts all unsure, Ara explains the mark is just some magic she gifted him. She jokes she basically gave herself away, like how humans say they called dibs. The elf promises to stay close, hoping her gift protects him. He just stares at his hand, totally shocked. He smirks, rolling with it. He thanks her with a grin, promising they will meet again. Time jumps and the two are trekking through the woods. The girl is beaming. She is following him around like a puppy. He turns around, asking why she is so hyped. She is stoked to see her boss again. He thinks the wildlife just broke her. They head out, and he calls her saint. He checks out the sky as they leave. Sunset hits and he gets deep. She asks if he is sad about leaving the forest. He is coming back, so no worries. He asks if the saints will honor his deal. She says the first deal might need a tweak, but the rest should be solid. He glares, totally annoyed. He tells her to move it while she just laughs. Narrative says the trip is on. They roll into town right as the sun goes down. Checking the map, he remembers Ireel mentioned a pit stop before the Empire. She says they hit the Royal Road first, not the Empire directly. The map shows they travel through Celia to meet a dispatch squad, and then they finally head for the Holy Empire. She says let's get moving, while he wonders why she is so pumped for this. He figures the Royal Road is a 4-day trip. He thinks he could sprint it in 1 day with magic, but he hates detours. He starts stretching for a massive run, which totally confuses the poor girl. She shows up with a horse, losing her mind that he wanted to run it. He claims running would be way faster, leaving her completely baffled. She explains that even with holy power, the distance is too far to just run on mana alone. He knows his mana vessels could handle it, and he'd be faster than any horse, but he does not want to be a jerk about her effort. He gives in and agrees to take the horse instead of burning himself out. She only bought 1 horse to save money, warning him it will be a cramped ride, but he says he cannot ride anyway, so off they go. They blast off towards Celia. That night, they camp, and he offers to cook dinner. He sparks the fire with a quick spell. The flames go wild, impressing his friend. Check it out, she is floored he can sling magic with just a word. She tags his skill as a level 2 circle mage. He brushes it off while stirring the dinner pot. With another casual spell, he fills the thing with fresh water. Pot ready, water set. Now he just needs the groceries. But when he grabs some funky plant, she loses her mind and screams for him to drop it. He tells her this spicy herb is actually fire and reminds her she has eaten it before. Cue the internal screaming. He realizes she was chewing on raw leaves instead of the actual edible roots. Teasing her a bit, he explains only the roots are good. Those super healthy leaves are bitter as heck. She is low-key mad he did not tell her this sooner. To make up for it, he hands her a bowl of stew. She takes the bowl, acting all shy. She eyes the creamy stew and all the tasty bits floating inside. It looks and smells incredible. She is shocked. She grabs a big spoonful and finally takes a bite. One bite, and she is gone. It is delicious. He watches her inhale the food, wondering if the Empire actually feeds its people. Kid is weirder than he thought. He tells her to chill as she goes to town on the food by the fire. Next morning, Celia finally appears. She points out the massive castle that basically owns the whole skyline. They cruise through the packed market. She brags about the size and asks if he is glad he tagged along. They hit Celia Castle, and she mentions the squad should be waiting. He is feeling the pressure since it is his first time, and he hopes nothing explodes. They roll up to the gate. The guards bow down and give the saint a big welcome back. Then the guard looks at the kid. Who is the tag-along? She introduces him as a legit saint. She keeps poking him to own the title. He is dying inside. Playing along, he introduces himself as Saint Ray. They get a full escort through the fancy halls straight toward the throne room. The big shots greet her, saying it is great to see her back here again. She reports that the Celia mission is done. She asks them to send word they are heading back to the Empire tomorrow with the new saint. The priest agrees to set everything up. She tells Rai he can kick back now and offers to show him where he is crashing for the night. The door opens and his jaw drops. This room is totally insane. It is like a 5-star hotel he could never afford back on Earth. He is floored he gets to crash somewhere this fancy. She asks if he likes the room, and he jokes about the price tag. She tells him to get some sleep because they are hitting the road for the Empire at dawn. She gives him a creepy smirk and says she will see him first thing in the morning. As she leaves, he is just standing there confused. That vibe was weird. He wonders what she is actually up to. He knows she is plotting something, but whatever. He relaxes in his robe and flops onto the bed. Tomorrow, they finally head to the Empire. Drifting off, he wonders if the Holy Empire is actually going to be cool. Morning hits the castle. There is a knock on the door. Time to wake up, Saint. Still groggy but ready, he tells the saint he is all set. She smiles and says, if he is ready, they should move out. She is all dressed up and announces they are meeting His Majesty. Rai repeats the words. Then the absolute weight of that hits him like a truck. Panic mode. He asks her to repeat that. Who exactly are they going to meet? She clarifies they are meeting the King of the Empire, and he is internally screaming. He is mad she did not mention this yesterday. She just brushes it off, saying there is no reason to be nervous about a quick goodbye report. He snaps back that he needed to learn how to not look like a total peasant. She admits she kept it quiet so he would actually sleep. She asks if that is really a problem. Rai realizes he just got played. Her kindness is a total trap. Inside the throne room, a voice welcomes them and praises their work. The king asks if Rai is the new saint. Rai just says yes. Rai realizes this guy is the real deal, the actual king of Celia. He welcomes them warmly, and Iriel thanks him for letting them rest up first. They stand before the throne. Iriel bows like a pro while Rai tries his best to look normal. She has to nudge him because he totally forgets to bow. He quickly copies her move. Rai whispers, asking if she skipped the etiquette lessons just to make him look stupid. The king tells them to look up and thanks them for everything. He mentions they are heading back today, and she confirms the plan. She says they could only do it with his help and sends the Empire's love. The king laughs it off and wishes them luck and some divine protection on the road. Iriel mentions that staying in Celia let them find the saint, and he promises he will square things with the king. The king mulls it over, saying he will definitely call in that favor when he needs a solid. He confirms one more time that Rai is the saint. Rai just introduces himself. Checking Rai out, the king notices 0 mana. To him, the guy looks way more like a swordsman than some mage. Totally relieved, the king decides this kid is not a real threat and figures he is just some random guy. He says it is a huge honor to meet a saint and saintist. Rai thanks him but whispers about leaving. Just as they are about to bail, the king stops Ariel. He reminds her about that promise to pay him back. Caught off guard, she asks what is up. He hesitates for a second before finally opening up about his problem. The king spills that his cousin, the Archduke's daughter, is in trouble. She is suffering from some mystery illness that no priest can actually touch. He begs them to visit her, which makes Rai start screaming internally. Rai wants to shut it down since they have a long road ahead, but she just goes ahead and agrees. Rai is losing his mind as she tells him there is no way she can turn down a royal request. The king is stoked and thanks her, confident that their crazy powers can fix whatever is wrong with the girl. Ariel plasters on a fake smile, hating this. Later in the courtyard, Ray is throwing a fit about this massive detour. He is venting about their trip being delayed again while she nervously tries to explain why they have to go. She tells him that since he is part of the Empire now, he needs to learn how to use his powers for the good of the world. Rai points out that hitting the Archduke's place first is going to add forever to their trip, and she finally admits it. Fine. He finally caves and accepts the plan. Rai figures if someone is actually sick, they should help. A doctor goes where the patients are, no questions asked. The narration hits on his core vibe. A real doctor's duty is to help patients, no matter where they are. Meanwhile, a knight apologizes to the group as they start getting the caravan ready to roll out. A senior priest grumbles that they already told the Holy Empire they were returning. Approving this detour is a massive headache. Ariel explains it was a direct ask from the King of Cilia. She apologizes, saying she really could not refuse him. When asked about the pay, she finds out there is none. This whole trip is just to pay back their rent. Admitting the king has the right to ask, the priest agrees to let the Holy Empire know they will be late. Ariel thanks him. She and Ray scramble to get moving immediately to save some time. Rai remembers how people always overreact to his meds. He still thinks about the absolute circus his very first patient caused. He wonders how patient number 2 will handle it as their convoy rolls deep into the forest during the sunset. Sunset hits and the group sets up camp. The knights and priests pitch tents and lead the saints to their area. Over in another tent, people are whispering and pointing at Rai, calling him the new saint. They mention he looks way better than the rumors said and decide to go over. One girl shyly asks for his attention. She offers to help him with whatever he needs, but he just gives her a polite no thanks. 2 sisters ask to sit with him because they are curious about his work. Ray just smiles and tells them to sit anywhere. The girls start blushing, totally losing it over his kindness. As they chat, they thank him for the plant he shared. He explains it is a special herb from the elven forest. The sun sets, ending this part of the journey. The young man leaves some hyper kids behind while he gets lost in thought about this new saint guy. Hiding behind a tree, he hears some priests questioning if they should even be following such a young saint. The priests trash talk the saint, calling him a selfish brat and bringing up some elf drama. The boy is getting really annoyed by their backstabbing gossip. The priests figure that once they hit the Holy Empire, the truth will come out. They assume the kid is just a figurehead. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts in, asking exactly what they just said. The saint pops up right in front of the gossiping priests and demands they say that trash to her face. With a scary smile, she repeats their figurehead insult back to them. She asks if she somehow misheard their little trash-talking session. Still grinning, she presses them on why they were running their mouths about her and the saint. She tells them to continue. When they go quiet, she warns them that their silence basically means they stand by every word she heard. She tells them she is going to assume those insults were legit, meaning she is now free to handle them, however. This shaky priest starts stuttering about how they were just giving her credit. She snaps back, asking who gave them the green light to play her lawyer when she never asked for their help. An old priest sprints in, yelling for the saintess to wait up. He begs her for mercy, saying the kid just messed up. He barks at the juniors to say sorry, but the saintess asks if a simple "my bad" even cuts it. She trashes them for low-key dissing a saint as some dumb puppet and wonders why they think they deserve a pass. She reminds the crowd that saints are handpicked by God. Disrespecting them is basically flipping off the big man himself. She calls their trash talk straight-up desecration. Hiding close by, the kid hears her say a basic apology is worthless without a real excuse. He gets a bad feeling if they cannot explain this away. Things are going to get real ugly. The boy mumbles that if their logic flops, he has no clue how bad this might go. One of the trash-talking priests loses it, sobbing and begging Lord Iriel to forgive him for running his mouth. The saintess screams that he is crying to the wrong guy and rips into him for not apologizing to the actual saint. Under her breath, she muses that some folks cannot even say sorry, even when they actually want to. The kid wonders if he just heard her talking about herself. He thinks about how brutal that saint title is for a girl her age and how much weight she carries. It hits home back in his past life as a genius surgeon, he dealt with that same insane level of pressure. Time to crash the party. He gets ready to jump out and asks if they are finally done talking. Stepping out from the shadows, he says he could not stand listening to any more of their drama. The priests freeze. He mentions that everyone clearly sees him as just some kid with a fancy title. The loudmouths start backpedaling, swearing they did not mean it like that while trying to explain. He admits they are actually right. If he just sat around, he really would be a fake saint, which shocks everyone. He explains that without real power, showing up at the Empire would have made him the perfect puppet, God-chosen or not. He calls them out, saying that is exactly what they are all thinking as they look away in guilt. The saint snaps that nobody thinks that and insists God definitely had a good reason for picking him out. He clarifies that plenty of people in the Empire see him as a joke, and there is not much he can do. Since these guys trashed his name, he asks if he can judge them himself. What if he decided to get medieval? People whisper that the Inquisitors could grab them or even kill them for this, which absolutely terrifies the guilty priests. Shaking with fear, the priests beg the saint for a second chance. The kid goes quiet while everyone stares. He notes there are probably tons of people calling him a fake, a brat, or a total fraud who should not be a saint. Talking to the whole crowd, he admits their shade is actually fair. He is just a kid with no power, no allies, and zero street cred here. That is why he is spending years in the Empire to prove himself. The knights and priests are like, what are you even trying to show us? He swears that everyone talking smack will regret it. Every person who disrespected him will remember this moment as his official promise to them. To back that up, he announces he is not punishing anyone tonight, which leaves the guilty duo completely shocked. Through tears, the priests admit they were totally wrong to talk trash. They promise to repent and learn. He calmly says he hopes they regret this even more later, and that he is going to bring some actual honor back to this holy empire. Under the moonlight, he realizes keeping this promise might take a long time. Still, he is going all in. He is determined to make every single person regret the way they treated him today. The crowd watches in total awe as glowing symbols pop up above them. It shows how serious his vow is. The whole camp drops to their knees under the stars, finally respecting him. Later at the campfire, someone walks up and says that speech was legendary, calling him Ariel. The saintess mocks his dramatic line about making everyone regret their choices. He just tells her to go ahead and laugh. She sees him heating up old stew, and he mentions the priest actually ate his portion earlier. He says all that drama made him starving and offers her some stew while it is still hot. She grins and takes the bowl. Right then, they both see a shooting star blaze across the dark sky. The saint cheers, saying she has not looked at the stars in ages. Seeing a shooting star is definitely good luck. The kid thinks back to his past life, where his name actually meant shooting star, just like that. He realizes he is getting used to the name Ray. He remembers that in his old world, people made wishes on stars, and the saintist gets super hyped about it. She folds her hands like she is praying, making him wonder why a literal saint buys into myths. She brings up an old story. Seeing a shooting star with someone means you will die happy together. Ray is not vibing with that. He thinks the whole idea of a happy death is total nonsense. She admits she does not buy it either, but wonders about a happy ending while watching the sky rain fire. Next morning, the sun hits the forest road. The carriage rolls up to the Silo estate while a lookout shouts the news. Inside, Ariel notes they are finally entering the Duke's territory. When asked where to go first, she says they need to hit up the Duke the second they arrive. She realizes they are on a tight schedule. The plan? Treat the Duke's family fast, then bolt for the Holy Empire so they are not late for the baptism. At the estate, the Duke rolls out the red carpet, claiming he has been waiting since he heard the news. Introducing himself as the Duke of Silos, he is super grateful they traveled all this way for his sick daughter. Ariel plays it cool, saying saints are just here to deliver blessings, so he can finally stop stressing out. The Duke is a nervous wreck. He begs them to check her fast, saying he cannot stand to see her suffer anymore. Ariel agrees to jump right in, and the Duke promises he will do literally anything if they can save her. Ray sees how much the Duke respects Ariel, both as a saint and a person. A maid leads them down the long hall toward the sick girl's room. At the door, the maid addresses Lady Ela, announcing that the saints have arrived. When they see the girl, it is a total shock. Ray is internally screaming at the sight of her condition. Her body is half covered in nasty red spots. She sits on her bed looking miserable, skin blotched with lesions. Ray's doctor brain kicks in, identifying it as a severe case of dermatitis. This is way worse than he thought. He is low-key furious at whoever was treating her before for letting it get this bad. Isla tries to hide, calling herself hideous. Ariel just uses her soft voice and asks for the girl's hand. Ela reluctantly holds out her spotted hand. Ariel takes it, comforting her and saying she has been brave, but the pain ends today. Suddenly, divine light starts glowing. Ariel channels some serious holy power straight into the poor girl's body. Ela feels the buzz as her skin starts changing. Both the Duke and Ray are stunned by the sheer power. Ariel keeps the golden energy flowing through their connected hands. Isla looks down, totally shook. She stares at her hands and realizes the gross spots are actually disappearing. She starts crying, shouting that she is healed. Ariel just smiles and says the treatment is officially over. Ariel tells the Duke his nightmare is over. He gasps, rushing to his daughter as she hugs him, both thanking God for the miracle. The Duke is straight up sobbing. He thanks Ariel for ending 8 years of hell and swears he owes her forever. Ariel stays humble, saying there is no need to thank her personally. She gives all the credit to God. Ray is stunned that a chronic skin disease just vanished instantly because of her touch. It messes with him. What is the point of medicine in a world where miracles exist? Night hits the castle. The Duke throws a massive party, telling them to pig out on all the food he prepped. Ariel is polite as always, but Ray just sits there in his own head, barely touching his plate. The Duke's son hypes Ariel up, saying the rumors about her kindness were true and thanks her for saving his sister. Ariel says it was an honor and she will pass the thanks to God, which makes everyone even more impressed. Ray, however, just sits there, brooding in silence. The Duke notices and asks if the food is not good enough. Ray fakes a smile, saying he was just lost in thought and apologizes for the vibe. Ariel covers for him, telling the Duke that Ray just has a lot on his mind and not to worry. Later, she pulls him aside to see if he is okay, but he blames it on being tired. The Duke buys it, telling Ray to crash early since they are staying the night at the castle. Alone, Ray wonders why he worked so hard to become a doctor in his previous life. He remembers being a burnt-out student, studying until dawn. He feels bitter that even with all his medical knowledge from the old world, it all feels useless here. In his mind, he faces his former self, wondering if he should abandon his old identity and just be Ray. He is lying there awake when someone knocks and asks if the saint is sleeping. Ray just stays in bed, ghosting the world. Through the door, Ariel begs him not to give up on himself just yet. She tells him everyone hits a wall sometimes. She just hopes this drama doesn't wreck everything he has worked so hard for. Honestly, his sarcastic, funny self is way better than this tired, moping mess. She really misses the old, grumpy version. That hits home. Rai sits up, whispering her words back to himself, reminding his brain not to lose heart. He realizes that even though he is Rai now, he is still the son of the legendary Dr. Becky. He decides he needs to find his own unique move. Meanwhile, Ariel is outside, nervously rehearsing exactly what she wants to say. Twiddling her thumbs, she finally finds the guts to tell him to keep fighting. Ray gives her a soft smile and thanks her, saying it actually helped a ton. She finally breathes again. Next morning, he calls her over, and she chirps back, totally stoked. He smirks, asking if that was her first time playing therapist. She immediately turns bright red and starts tripping over words. Suddenly, a massive shout rips through the castle. Someone is seriously losing their mind over there. The Duke is losing it. His daughter was fine yesterday, but now she is sick again. He wants answers right now. Holding Ela close, he screams for the saint to get here fast. Outside the tower, everyone is wondering what the chaos is about. The Duke is basically crying, saying Ela's symptoms are back. He is terrified that the whole treatment was a total fail. Ariel is baffled. She thought she fixed her, but she agrees to give the healing magic another shot anyway. The Duke gives the green light while poor Ela lies there, covered in spots again. But Rai jumps in and tells Ariel to hold up. She is shocked as he steps into the spotlight. Isla is super embarrassed by the new sores. She tells him to look away and hide her face. Rai stays cool, just asking for her hand. The Duke is skeptical. Why would this new guy succeed when the High Saint already failed to fix her? Ray levels with them. If his hunch is right, he is the only one who can actually fix this mess. The Duke is like, "What do you mean, the only one? Explain yourself, kid." Rai breaks it down. Aerial magic is just a temporary band-aid. What happens when the rash comes back after they are long gone? He tells them Isla does not need more saintly miracles. She needs a totally different kind of fix that only he knows how to handle. The guy stands his ground, declaring that he is the one who needs to treat this girl. The Duke is skeptical, noting that Rai has zero magic powers. He demands to know what the boy even plans on doing. The kid explains his method is not about magic. It is about using real-world knowledge and science to actually cure her disease. Covered in sores, Isla agrees that trusting Rai is their last shot. They have tried everything else, so she wants to believe he can actually pull this off and fix her skin. Touched by her bravery, the Duke finally caves and gives the green light for the boy to start the treatment. Then, the Duke literally begs the saint to please, just save his little girl. The saint promises he will get her healthy again. Next day, he starts playing detective to find out what is actually causing this skin infection. First, he checks the hygiene. But since the laundry is done daily, he realizes being dirty is not the problem here. Since the castle has a magic shield, he also rules out any nasty parasites from the outside world. He looks at her diet and spots a pattern. Flour is in literally everything. People in this fantasy world eat way too much bread and wheat products. He notices even the steaks are breaded or served with big piles of doughy sides. Since she gets worse right after eating, he starts to get a very specific idea about what is wrong. He remembers that flour is packed with that sticky protein called gluten. He realizes Ela has gluten sensitivity dermatitis. It is just an allergy-based skin condition that is actually pretty easy to handle. But he is bummed that this world does not have the modern meds to just pop a pill and fix it. Since he cannot cook up lab-grade medicine, he decides a diet change is the only way. He tells the staff to cut out every single food on his list. Things are quiet in the room until a maid calls out to Ela. The girl gives a tired, sleepy response from her bed. Rai asks if he can come in. Ela quickly sits up and invites him in, while he says sorry for bothering her. Rai says hi and tells her he is there for a checkup. He sees her rash looks worse and knows for a fact it is the food. He tells her there are some major rules they need to go over right now. He tells her no more bread or flour, and she absolutely cannot scratch those spots, no matter how much they itch. She is shocked about the whole no bread rule. But then he says this is literally the only way to help her out. Isla is a total bread lover, so giving it up sounds like a nightmare. For a second, she wonders if he is just messing with her. She asks if he is not going to use cool magic or something. Rai tells her that controlling what she eats is the treatment, and they have to stop this rash fast. He says he will personally pop and scrub her blisters daily while keeping a close eye on her. He wraps things up by telling her to crash, since solid sleep is a total game changer. Solo now, Hila is skeptical. No bread? That sounds like a total joke and completely insane. Outside, Ariel checks in, and Rai says things are getting worse. Ariel wants to just spam some holy power again. Rai counters that her last holy fix was just a band-aid, and the gross symptoms came right back. Ariel is shocked that just changing a diet could fix this. Why did nobody think of this before? She trusts him, but warns that the king is not a fan. They need to bounce from this duchy fast. Rai admits to himself that she is right. Time is definitely running out. Ariel says puppy dog eyes won't change the politics. Ray clenches his fist, knowing this case decides how he treats every patient from now on, not just saving this one girl. He asks her for exactly 1 week to show everyone his method actually works. He swears he will fix Hila in 7 days. Ariel just watches him, weighing his insane confidence. Isla is screaming no from her room. Ray forced her to chug water, roasting her for skipping her daily goals. He orders her to drink 3 liters a day, which is 21 liters a week, pure hydration mode. Isla complains about drinking so much plain water and doubts this basic stuff can even help her out. Rai explains that allergies trigger histamine in the body. He tells her to just trust the process and drink. He adds that too much histamine actually hurts allergic folks, even though it is supposed to be protecting them. He says water helps cells work right and calms those reactions down. Then, he shoves the glass her way again. He keeps pouring water down her throat, reminding her there is still another full cup left to chug. While choking it down, Isla thinks this saint is just a hot psycho. 4 days pass by at the castle. She spends those days hating him while eating flour-free meals and being forced to chug tons of water. Since she has no choice, she just follows the plan. Suddenly, her skin clears up fast. She is absolutely shocked when she catches her reflection in the mirror. She tells Rai the rash vanished after she ditched the bread and hit the water. She can't believe it actually worked. Rai says, stay careful. Consistency with the treatment is the only way this really works. Isla happily agrees. Rai notes that even though he worried people here might be different from his world, those fears were basically for nothing at all. He figures her full recovery is a lock, but he hints that day 6 is when things start getting messy. A plate smashes on the floor. Looks like trouble is brewing. Hila starts craving bread like crazy and begins acting like a total junkie going through withdrawals. See, flour is life in this world, so cutting it out meant a massive crash was always coming. Rai panics. If she eats bread now, all his hard work goes down the drain. He screams at her. He needs a distraction for her cravings. He tells her to stop crying or she will just get dehydrated. Rai starts carving a little figurine while someone calls his name. He tells Ireel he is crafting pieces for a new game. She is totally confused by the idea, so he asks her to check one out. He holds up the carved piece and asks what she thinks it is. Ariel says it looks like a castle or a crown, and Rai confirms she is right. Happy that she gets the vibe, Rai, hyped up, tells Ireel to follow. She mutters some trash under her breath for being ditched mid-sentence. Deep in the castle, someone shows up after being summoned by the big-shot saint. Rai gathers the Duke and Isla to ask for a major favor. He needs the Duke's help with a plan that should stop Isla from totally tweaking over her bread withdrawal. The Duke eyes the piece in Ray's hand and asks what he is looking at. Rai pulls out a board and introduces them to chess. It is a game where you lead an army to trap the enemy king. Real leader stuff. He notes that every piece on the board has its own movement rules. Holding the king, he explains how slow it is compared to the queen, who can basically go anywhere. Every piece has a job, and he promises to break down the rules for each one. After the lesson, the Duke and Isla think chess is genius and great for war. Even their dad would love this. Ray suggests they give it a shot with a match between Isla and Ariel. They sit down, totally hyped and ready to battle. He tells them to begin. Hila accepts the challenge, promising she won't go easy on the holy saints. Rai notices Hila is already obsessed with chess. Perfect. That should keep her mind off the junk. Over on the board, Isla drops a nervous check with her knight. Ariel claps back with zero chill, bragging about the Holy Empire's power while crushing the board. She tells Isla to just quit and bow down already. Hila is drowning and finally taps out while Ariel cheers about how much this game rocks. The Duke steps up next, demanding a rematch to get some payback for his sister. Ariel is acting like a total boss, claiming everyone will lose to the Empire, even if they go first. Rai is actually shocked they are this into it. During the match, the Duke lands a slick check, making Ariel groan. Ariel gives him props for the move, but the Duke brags he will not go down that easy. He tells her to quit stalling and move so he can show off his family's true power. Rai sees them going full try-hard and reminds them this was just supposed to be a distraction for Ela. Chill out, guys. Before long, the Duke drags his dad over to show off the game, hyping it up and explaining the Saint invented it. Hope is digging it, calling chess a high-level way to test out military brains. The Duke is floored, thinking Rai is legit chosen by God while dreaming up ways to use the game. Rai narrates that once the Duke got obsessed with chess, things in the castle started getting weird. A week passes with zero word from the Duke. Rai is getting twitchy and notices some shady courtyard vibes. He spots the servants huddled over a board and wonders why everyone is suddenly a chess grandmaster. Then he sees more staff carving out pieces and realizes something is seriously going on here. Everywhere he looks, people are either playing or waiting their turn. Rai is completely baffled. He never thought chess would literally hijack the entire castle like this, honestly. Rai and Ariel get called to the big hall where the Duke is chilling on his throne. They step up in front of him, and he hits them with a formal greeting. The Duke is impressed that Rai cured Ela so fast and made a fire game. He is definitely a fan. He gives Rai a huge thanks, seeing how much better Ela looks. Speaking as a totally relieved dad, he is beyond grateful for saving his girl from that nightmare. Ariel passes all the credit to Rai, saying the win is totally thanks to the Saint's treatment. The Duke says she helped too, but he has got to give the biggest shout out to Rai. To apologize for being a hater earlier, he hands Rai a fancy box. Rai opens it and stays shocked. Inside is an heirloom ring from a dwarf they once saved. Rai is floored they would give away a family treasure. The Duke won't take no for an answer, even though Rai says it is way too expensive to accept. Inside, Rai is doing a victory dance over the rare loot while the Duke promises it is totally fine. The Duke tells him to put it on. Rai slips the ring on but notices it is a bit too big to wear all day. Suddenly, the ring magically shrinks to fit. The Duke hints that dwarf gear usually comes with some extra hidden perks. Rai gives the Duke another sincere thanks. He says the dwarf who made it would be stoked a Saint is wearing it. The Duke notes they are heading to the Empire tomorrow and confirms the plan. He offers to sponsor the whole trip so they travel in style, telling them to get some sleep first. He thanks them one last time as night finally falls over the castle. While they are relaxing, Ariel says the Duke is actually a solid guy, though Rai guesses all that generosity might just be a political move. Rai is wondering why she is being so suspicious when suddenly there is a knock at the door. Both of them are caught off guard by a visitor this late. They definitely were not expecting company. As the door slowly opens, Rai wonders who is creeping at this hour. It is Hope and Isla, apologizing for dropping in since they heard the Saint is leaving. Hope says it is wild to meet the legendary Saint who cured his sister and invented chess. He just wanted to say thanks personally. Rai plays it cool like it was no big deal, while Ariel admits she actually enjoyed hanging out with them. Hope invites them to a late-night picnic in the back garden to do some stargazing together. Rai and Ariel think that sounds like a vibe and totally accept the invite. Hope and Ela are hyped and rush off to get ready, promising to wait for them in the garden. Once they leave, Rai asks Ariel why she is giggling. She says she finds this whole little farewell party vibe pretty charming. Rai realizes that since he is always buried in work and everyone is scared of him, he never gets to make real friends like this. Ariel realizes maybe the world kept spinning while she was stuck in her own mission bubble. She is vibing with this weird, warm feeling this whole crazy experience gave her. Ray starts thinking back to the very first time he actually crossed paths with Ariel. He remembers her being a cold, goal-obsessed machine, nothing like this. Back then, Irene was straight up savage, literally leaving a trail of bloodied enemies in her wake, total nightmare fuel. He realizes the old version of Irene officially no longer exists. She is a whole different person now. After a friend snaps her out of her trance to keep moving, he decides it was Irene who finally leveled up her soul. Out in the garden at night, someone waves the Saints over to a secret little spot. They find this chill outdoor tea party where the host says the snacks do not matter as long as the squad is together. Rai tells the blonde girl she better skip the flower once he leaves or her sickness is coming back. He says she is not cured yet because her body treats flour like straight poison, making a full recovery super tricky. He trolls her, saying if she skips bread for 5 whole years, she might get better. She looks absolutely terrified. While the girl is sobbing over bread, the Duke tells Rai and Irie he has a surprise ready. He fires off a light spell to brighten things up. Boom. Fireworks explode across the dark sky. Rai watches the show with a weirdly happy look on his face. Chilling by the fountain, Rai says the fireworks are fire, and the Duke is hyped that he actually likes the show. Rai mentions that show probably burned through a ton of mana. The Duke just says he wanted to go all out since they might never meet again. Rai is actually touched. He smiles and offers to return the favor for the Duke going so hard. He starts chanting a crazy combo of light and explosion magic. This massive wave of blue energy starts charging up. Ray's spell drops an even bigger neon fireworks show. Inside the cathedral, people are staring through the massive stained glass windows in awe. The old Duke catches the whole epic show from his library window. Totally stoked, The blonde girl yells that Ray's magical flames are the prettiest thing she has ever seen. The Duke is blown away by Ray's magic skills and swears he will never forget tonight. Ray is just glad to make memories with the squad, even though he admits he was once pretty rattled. Thinking it over as they lounge on the picnic blanket, Ray admits he used to bury his dreams just to make magic easier, but now he knows his medicine is the real deal. He says he made new friends and built some seriously epic memories along the way. He is going to keep traveling to save as many souls as possible before the squad finally heads out for the Holy Empire. Ray and the dispatch squad hit the road for the Holy Empire Gaia. It is a long haul, but the Duke's fat stack of cash makes the trip super smooth. The squad knows Ray is the reason they are eating good, and they are definitely enjoying every bite. His street cred with the group keeps climbing. After days of roughing it, Ray thinks he is finally used to camping when someone shouts his name. Ray spins around, totally caught off guard by the shout. A nun says they are obsessed with that chess game he made up and even started a club to master it. She and a whole mob of priests and nuns want some pro tips. Ray cannot believe how many people actually want to play. Rai says whatever since he was bored, and they are stoked, but in his head, he is planning to absolutely crush them, beginners or not. No mercy. The nervous group starts to think they made a huge mistake. This is the start of the official dispatch squad chess tournament. Ray smokes one nun with a 4-move checkmate. She is completely shook. Then he drops a knight just as fast. The guy is literally yelling, wondering how he lost in only 4 turns. These guys do not know Rai used to play in world tournaments. Everyone is getting wrecked in 7 moves or less. Some only lasted 4. Ray goes undefeated in the whole bracket, leaving everyone seriously impressed with his skills. The squad is stunned by his flawless record, and his reputation hits an all-time high. Just another day at the camp. The next morning is chill until hoofbeats echo through the trees. Ray complains that it feels like they are moving at a snail's pace. He asks if the road is just too trash. Irie tells him the path gets better soon and they are almost at the Holy Empire. Total relief. Boom. The carriage slams into something, throwing Ray right onto Irie as he screams out a warning. A knight spots the chaos and jumps into action. Scouts yell that a pack of ogres just spawned. Everyone, gear up for war. Rai hears the monsters growling outside and asks if they should jump in. Iria thinks the knights have it. One knight wants to help just to get the show back on the road, assuming there are just a few ogres. Irie breaks it down if they move. The knights have to switch formations to protect them, which just causes massive confusion and drama. She tells Rai to trust the Holy Empire Knights. Ray says she has a point, but he's still totally sketched out. This massive ogre grabs a giant boulder, winding up for a total knockout blow. He chucks that rock at the knights. Some old pro steps up and slices it mid-air with one epic strike. Dude says this beast is way tougher than he thought. We are definitely in for a long night, guys. Commander Hario yells at the squad to tighten up. They gotta protect the healers and those high and mighty saintly types. Keep those monsters away from the VIPs, he barks. Then someone screams for him to watch out because an attack is coming in hot. Hario blanks. He's toast. An ogre's giant fist is screaming right for his face. Ray jumps in, popping a glowing cross shield just before the ogre turns Hario into a human pancake. Ray just grins, glad he helped, but roasts Hario for almost getting himself totally wrecked like a rookie. Hario's freaking out. Why is the saint on the front lines? This is way too sketchy, man. Rai's like, chill, I've got this. Besides, this ogre's way stronger than you, old man. He starts charging a massive spell as the beasts rush him. Ray locks in, weaving together some seriously heavy-duty, multi-element magic mojo. He drops a combo spell, roots, spears, and a fire blast. Hario's jaw drops, asking if the kid is even okay. Ray's like, no biggie, we're a team. You had my back there too, didn't you? Hario's thinking, how can a 15-year-old kid pull off magic this insanely powerful? It's just not normal. Ray's asking if barbecued ogre tastes any good. Meanwhile, Hario's tripping because the kid just stacked high-level spells with a tiny whisper. Hario realizes that Ray's basically a god. He's hitting 6th circle power, way past what any normal human should ever handle. Later, she calls him Lord Saint, and he actually answers. She tells him to quit acting like a magic prodigy. Ray's just bummed that's her only vibe today. He's totally let down. Ray's like, hold up, something's wrong. That ogre shouldn't have been that jacked. He tells Irene they gotta bounce before more show up, but she's like, it's too late. Bushes start rustling and boom, goblins everywhere. They're totally surrounded, and it's looking bad. Hario can't believe it. Trashy little goblins actually trying to stop them on the road to the Empire? He tells the knights to clear them out fast. One guy charges in, ready to slice a goblin open, but the goblin just dips out of the way. The knight's like, no way, since when are they fast? The goblin hits back hard, leaving the knight bleeding and totally wrecked. The bleeding knight is stunned by the goblin's raw power. Then he sees it a goblin charging up a magic sphere. Goblins aren't supposed to do that. Ray and Irene notice these aren't your average weak sauce goblins. They're built different. Irene sighs and steps up. Looks like we're gonna have to clean up this mess ourselves. Irene dives into the fray. She's a golden blur, just straight up tossing goblins like they're nothing. Ray admits that when things get physical, Irene might actually be scarier than him. Suddenly, some guy yells, "Watch out," as a goblin lunges at Ray. Ray just chills and drops a wind cutter, shredding that goblin into literal pieces. They're fighting back to back, but the goblins just keep coming. They know if this drags on, they're cooked. Ray's like, "We need to nuke them all at once. Watch this." He shouts at the mob, making them stop and stare. He uses an aggravation skill, making faces and mocking them to get every single monster's attention. The goblins lose it. They're screaming and chasing Rai as he bails, leading the whole pack away from the group. Irene's like, "Is that even a real spell?" Rai sprints deep into the woods with the horde right on his heels. He stops by a tree, getting ready for the big reveal. Goblins everywhere. Ray's like, "Okay, that's a lot." He makes sure he's far enough away to drop a massive bomb without hurting the squad. He sparks up a fireball right in front of the whole mob. The goblins just laugh, calling him a pathetic human. Ray smirks. "Oh, you think this is funny? Just you wait." Suddenly, a rain of fireballs drops from the sky, and the goblins start screaming. "Get the picture yet?" Rai asks. "I made sure every single one of you gets his own personal fireball." The goblins go dead silent. Then, a massive explosion just absolutely deletes that whole part of the forest. A massive shockwave sends Hario and his knights flying. Hurio spots the explosion coming right from where the saint vanished. Panicked, he sprints toward the smoke, screaming to see if the saint is actually still alive. He finds a giant smoking crater and loses it, but Ray just casually strolls out of the haze, telling the squad to move their butts since they have a schedule. Rai grins, telling everyone to hurry up and get out of the forest. He hopes they do not run into more creeps. The others agree it is time to bounce and get ready. Later that night, Ray tells Irie there is something weird on his mind. He asks if monsters are always this beefy, and she says definitely not. That is why the squad almost got smoked today. Then, she cautiously gets real about his mana supply. She explains that the Holy Empire's baptism will wipe his mana completely. Shocked, Ray asks if it really just vanishes into thin air. Eerie explains that during the ritual, God hands out holy power. But since a regular body can only hold one type of fuel and holy power counts as mana, the old stuff has to go. She warns that if holy power hits a body full of mana, the clash makes the person literally explode. So, before getting filled with the good stuff, your old mana is slowly drained and swapped out during the process. Rai asks about people born with 0 mana. I says holy power just slides right in without a fight. Rai notes that mages have circles for storage, but normal folks do not. I admits that is a solid point. She says for those without circles, God builds mana tanks in their bodies during the ritual so they can use power. Once those tanks exist, a system they call taboos keeps all the mana moving through the body in check. Rai asks about taboos, and Irie says it is just slang other saints use. Like divine laws, taboos keep you from saying or doing anything that disrespects their whole religious vibe. Irie bitterly notes it is weird they cannot even speak their minds, and Rai pushes for more. What happens if someone actually breaks a taboo or their faith? Irie says that since taboos control a person's mana supply, breaking them makes every drop of power vanish. She adds that the person will literally blink out of existence along with it. With a creepy smile, Irene says that person would be gone from the world forever. Ray realizes one wrong word could delete a person from existence. It is basically a huge warning to keep your mouth shut. Irie says she has seen many people vanish that way, so she has to keep herself on a short leash. She says these rules won't really mess with Rai, but he should know his current mana is toast. Ray asks if his mana could ever come back once he is holy, worried it is gone for good. I confirms he cannot regenerate mana or use circles ever again. The loss is permanent. She adds that holy power still has perks though. Like, he can still support the squad with buffs even without casting real magic anymore. She notes he would still be a total beast in battle that way, for sure. Ray thinks he would love the holy power if it did not kill his mana. He decides to find a loophole. The next day, a knight yells they are finally hitting the Holy Empire as the huge capital appears. Rai stares out the window, relieved they finally made it after that long trip. Irie tells the driver to head to the capital, Solonia, and the man acknowledges the order. Ray is shocked they are going straight there, worried he has to do the ritual without even a nap. But Irene says the ceremony is not happening yet. She explains the baptism is a huge party. Since Ray knows nothing about the Empire, he has to study up first. Rai agrees that learning the ropes is key and asks exactly who is going to be his teacher for this. Irie says she will do it. She will teach him everything from the ritual and etiquette to the rules and order of the Empire. With a confident smirk, Irene promises Rai she is going to teach him absolutely everything he needs. He rolls up to a massive, breathtaking estate and is already blown away by how impressive the outside looks. Walking in, he realizes the mansion's interior is way fancier than anything back in Silos. He is floored to find out this entire giant place is now his. A guide says this sacred estate houses all saints. It is so exclusive, even the Pope needs a pass, and only elite staff are allowed in. Ariel cheerfully says she will review everything they talked about and be his personal teacher, much to his absolute horror. Wandering alone, he wonders why the estate head who was supposed to brief him is suddenly so slammed. A serious maid greets him formally as a saint. She says she will lead him to his new room. Totally crushed by her alpha vibes, he follows like a lost puppy, low-key impressed by her boss energy. Watching her, he remembers what Ireel said and figures this maid is way more important than she looks. She snaps him back to reality and leads him to his room. When he sees the place, he is floored. It is straight-up mansion status, way too fancy. The maid tells him to crash and heads out while he mumbles a quick thanks for the assist. Alone at last, it finally hits him. This VIP treatment is actually happening. No turning back now. Staring at the grounds at night, he realizes he is actually becoming a saint. But morning comes fast, and Ariel is already writing him to stay focused because there is a ton to learn. She keeps harping on how little time they have, slapping a pointer like some drill sergeant while he stares at the mountain of work. She is all hyped to dive into the handouts, while he is low-key dying inside at her crazy energy. As soon as she starts on page 1, he casually drops that he already memorized the whole thing. She is shocked while he explains the 4-day, 3-stage baptism. He kills it, reciting the whole ceremony greeting God, then the big pilgrimage to announce the new saint to everyone, plus the part about getting holy power alone in a sacred spot, even down to the weird posture rules. Then he rattles off the dinner rules: no talking while chewing and keep your head up like you own the place. Isle is floored that he remembered every single word. She asks if she missed anything, wondering if he is even real. He asks what actually happens in part 3, since the papers just say show sincerity to God, which is super vague. He asks Ireel what she did during her turn just to get a cheat sheet, and she tells him she did absolutely nothing. When he calls her bluff, she swears she is serious. She basically just ate and slept for a week. Then, out of nowhere, her mana vessels formed, and that holy power just started flowing through her like magic. Rai is thinking, how do you not notice your body literally changing? Maybe that is just why they call him God, he figures. Ireel admits his book smarts are solid, but says his attitude is a total mess and needs a major fix. She lectures him that knowing the rules and actually living them are two different things. Since it is time to eat, she decides dinner will be his first big test on proper manners. She is all smiles about testing his skills, while he just gives a tired sigh. At dinner, Ray handles the silverware like a pro, nailing every single table manner he memorized. Ariel watches him and admits he is actually pretty good. He just smirks, acting like it is no big deal. She instantly pivots, saying there is way more to learn and she is ready for more training. Meanwhile, he is wondering what he even signed up for. When he complains she is being way too hard, she snaps at him to cover his mouth while talking. He is totally confused but just shuts up and listens. She warns him those salty nobles will judge every move he makes. She has to drill these habits until they are second nature to him. He is beat and tells her to take 5, but she refuses to quit on such a big mission. She even thinks about staying the night. Euclawwood cuts in politely, apologizing but asking if she can speak. El tells her to go ahead. Euclawwood points out that having a saint crash at the new guy's place is bad news. It is going to start some seriously messy rumors. She knows she might sound a little bit rude, but she is just trying to dodge drama. Ariel stays quiet, obviously rethinking the whole plan in her head. Then she asks Euclawwood what her name is, so the maid answers her. Euclawwood drops her full noble title, revealing she is from the Belacroya family. Ireel is shook. This maid is actually from one of the big 3 noble houses. Inside the Holy Empire, there is a big secret. 3 top-tier noble houses serve the saints, while a few other families are famous for their own big wins. Ariel wonders why someone this high rank is playing maid at the estate. But on the outside, she just nods and agrees they need to be low-key. Deciding the visit is done, Ireel says it is time to bounce, and Rai is totally down with that. As Euclawwood walks out, Ireel makes sure to say she will remember her, which sounds kind of ominous. Rai repeats Euclawwood's full title like a gentleman and thanks her. She just bows and says it is an honor. Hearing that Belacroix name has Rai confused, but he keeps it in mind. He knows it is a big deal. Euclawwood figures anyone with a C title has to be a noble. She is shocked that nobles are even working as servants. Ray realizes if actual nobles are serving him, this saint gig is way bigger than he ever imagined. Night falls, and the estate stays quiet under the stars. A bedroom door creaks open in the pitch-black hall, late-night vibes only. Ray is totally out cold, oblivious to the danger. Euclo hovers close, red eyes glowing, whispering to the sleeping saint over and over. She brushes his face while he snores, her hand chilling on his cheek and neck. Rai sleeps through the poking like a rock. Eucla goes dead silent, just staring with a face he cannot read. Then she just ghosts. Next morning, Ray is vibing with some tea, acting like life is totally normal. He hypes up her tea skills, and she says it is just some Xylon flower petals. Turns out Euclo snuck in so quietly last night that even Ray did not hear a thing. But she did not do anything. The day goes on chill, like the midnight creepiness never happened. Isle is watching from the shadows, still thinking Eucla is super sus. While Ray sips tea and maids whisper gossip, Eucla drops the news that ritual prep is done. He is shocked since he thought they had until the afternoon. Ariel's voice pops into his head, saying there is way more to do, which totally trips him out. She tells him he needs to flex and leave a huge impression on everyone today. Seeing him in the fancy gear, she gushes that he looks so good people will be staring all day. While they walk, someone is apologizing for messing up and promising to fix the staff, while another voice asks if they are there. Eucla confirms the Pope and nobles are inside. Ray takes a deep breath and tries to act tough. At the doors, he realizes there is no turning back now, he just has to send it. He steps out with Eucla behind him. The announcer yells his title, and the crowd goes wild with whispers and gossip. The nobles are shook that this kid is the new saint. One guy sees a chance to climb the ladder and thinks this is his big break. He and another noble rush over to Ray. They are desperate to suck up and meet him. One reaches out a hand, trying to be besties, but Ariel steps in and shuts it down. She roasts the nobles for having zero chill and says they can say hi after the ceremony is over. Scared off, the nobles quickly agree that she is totally right. Eucla tells them to show some respect and stop being rude. People start whispering that she is actually from the Bellicroix family. The nobles apologize, but low-key wonder why a high-class girl is dressed like a common maid. Eucla leads Ray away, saying she is taking him out, while he jokes that they are already out. She says he needs to give a speech at the next stop. Ray starts totally panicking because literally nobody told him he had to stand up and talk. Ariel tells him to just say something nice because people hear what they want. Ray figures these nobles are all the same. Fine. Ray agrees but stresses about his lines while Ariel cheers him on. She smiles and tells him to break a leg. Ray smiles and says he is ready. He looks at the massive crowd from the balcony, feeling a bit better but still totally overwhelmed by everyone. Seeing the crowd, he wonders if the entire country actually showed up today. Eucla hands him a gadget and explains it is a magic tool to make his voice super loud. He is curious but says no thanks. He does not need the tool because blue energy starts glowing around his hand already. While Eucla worries that the crowd won't hear him, he flexes his own magic instead, shooting a massive blue light over the city. Eucla is totally stunned by the raw power. Ray starts his speech, his voice booming across the area with pure magic. He says he is Rai, the new saint, and admits he is just a kid who is still figuring things out. He tells everyone he was just a normal country boy before getting picked for this saint gig. He mentions a promise he made to a few people and says he is going to keep it right now. That promise is to make sure the Holy Empire reaches the absolute top of the food chain. He swears it as a pledge to every person listening. Ray yells that he will make the Gaia Empire the strongest power on the entire continent. He knows talking this big sounds crazy coming from a kid, but he keeps going anyway. With a huge flex of magic, he screams that he is going to prove every single word true. The crowd goes wild, totally moved by his vibe. He finishes by saying that with their support, he can make this promise a reality. Proving his point, he drops a massive meteor spell over the city, flexing magic that usually only the top-tier grand mages can handle. The crowd goes wild, screaming for their new saint while Ray keeps it cool. With one snap, he poofs the meteor before it wrecks anything. While they cheer, Ray asks Eucla where the party is at next, and she is quick to lead the way. She low-key suggests he use his inside voice next time because that magical speaker system was way too loud. We cut to this huge ancient temple where the next part of the ritual is going down. Eucla points out a fancy stone platform and tells him to just flop down right in the middle. She says once he is feeling the vibe, he should ask for a meeting with God. Ray just repeats it, totally confused. Standing there, Ray realizes he has zero clue what to say. He shuts his eyes, wondering if a simple hello would actually reach the big guy. Deep in his own head, he starts calling out over and over, asking if God is home and trying to be polite about it. Suddenly, he thinks he hears Lord God and his eyes snap open. Turns out, he just passed out and took a nap on the hard stone. Total fail. He grumbles about God being a no-show while his back kills him. Man, he really misses his own bed right now. He looks around, wondering where Eucla went. Shockingly, she has been standing there like a statue the whole time. He figures she must be absolutely dead on her feet. Feeling bad, he gets up for her sake, not just his aching back. She asks if God gave him the time of day. Ray, remembering that peaceful silence, brags that he can still hear that holy voice loud and clear. Eucla is shook by his speed, mentioning that even Lord Iriel took a whole day here. Ray is actually surprised. She calls him a true saint while he is internally debating whether to admit he literally just slept the whole time. Somewhere else, in a dark, torchlit tunnel, some shady types are whispering about how this new saint is totally ruining their master plan. They know the Holy Empire is not to be messed with, but they are waiting for the perfect opening. Their boss says when the time comes, they are taking the whole thing down. News travels fast that Ray crushed the ritual way quicker than anyone thought possible. Inside a massive hall, people are buzzing about his speed, saying the next ceremony can start now, especially since Mary Harold is pushing for it. Harold calls his son Beerth over, making sure he has heard about the new guy. Since Ray can summon meteors, Harold wants him on their side. Beerth sees a major chance here and realizes it is finally time to make a move. Walking with his old man, he notes they missed out on the strict saints, but this new one could be their ticket. Meet Beerth, Harold's oldest son, who figures that being besties with the saint will level up their family name. Harold tells him to go charm him at the party. Harold warns Beerth to show some respect no matter how young the kid looks. Do not make him mad. Beerth says he gets it. Alone, Beerth laughs it off, thinking his dad is tripping. He heard the saint is just some clueless kid from the sticks. Staring at the stars, Beerth wonders what kind of messed up games he should play with this new saint. At the party, the nobles are talking trash, whispering that the new saint is actually just a regular commoner. Some guys say Ray just got lucky, and wonder if they should show the kid how things really work in high society. Count Grand's family is listening when someone finally notices a newcomer entering. He points the guy out, which totally catches Beerth off guard. Beerth is low-key panicking because this man never shows up to these things. The announcer calls him out as Zeke from the Trey Duchy. Beerth slaps on a fake smile and tries to welcome Zeke. Trying to be cool, Beerth says he did not expect a big shot from the Trey family here. Zeke just laughs, totally unimpressed. Lady Sareth jumps in, teasing that Zeke did not come just to see Beerth. She asks who he is really looking for. Zeke asks if the saint is here yet, and Sareth realizes he has not met Ray either. Beerth nervously promises the saint is coming and suggests they wait, but Zeke just bounces without a word. Stuck awkwardly, Beerth laughs it off like Zeke is just busy, pretending everything is totally fine. Once Zeke is gone, Beerth loses it, calling him a trashy jerk for making him look like a fool. Man, this fancy room is insane. Did they hook this up just for me? This new fit is literally perfect, I am feeling myself. She says she just eyeballed my size when I arrived. Honestly, her accuracy is straight up spooky. She plays it cool, saying it is just practice. I tell her she is way more impressive than I expected. She nods and leads the way to the big party. I follow, but man, her vibe is totally robotic, like she is a machine. Now we are at the massive banquet. The crowd is already talking trash because the saint is late, wondering what went down. Word on the street is the new saint absolutely crushed his first speech. Some rich snob laughs, calling the saint a total peasant, then demands everyone shut up and listen. The saint is finally here. Ray walks in looking like $1,000,000, and everyone is stunned. This kid is the saint? He is not what they expected at all. They are low-key impressed by how cool and confident he looks. Beerth Harold steps up to introduce himself. Rye stays polite, acting like meeting a herald is actually a big deal. Beerth realizes Rye is basically perfect. While Rye works the room, Beerth starts sweating over his failing plans and moves first. He calls out the fact that Rye was a commoner, desperate to get some kind of leverage over him. Rye says he is from a tiny village. Beerth snickers, hinting this is his first real party since peasants are usually banned. Rye thinks this guy is a joke, but he just nods and agrees he has never been to such an exclusive event. A noble woman steps in, saying Rye isn't a peasant anymore and that idiots like Beerth do not belong here. Rye knows there is always a hater. These people have zero talent, but they love playing games from the sidelines. Honestly, people like that are straight up worse than trash. Ray realizes Beerth thinks money equals value. He decides to just sit back and let the guy dig his own grave. Acting naive, Ray says he does not get that logic. Suddenly, Beerth starts backpedaling like a total coward. Ray gets ready to drop the hammer. Beerth is sweating now, but he keeps pushing the idea that Rye used to be nobody. Someone grabs Beerth's arm right as he tries to pull a sword. Ray is stunned when he sees the guy actually attack. Something blurs across the room. Zeke suddenly appears behind Beerth, using magic to hold a blade right against the guy's throat. Beerth screams like a baby. Ray yells at Zeke for the reckless move, but he is relieved the magic stopped the blade. Then a voice apologizes. Zeke drops to one knee, apologizing for the messy intro. Rye is completely shocked by the gesture. Zeke says he couldn't let Beerth insult the saint. He admits he was rude, but he had to act. He begs Ray to forgive him, leaving Rye totally confused about what his deal is. Euclid speaks up, calling Beerth's words total blasphemy. She suggests a brutal punishment for the whole family to make a clear example. Beerth looks absolutely horrified. Rye agrees they have a point. He tells Euclid to bring in Marquis Harold right now. Marquis Harold shows up, having seen everything from the balcony. He is livid. Beerth starts stuttering the second he sees his dad. Marquis Harold hits Beerth, screaming at him for being a total moron. He keeps beating Beerth, calling him trash for disrespecting the saint. Rye and the others watch, wondering if they should step in. Marquis Harold drops to the floor, blaming himself for being a bad dad and begging Rye to forgive his son. He barks at Birth to apologize too, and the terrified kid does what he is told. Euclid and Zeke want to finish them off, but Rai tells them to chill. He figures out his move while his guards loom. Rai asks Marquis Harold what kind of punishment he thinks is fair for what he did. Harold chokes up, talking about Birth. He says the kid lost his mom young and he feels like a failure as a father. He remembers promising to give his son everything he ever wanted, but he knows he broke that vow. While kneeling, Harold offers to give up his title and fortune to the temple if Rai just spares his son. Rai and Euclid would argue if just punishing Birth is actually enough. Harold insists that parents are responsible for the mistakes of their children. Ray is impressed that Harold would dump his title for his kid. He recalls the saying that clean water comes from a pure source, then calls Birth forward. Rai asks Birth if he gets why he is in trouble. He figures Harold is being so real he doesn't need to punish him. Ray tells Birth his biggest sin was making his father kneel down for him. He says he was going to punish him, but seeing his dad's love changed his mind. He is letting it slide. Rai says he forgives them both. Euclid and Zeke are totally floored by his mercy. These two are bawling because Ray is actually letting them off the hook. Meanwhile, he is wondering if he is being way too soft. Rai tells them to just make a big donation like Harold said. Harold jumps on the idea immediately. Harold's wife pledges whatever it takes, totally shocked they got off so easy for blasphemy. Inside, she is smirking because Rai handled it exactly like she knew he would. Later that night, Zeke says sorry and asks Rai if he is actually cool with how things went down. Zeke offers to take those guys out for good, but Rai shuts him down and tells him to put the blade away. Rai finally notices Zeke has been stalking him and thinks it is weird. Zeke gets all nervous and admits he never even caught Ray's name. Ray asks, and Zeke hits the dirt like a drama queen, introducing himself as Tracy, as Zeke of the Trade Dutch. Rai notices Zeke has got CIA in his name, just like Euclid would. He asks what is up with that title. Euclid explains that only 3 families with the CIA title serve the saints. It is a sign of total, absolute loyalty. Rai is like, do I really need a whole squad? He would be totally fine with just one family. Euclid pushes back, saying the 3-family rule is an ancient tradition that cannot be broken. She tells him not to stress, but Zeke immediately volunteers to be the only family if Ray wants to downsize. Euclid looks panicky, but Ray tells them he is not firing anyone. He just wants them to stop bickering. Rai asks where the 3rd family is. Euclid tells him they are basically ninjas, protecting him from the shadows. Even the Holy Empire has no clue who they are. They just stay close enough to jump in the second things get hairy. Ray catches a vibe and looks up. He realizes some creeper has been watching him from the trees this whole time. He flips on his mana radar and confirms there are secret agents nearby. He counts 6 different signatures around him. Ray gets confused and yells out that there are actually 7 people hiding. Euclid asks Zeke if he feels it, but they have got nothing. In the shadows, a watcher whispers that they knew this would happen. The hooded figure in the tree mutters that, for a kid, Rai is one seriously impressive arch. Cut to the Holy Empire's headquarters the next day. Inside, someone gives Euclid the usual good morning greeting. Euclid stops dead in front of a wall of crossed swords, totally lost in her own deep thoughts. She flashes back to her hardcore dad screaming at her for being a failure at sword training. Little Euclid says she is sorry, but her dad yells that a saint's servant cannot be weak. He orders her to keep fighting. She remembers that since a saint already existed, another one was not even supposed to show up this generation. She is still bitter about surviving that brutal training for a saint who did not exist, wondering why she had to suffer. She questioned her whole life until news finally broke a few years later that a brand new saint had been picked. Back in the real world, someone shouts Jucklewood's name, snapping her right out of her daydream. Earlier, Ray is complaining that Ariel is dragging him to the next ritual stage. She jokes that the hottest person should guide the saint. Euclid calls Rai her saint and asks him to explain the situation. She explains that only saints are allowed in the ritual site. It has absolutely nothing to do with looks. Ray is annoyed and asks Ariel if she thinks this is funny. Walking through the forest, Rai mentions it is actually nice out. Ariel leads the way and says they are basically there. Ray is shocked it was so close. Ray sees holy knights guarding the perimeter and figures this place must be a pretty big deal. Ariel points out the entrance and Rai is totally lost. He sees a massive staircase and finds out he has to climb the whole thing. Ariel adds the kicker. To show respect to God, he cannot use any mana during the climb. After a brutal climb, Ray yells for Ariel to wait. He is totally dying and begs for a break, but she just teases him for having 0 stamina. Ray says he is exhausted from traveling all day yesterday. He thinks this climb would be a breeze if he could just use some mana. Ariel shuts him down and reminds him that mana is totally banned here and at the ritual site. Then she tells him that from here on out he is going solo. Once again. She warns him again about the mana and says she will see him later. Rai gives up and keeps climbing, hoping it will be over soon. Finally, he hits the summit, collapses, and pants that he actually made it. He is lying there wondering why that took forever. He spots a cabin and is just relieved there is a place for him to stay. He walks inside and confirms that he only has to stay there for 1 week. He remembers Ariel said she just chilled here for a week. He wonders what showing respect to God really means. Figuring there is no real work, he treats the week like a total vacation. He hits the cabin to rot in peace, thinking the week will fly by. Little does he know, the universe is about to serve him some harsh reality. Next morning, he is out picking fresh apples, totally stoked about how good they look. At first, the apples are great. But after days of nothing else, he is officially over it. Fed up, he hurls an apple, calling this whole setup cruel. He whines about following the no mana rule and doing everything by hand. Between catching fish and playing caveman, he screams that nobody told him what to actually do. Is this grunt work not enough for them? Days turn into a month. Alone and bitter, he yells at the sky, demanding some kind of sign. They promised him it would only be 1 week. He groans that he came to be a saint, not a survivalist, and quits on the spot. Suddenly, things get weird. He pauses, wondering what the heck is going on. Holy light starts swirling around him. Did God finally listen because he lost his cool? A massive wave of golden energy lifts him up. He thinks his big moment finally arrived. Radiant energy floods his veins. He shouts for joy, finally having holy power. Then, the light just vanishes, leaving him floating down, totally confused. Realizing the power is gone again, he panics. What is he supposed to do now? The light flashes again. He prays it was just a prank and this is the real deal. When it fizzles out once more, he loses it and demands answers. Another giant beam of light swallows him up. Is this finally the real thing? The light fades, leaving him standing in the quiet woods alone. He wonders if God is just trolling him with these random, glitchy power surges. The sky stays silent. Then, out of nowhere, another massive divine beam drops from above. Later, Ray slumps back down the mountain, depressed that a month of hell did not give him stable power. Holy power keeps leaking out of him. He begs it to stop it is useless if it just drains away. He complains the air smells great while he gets nothing. Who is even supposed to help him now? Ariel shows up, totally shocked by what she feels, shouting his name. Ray is so relieved to see a human after a month, even if it is just Ariel. Ariel remembers seeing his silhouette blazing with holy light on the stairs, jumping when he casually asked her what was wrong. Back in the forest, Yuklo confirms Ray cannot properly use mana or holy power right now. Ariel tells him to try mana again since the ritual is over. Rai asks why Irene's clothes are trashed, and she says she rushed over. Rai uses a quick spell to clean up Irie's messy clothes. Seeing it work, Rai is relieved his mana is back. He can use ambient energy, but wonders where his holy power went. Iria says it stinks he lost the holy stuff, but he is still an elite mage who can shut the haters up. Irie mentions his holy power makes the air smell amazing, which honestly just confuses the heck out of him. She says the scent is super attractive. Ray keeps his distance until he can control his vibe. 2 church guys show up to congratulate their new saint on finishing the ritual. Rai greets them by name, thanking them for showing up. They start fanboying over him as the area glows with holy power. The 2 eagerly offer to carry his bags and do literally anything he needs. He panics, telling them to stay back. Overwhelmed, Ray screams for everyone to back off and says he is going home. Suspicious of Zeke's vibe, Rai asks why he is following him. Zeke says being a noble means being ready to serve the saint. Later that night, Ray sighs at his mountain of paperwork. Looking at the massive stacks of documents, Rai remembers swearing to make the Holy Empire the best in the world. He plans to keep that promise by studying everything from history to trade. He is going to have to do a lot of reading. After his deep dive, he realizes the Empire needs a total system reboot to actually be great. The next day, Ray calls a meeting with every noble in the Empire at the palace under the sun. The nobles sit around complaining about how messy things used to be. Ray drops detailed plans for farming and trade. His biggest move is a high-tech Milpa-style solar agricultural system for everyone. The nobles love the farming plan, making it the first official reform they actually pass. Count Grain then asks Rai about the idea of using priests as paid mercenaries. Rai smirks, clarifying that his big idea is basically turning priests into holy mercenaries for hire. Another noble grills him on actually sending priests into war. Rai just nods. Count Grain snaps that they will all end up dead, killing the nation and scaring off future recruits. Rai explains they will just hang back in the rear, healing the shredded soldiers brought to them to keep casualties low. The nobles yell that battlefields are still death traps. They freak out about flank attacks. Rai says he gets the risk, but the goal is everyone coming home safe. He adds he is not just winging it and plans to send paladins along as personal bodyguards for the priests. Rai argues those paladin escorts will keep things chill, but one noble is still sweating bullets over the whole deal. Rai explains that mercenary priests are just one more card to play, and even having them ready is huge. Plus, patching up battlefield guts is the ultimate training for any priest. Real-world experience matters more than boring books. When Grain worries they are just chasing cash and clout, Rai says cash is just a bonus. The real game is scoring global influence by lending our healers to other countries. That way they owe the Empire big time. He figures nations needing their help will not risk getting them killed, and they will pay up if anyone actually dies. Grain admits that pimping out their forces would boost their power, but he is still scared of the fallout. A new voice pipes up, calling the plan to use priests as collateral a total win. Irie drops in, decked out as a saintist, and backs Ray up. The nobles are absolutely floored by her support. She thinks Ray is brilliant, but knows this mercenary priest thing will trigger a massive backlash from the public. Rai asks how to get these stiff nobles on board. Irie offers her help, then casually says they do not actually need noble permission at all. Iria says they can just steamroll anyone in their way. She teases Rai, telling him all he has to do is beg the beautiful Lady Irie for help. Ray notes Irie is a powerhouse. Almost every central noble in the nation is already backing her every move. He figures that with Irie on his side, nobody will dare complain, even if relying on her feels a bit cringe. Rai wraps up the meeting, inviting the nobles to bring him more ways to fix the Empire later on. The nobles whisper that his ideas are actually fire and start agreeing with the new reforms the Saint is pushing. The Empire starts rolling out Ray's plans, kicking things off with some small farming experiments in just one of the territories. People are actually chill about the mercenary priests, especially after the guys coming back from war start giving it glowing reviews. Now, everyone wants these holy mercenaries. The cash starts flowing into farming and trade, making the Empire's economy absolutely explode with growth. Rai knows he needs real pros to keep this momentum going, but he is worried about finding the right people for the job. Cut to the Imperial Library. It is dead, quiet, and absolutely stuffed with old books. A librarian in glasses yawns, just as someone notes how totally wiped he looks. It is Lord Ile. The librarian freaks out and jumps up while Ile just gives him a casual wave back. Ile says it has been 3 months since they talked. He finds it super weird that this quiet library is suddenly packed with all these visitors. The librarian says the new saint has been hanging out here constantly lately. Everyone is pretty shocked by the news. Ile spots Ray buried in books and figures. Everyone is just there to thirst over his top-tier good looks. He walks up and totally startles Ray. Ile confirms Rai is the saint, while Ray nervously asks what the deal is, wondering who this weirdo even is. Ile spots the medical books and asks if he is studying them. When Ray says he basically gets the gist of it, Ile assumes he read the whole stack and starts grilling him. He tests Ray on how to fix a nasty, rusty sword wound. Rai says he would use Holy Cure to stop the poisoning before healing. Ile says that is fine in theory, but asks if Rai believes it. Ile says he would just cut out the rotten flesh. Ray asks him why on earth he would do that. Rai explains a rusty blade is not just poison. The infection literally eats through the flesh itself like a monster. The real threat is the infected tissue around the cut, not just some rust poison. It is way more dangerous. He says holy magic cannot fix tissue that is already gone, so it is better to cut it out and then heal. Ile is curious about these cells Ray mentioned. Ray realizes people in this world have no idea what a cell even is. Ile says if magic cannot fix it, cutting it out sounds pretty brutal, but Rai insists it is still the best way to save someone. Ile shrugs, saying if the patient lives, the method does not matter. Rai protests, saying that is totally missing the whole point. Ile gets hyped, shouting that he totally gets Rai, and slams his foot right on the table. Ile invites Rai over to his private library so they can geek out over medicine. He apologizes for acting like a stranger and not introducing himself sooner. Ile drops his name and says he manages the world's most annoying priests. Rai thinks, wait, is this the boss? Remembering the rumors, Ray realizes this weird guy is legit the chief priest Ile. At Ile's castle, the guy admits this is their first real meeting, even though he's heard all about the saint. In his personal stash of books, Ile offers to answer any medical questions Ray has. But he mentions it is pretty weird for a saint to study such an old, slow field. Rai sees the massive stacks of medical books and points out that Ile seems to be studying it too. From Ile's side, Rai asks why he's digging into medicine if he thinks it is so inefficient. Ile smiles, admitting he hoped medicine could fix his own long-term issue. Ray asks if his weird eye was born that way. Ile is shocked Ray isn't freaked out by his eye and confirms it is congenital. Ray asks about the pain and vision. Hearing the eye is blurry but doesn't hurt, Rai asks to get a closer look. Ile says go for it. Rai checks him out and calls it cataracts. Ile has no clue what that means, so Ray starts asking him about how he sees at night. When Ile says he sees better in the dark, Rai is 100% sure it is cataracts. Ray pulls out a diagram to teach Ile about pupils, lenses, and how cataracts basically fog everything up. He explains that lenses focus light for clear vision. In Ile's case, that cloudy lens is exactly what the disease is. Ile wonders why holy magic won't heal it. Ray thinks since he was born with it, his body thinks the fog is normal. He explains that holy magic only fixes things it sees as wrong. So if the body thinks a defect is supposed to be there, magic won't do a thing. Ile argues that being blind is obviously wrong, but Rai says it is all about the body's perspective. Rai says the body is oblivious, so the only cure is to clear the lens physically. Ile asks how. Ray says they gotta carve it. Ile freaks out about getting his eye sliced, but Rai tells him to chill, it is just step one. Rai explains they have to yank out the cloudy lens and swap it for a brand new one. Inside, Rai is stressed because this world has 0 artificial lenses, which makes his plan super tough. He knows that even if he removes the cataract, Ile still won't see without a proper replacement. Ile just shrugs, saying there's no use crying over a lost cause, and he'll figure it out eventually. Rai is frustrated that his medical skills are hitting a wall, but he swears aloud he will fix Ilei's eye. Ile smiles at the kid's fire, then bursts out laughing, telling Ray he is hilarious. Getting serious again, Ile tells Ray to keep up his research and follows him to another secret spot. He leads Rai into a massive lab and announces it as his personal playground. Ile says the Holy Empire built this lab for him and offers Rai full access. Rai is stoked because working alone was getting lonely. The narrator says Rai starts doing his mad scientist thing at Ilei's place. 1 month later in the lab, Ray scans his ingredients and gear, getting ready for the next test. He grabs a tube of green troll blood, noting that once it hits the air, the stuff gets soft and easy to mold. He pokes it and finds it is firmed up like a bowl of jelly. He figures other monster blood has unique powers and mixing them might be the key to a breakthrough. Discussing it with Ile, Ray says mixing species blood is usually a death sentence because of biology. Ile mentions orc blood, apparently. That stuff is super chill and mixes well with almost anything else. Ray wonders how to test that adaptability. Later, he's trekking through the forest, exhausted from gathering supplies. He decides he's got enough loot for one day. Just as he's leaving, he hears something sketchy nearby. He finds an unconscious orc and troll together, guessing they just knocked the wind out of each other. Approaching the orc, he realizes the guy is still breathing despite a massive hole in his chest. Looking at the wound, Ray realizes the orc is in shock. Surviving a fight with a giant troll is a total miracle. Ray checks the dead troll. He is thinking back to that talk about how adaptable orcs are. He remembers Clay saying orc blood mixes with anything because their biology is just that flexible. Ray is hyped. This is the perfect chance to test his theory and save this orc. Suddenly, the beast starts moving. The orc wakes up and starts freaking out over its injury. Ray notes that the big guy is finally wide awake. The orc is screaming and thrashing. Ray yells at him to stay the heck still. Ray uses a magic bind to freeze the orc. He tells him to chill, explaining he is using the troll blood to replace what he lost. While rushing the job, Ray notices something totally weird happening to the wound. He looks at his hand and sees the mixed blood turned clear instead of red or green. This is it. With a result this perfect, Ray can actually pull off his plan. Later that evening, he hits the forest spot Clay told him about. He realizes the troll blood transfusion turned the mix clear and easy to work with. Mixing these species actually works. With a little more research, he can turn this stuff into an artificial lens to finally cure Ilei's eyes. He is on a mission now. He needs to get more troll and orc blood. Back at the lab, Ray asks where he can find more orcs and trolls to study. Ile points him to a ghost town called Jihul. It is crawling with monsters at night. Cut to the ruins of Jihul under the moonlight. Ray wanders through the wreckage. Clay was not kidding, this place is a total ghost town. Something catches his eye. He looks closer and finds 2 shivering kids hiding in the ruins. Were they just left here? Ray stares at the boy's exhausted, tired face. The starving siblings huddle in fear until the white-haired stranger offers them a meal. He tells the nervous kid the food is not poisoned. When they start eating, he is glad they finally trust him. Right now, food is the only thing he can give. The boy immediately shares his portion with his tired little sister. The kid is blown away when Ray hands him a bag filled with gold coins. Ray tells them to head to Salonia and use the cash for a bed and food. The boy asks why he would help complete strangers. Ray just smiles and says there is no big reason. The boy can tell this guy is not looking for anything in return. As he walks off, Ray thinks about how this mess started once he left the capital. The law is useless here. He has to investigate. He swears he will fix this dump one day and build the ultimate version of the Holy Empire. Some time goes by, and we cut to the peaceful mountain wilderness. Ray finds a cave tucked in the mountains. Looking inside, he wonders if this is where the trolls hang out. He spots a sleeping troll and knows he cannot wake it. He slowly sneaks up behind the giant, snoring beast. He grabs a syringe and offers a silent sorry for the intrusion. Grinning, he whispers that he is just borrowing a little troll blood. Later, there is a quiet orc camp in the woods. 2 orcs spin around when they hear someone yell, "Hey!" Ray walks up and says he needs a favor. The orcs just growl and glare. They charge at him, totally ignoring every word he says. He fires off a magic chain spell to bind them and tells them to knock it off. He reminds one orc he saved its skin before. He needs help and promises to pay them cold hard cash if they do the job. A bit later, the sun is shining over the capital of the Holy Empire. Heading home, He silently thanks the orcs for the data. Now he just needs to organize his notes. Suddenly, he hears footsteps tailing him from behind. He spins around and realizes it is the kid he helped earlier. The little sister is crying, tugging his shirt, and asking if something is wrong. Nearby, the boy gets slammed to the dirt after a beating. A thug with a club mocks him for being stingy. The boy, barely conscious, demands his stuff back. "Give me back my money!" The kid is surrounded and furious. He keeps shouting, which really ticks off the thugs. The leader is pissed. He raises his club to teach the kid a lesson for talking back. Ray steps in, grabs the guy's arm, and asks what the heck he is doing. The thug screams, asking who he thinks he is. Ray scans the scene. He spots a pouch in the thug's hand and figures that is the kid's stolen cash. The thugs see his fancy clothes and figure he is just some rich brat they can easily bully. The scarred leader tells his goons to wreck him. One guy tries to land a cheap shot from behind. Ray just drops the guy with one casual punch. The leader's jaw hits the floor. His man went down way too easy. The guy asks if they still think they can win, then dares them to keep going. The leader snaps, rallying his crew to charge him with weapons out. After a quick beatdown, the thugs are out cold while the smoke and dust finally start to settle. The kid hugs his sister tight and checks if she is okay while the mysterious man watches them. The man says he is sorry this happened and promises to find them a safe spot. But at the grand church, someone cold-heartedly rejects his request to house the orphans. Some nun explains that this holy place is only for former saints and staff. Basically, kids with zero background info are not allowed past the gates. He argues that this massive estate can definitely fit 2 little kids if the saint says okay, but she keeps shutting him down. Totally shocked. He remarks that he never knew things were so strict here. He tells the kids not to sweat it and promises he will find another home. He leads them through a neighborhood and asks if this new spot looks good enough. Showing off a house he just bought, he says this is home now and asks their names. Outside, they admit they never even had any. He decides to give them cool names. Thinking of his old world, he picks Mary for the boy and Chris for the girl, names that carry serious weight where he is from. The siblings are totally stunned. He nervously wonders if they hate the names, but the girl says no way. The boy says he is just blown away by how much the man has helped them. The guy gives a warm look as they bow. Along with a nun, they give him a huge thanks before the scene shifts to the massive Holy Empire Palace. In a lab, he is carefully crafting a glowing blue ring when someone calls out his name from behind. His assistant, Eckley, asks if he is still grinding on that one project. Piles of books everywhere. Eckley asks what the point is. The man tells him to hold on, because this is all for him. Finally, the glowing implant is done. Eckley realizes this whole project is to fix his busted eye and can't believe the man is still trying. The man confirms he is. He says he finally found the trick to help Eckley and tells him to look. He explains the vial holds the secret to curing Eckley's eye, which totally blows his mind. When asked where he got the stuff, the man drops a bombshell it is actually blood from a troll. He explains he cleaned the blood by mixing it with orc blood. Since orcs adapt well, the troll blood turns clear while keeping its magical healing properties. Showing the vial again, he says this creates clear, flexible blood that works as a perfect crafting material. Eckley asks if this stuff can really fix him. The man says yes, but he has to trust the process. He plans to use an artificial lens. Eckley freaks out at the idea. The man explains they will cut out the damaged parts and swap them for this modified blood lens instead. Eckley is stunned, thinking this kind of surgery is impossible. He needs a minute to process, while the man waits for his answer. He bows low to Eckley. Eckley panics because a saint is bowing, but the man says he gets the doubt. He admits the whole plan sounds crazy, but begs Eckley to just trust him this one time. He promises to take the fall if anything goes wrong. Eckley is speechless, feeling the deep sincerity behind the man's heavy words. Grabbing his arm, Eckley admits the whole thing is wild. Still, he feels the man's vibe deep down. Eckley finally agrees, saying his eye is trash anyway, so any hope is worth it. Inside a magic surgery room, the man starts the operation, using light to clean the entire area. He uses mana to keep the eyelids open and gets ready to dive into the work. He explains how he will cut the lens and pull out the cloudy tissue. He will pop in the artificial lens, noting that while it is delicate, it is simple. Without any modern tech, he steels himself. Like they say about the hand of God, he knows he can totally pull this off. Later in the dark, someone calls for Eckley and asks if he is awake. He slowly opens his eye. Sight is back. He screams about his eye as bright light fills his vision, and he finally sees again. He stares at the sharp landscape outside the window, making a soft sound of total shock. The man walks in and asks if everything is clear. Eckley says it is perfect and begs to know if he is dreaming. The man just smiles, letting his face confirm the big win. From outside, the two are seen in the bright room. Elsewhere, fast footsteps echo down a dark hallway. Some messenger sprints to the saint, out of breath and panicking. He says a massive army is camping on the border, heading straight for the Empire. The saint freaks, asking where this army came from and just how close they are to the gate. The messenger says info is tight, but this army doesn't fly any flag he's ever seen in his life. He says a necromancer is leading a pack of walking corpses. Outside, a nasty purple cloud is already swallowing up the sky. Deep in the woods, a single flower stands alone against the coming wall of rot. The skeleton crew stomps that flower into the dirt while toxic energy leaks everywhere. Purple mist chokes the trees as the necromancer leads his freak show forward. Down at the border camp, the commander yells that the holy war kicks off tomorrow, asking if everyone is geared up and ready to go. He puts paladins in front and knights in back, reminding them that people will die if they mess up. Nearby, two grunts try to joke about fighting zombies. One guy notices his buddy staring and asks what he's holding. He shows a locket of his family, admitting he thinks about them way more than some god. They both wish they'd said goodbye before hitting this hellhole. He says word on the street is the new saint is coming. She is famous for using that crazy meteor magic, and she is joining the fight. Problem is, she is still 4 days out from Salonia, so they just have to survive until she gets here. They look up at the stars, praying they don't die first. Back at the palace, the sun is going down while the saint sits in her office, totally stressed out. Her assistant tells her the Pope officially ordered the saint to get her butt down to the front lines. She figures things must be really bad if the big boss is actually sending her into a war zone. She asks about help from the neighbors, but they are 4 or 5 days out. Then she asks which soldiers are actually coming with her. Turns out the 3rd Paladin Order, the Holy Altar Warriors, and the Royal Guards are already heading out with her. That's pretty much everyone they have. She asks if this is really the best army they can scrape together. The guy says nothing, which basically confirms it. She snaps, yelling that the Pope is insane to send her against an ancient necromancer when their army is clearly not enough. Back in the day, during the age of sorcery, magic was the biggest thing on the whole continent. But that era ended when a bunch of dark mages and the King of the Dead basically trashed the whole world. She suddenly realizes that legendary creep has actually come back to life. The official adds that they've got riots starting at home too, so they can't send any more guys to help. He basically admits the border is a lost cause, which explains why the Pope is acting so cold. She is livid, thinking the Pope is just using God's representative as a pawn. Suddenly, another messenger busts in, screaming for the saints. He says the enemy is coming through the southern mountains way faster than anyone thought they would. The saint realizes the holy war has officially started. She bolts out the door, knowing she cannot waste a single second more. Up on the wall at night, a war horn blares across the dark battlefield. The commander yells that they are coming, telling everyone to get ready. Archers let fly a huge wave of arrows into the blackness toward the zombies. Skeletal soldiers get absolutely smashed by the incoming fire. A paladin screams and bashes a skull in with his shield. The priestess starts praying, asking for magic that makes them super strong. Her golden spell hits the paladins, and they can feel the power surging. One beefed-up paladin thinks they can end this before the rest of the army shows up. The commander tells them to stay sharp because these were just the weak ones. An old vet grumbles that the real monsters are still coming. Spooky banshees and a flaming death knight show up, terrifying the whole squad. The commander panics, screaming for everyone to fall back. He looks up, frozen as something nasty moves in. A giant banshee appears right in his face. Guys are getting ripped apart and everyone else is just screaming to run. One knight gets a spear through the chest while protecting a friend. A priest gets taken out from behind by a ghost. During the slaughter, the hooded necromancer just laughs while the soldiers beg for mercy. He's loving every second of humans being shredded. He tells his undead pets to wipe out every single one of them. Purple energy flows into the skeletons, making them way stronger. A knight sees it and yells for everyone to get out. One guy asks if God has totally left them. Another knight yells a warning as a massive death knight swings a mace at the captain. The death knight raises its blade, ready to kill. Suddenly, a green light stops him, catching the captain off guard. He spins around, totally baffled why so many high-level creeps are crashing the party. There he is, the silver-haired saint, casually charging up some blue mana. Glancing at the massive zombie horde, he notes they are way outnumbered. Then, he launches a beam of light right at them. While sprinting, he thinks back to when he was tossed into this suicide mission. The Pope had no choice, but the other clerics were convinced he was being sent to die. Fighting a necromancer means total political chaos inside the church. He realized that even if they saved the border, the whole place would rot from the inside out. He tells them to let the big guy know. He is handling this border personally. The soldiers are floored. How did the saint get here so fast? He starts barking orders, telling the guards to protect the healers while they patch up the injured paladins. The officers are stressing about the defense, but the saint just laughs. You guys seriously think we are in trouble? Suddenly, the undead nearby just start melting. It is the saint, his holy aura is literally nuking them. He takes credit, though secretly he hates being the sacrificial lamb. As the next wave of skeletons charges, he just turns around, cool as ice. He floods the field with golden energy. Seeing the horde still coming, he decides it is time to just wipe them all out himself. He drops a massive fireball on them. Boom! The blast incinerates the entire army, but the necromancer manages to survive behind a purple hexagonal shield. The saint walks up to him, calling out the dark mage immediately. The villain cannot believe a saint is throwing fireballs. He shakes it off and starts a dark ritual to bring back the dead. He finishes the death revive spell, summoning a whole squad of death knights. Watching the armor suits stand back up, the saint just sighs. More death knights? Fine. He starts whispering another spell. He casts heal, but it backfires on the undead, making the necromancer's own summons fall apart. The necromancer is hurt and stuck in his own mess, screaming at the saint. He starts spamming bone spears like a maniac. The saint blocks everything with a blue shield, then casts a hold spell with his eyes glowing. Glowing chains wrap around the villain, making him scream. He is terrified of how insane this saint's power really is. People watching think he is not just a saint. He looks like an angel, or maybe even a god. While he is pinned, a shot from the distance hits the necromancer. A priest loses it, blaming the dark mage for Gerinia's death and attacking in rage. The saint says the paladin's honor is ruined, and this necromancer is about to meet divine justice. Looking at the wreckage, he sees his own fallen men turned into mindless ghouls. It breaks his heart seeing friends and family like this. He charges up his blue light to finally give them some peace. He promises them a proper goodbye and casts a massive cure spell. Blue light rains down on the corpses. The undead just fade away peacefully under the holy glow. The fire dies down as rain washes over the devastated field. Everything goes quiet while the saint keeps his barrier up. Survivors cry for their friends, leaning on each other. In the rain, he wonders if being faster would have saved more lives, but he snaps out of it because regret has to wait. He has to finish the job. He tells the necromancer he talks too much and asks if he is scared of dying. The villain just laughs, saying he is not afraid and that the war is only starting. The saint tells him to give it up and orders her to escort the prisoner back to the Empire. Walking back alone, he realizes the rebellion at home is probably already kicking off. He says he has to move and bolts through the storm. Cut to a town where people are screaming. A kid is cornered by skeletons, begging for help. Suddenly, a massive sword slash clears them all out. Pink-haired girl cheers for Zeke's skills, but he tells her to stop joking around. She laughs and wonders where the saint went. Meanwhile, the city is under a dark, heavy sky. Monsters are everywhere. A knight on the walls spots a fresh wave of enemies and screams for backup. A glowing hand signals a retreat. Then, the saint lets out a golden blast that turns the horde to dust. Even while she slices them down, the undead just keep on coming like some endless wave. The knights realize an unknown army has joined the zombies in this slaughter. The saintist is low-key, panicking because they are straight up out of options. Zeke roars as he charges into battle. He releases a powerful blast of lethal sword energy. That golden explosion vaporizes a whole mob of skeletons. The saintist senses that unique sword aura and is totally shocked. Fia and Lord Zeke show up acting all chill, telling the saint she can relax because the cavalry has officially arrived. The saint is bugging out, asking why Zeke ditched her and what happened, while Fia won't stop clinging. The saintist demands to know why Zeke is taking orders from the saint. Zeke stays quiet, looking all stressed out. He flashes back to when the saint basically smacked him upside the head during their last talk. In that memory, the saint tells him to stay behind because he is just a liability, even though Zeke is begging to tag along. Later, the saint sighs under the open sky, finally giving in to Zeke's stubborn attitude. Zeke fires back, saying the saint has to face him in actual combat. The saint dares Zeke to prove he is not just some dead weight. Zeke narrows his eyes, accepting the challenge. He says he gets it and locks in. After apologizing, Zeke lunges forward with his blade. Their collision sends a massive shockwave screaming across the entire courtyard. The saint blocks that heavy sword with just a tiny blade. Seeing an aura weapon like that is absolutely insane. Grinning, the saint asks if the point is clear now. Zeke is tripping, thinking there is no way the saint should be this insanely powerful. The saint says Zeke is needed elsewhere, but secretly, he is impressed the guy's blade was blocked that easily. Back to the present. Zeke admits he would have sucked at the border and was just worried about Lady Ariel. Ariel realizes the saint faced a necromancer alone and doubts his sanity. Annoyed, she calls the saint an idiot for not seeing the massive danger he is walking into. A mystery figure steps forward, remarking that things have taken a very unfortunate turn. Meanwhile, the saint hits a blood-soaked village and panics about Mary and Chris. He spins around fast when he hears someone calling. He finds Chris sobbing over Mary's bloody body. She is barely holding on, whispering to the saint while she clings to her brother. The saint rushes over, frantically asking if Mary is okay and what the heck happened to little Chris. He checks her vitals and realizes she has no pulse. She is already gone. Chris explains his sister has been sickly and frail since they were kids. Drowning in guilt, he screams that as her big brother, He should have protected her from this mess. The saint tells Mary he messed up by bringing them here. He says sorry for hurting Chris, but the kid is not having it. Chris insists this is not on him, because the saint was only trying to give them a real shot at life. Still, Chris wonders through tears if being stronger could have saved her. He vows right then and there to get powerful. The saint sighs heavily, reflecting on how brutal this tragedy really is. He spots a dead knight behind Mary and knows the killer was not from the Empire. He realizes Mary actually killed the guy herself. Talk about hidden talent. He addresses the ruins, ordering everyone hiding to step out into the light. The ruined town stays dead silent. Realizing he is being watched, the saint mocks the observers for trying to ignore him. The scouts report 2 figures on a roof and 3 more camping out under a nearby tree. Another one is spotted by the fountain. The saint calls out the creeps stalking him and demands they all show themselves. A masked, red-haired figure steps out but stays totally silent. The masked squad introduces themselves as the 7 messengers of the Dane family and gives the saint a formal greeting. One guy, Hong Yong, introduces himself as one of these 7 elite messengers. The red-haired leader keeps talking, pointing out his squad members named Hukyong, Chongyong, and Sayong. He then names the remaining 3 messengers as Jigyong, Soyong, and Hyong. The saint wonders if the person naming them was just lazy since they all sound the same. He says he called them for a reason. The saint asks the Dane messengers to take care of Chris. When they ask if he means the crying kid, the saint says Chris could be a top-tier assassin. The red-haired guy can already feel it. They realize that surviving this massacre proves Chris has some serious natural talent. The assassin says even if Chris gets trained to kill, the saint just wants the kid to have a chance to get strong. Another messenger confirms the saint wants them to teach Chris their moves, and he thanks her for getting the memo. The masked guard refuses to train anyone, saying they have to stay focused on protecting their high-value target. Another guard chimes in, saying their names stay secret. One leak and their boss is a dead man. The silver-haired kid sees they are not budging. These guys are way more stubborn than he thought. He shakes a bit and asks if they would still say no, even if he gave a direct order. They flinch at the word command, and he wonders if he just accidentally pushed a hidden button. He figures if the command works, he can exploit it. He formally orders the assassins to take Mary and teach her the trade right now. Stuck with the order, the assassins give in and wait to hear whatever else he has to say. Someone whispers about giving the dead kid a real funeral. The boy tells Mary to trust these professional killers and learn their ways. Mary is freaking out, asking what is going to happen to him. He says he has to go save some people before time runs out. He tells Mary it is fine and his next job won't take long. He drops a heavy holy spell called Blessing. The knights feel the power and start praying for some serious divine backup. The saint fires up the troops to charge forward and crush the enemy. A friend worries she burned through too much holy energy. The saint says she is good and tells Fia to watch the army's left side. To herself, the saint admits this whole acting weak thing is just a front. Why keep buffing everyone without a plan? She needs to use her power to wreck the enemy's spirit and force them to run. Stressed about that enemy Grand Archmagician, she promises to rush straight to the front lines. Boom! A massive attack hits the saints out of nowhere. She looks up, stunned, as the impact slams her into the dirt. This scary dude mocks her, calling her the saint. It is Duke Zahard, a famous swordmaster, and he is joking about his violent hello. Zeke sprints over to the saint to see how bad she is hurt. Zahard calls Zeke the little Duke of Trey, but Zeke yells back that he is a godless traitor. Zahard laughs, saying the Empire is toast and too weak to handle superhumans. The saint is fuming, but forces herself to stay calm. His guard is perfect, she has to admit. The guy is a beast with a blade. Even at 100%, she might lose. Now that her holy power is empty, she is in real trouble. Out of the blue, Zahard suggests they both walk away. She starts wondering what he is really up to. Either he thinks too much of them, or he is hiding a massive secret. Ireel is worried, but her holy power spam actually put the church's side in the lead for once. That blessing hyped up the allies and crushed the enemy's soul. Zahard looks on as his guys start losing ground. Zeke knows he can't deal with Zahard and the saint right now. Tapping out and retreating is the smart move. Funnily enough, Zahard is thinking the exact same thing about running away. The saint likes the deal. She can just wait for backup. She says they should both back off, and Zahard calls her smart before turning to leave. A new voice cuts in, asking him where he thinks he is going. Zahard snaps around as someone new shows up. The saint and Zeke hear the voice and feel a wave of pure dread. The boy saint shows up glowing with blue energy, telling the invaders they are about to pay for this mess. Power explodes around him as he starts firing off spells like Rockstorm, Fire, and Psychokinesis. He knows this is a real fight. If he loses focus for even a second, it is game over. He summons a huge flaming meteor in the sky and tells Zahard his safety is officially off the table. Normally, humans only get one type of magic, and saints usually have all their power turned into holy energy. This kid is different. Zahard panics. This saint is using holy energy and regular magic at the same time. He is literally breaking the rules. With the meteor hanging there, the saint casually asks Zahard if he has any last words. Zahard stares at the fiery sphere and gasps. He suggests settling this with a duel between representatives instead of wiping everyone out. The saint is totally confused by this representative idea. Zahard says a massacre would cause a political nightmare for the saint, so a duel is the better play. Zeke yells not to trust the guy, but the saint thinks wiping them out sounds perfect while he still considers the deal. Impressed by Zahard's guts, the saint makes the meteor vanish. Zahard thinks the kid is an idiot for accepting. Then, the saint just flips him the bird and tells him to come get some. Zahard thinks the boy is naive. Meanwhile, the saint sees so many holes in Zahard's stance he knows he has this. Zahard figures even a meteor-summoning mage is a chump if they cannot chant. He is going to exploit that. Zahard wants a quick win and just charges straight in. He leaps for the kill, yelling he will end this fast. The saint just chills and gathers blue energy. Their steel slams together as the saint's aura blade meets Zahard's massive sword. Zahard is shook the kid can actually form an aura sword like a master. The saint's slashes send Zahard flying back, literally shredding the ground around them. Zahard checks his sword, totally shocked, while the saint notes the blade still in one piece. Saint coolly asks, what is next? Meteors, holy light, and now an aura sword? Zahard's losing it, wondering what kind of monster he is fighting. They clash again, blades hitting with insane force. Zahard's sweating just trying to block those relentless aura strikes. As blows fly, Zahard realizes the boy's swordplay is a mirror image of his own style. The saint smirks and says he finally understands Zahard's whole fighting style. Then he pulls a perfected version of Zahard's moves, leaving the guy jaw-dropped at the total copycat skill. Zahard realized he messed up. A duel is suicide now. The saint asks if he finally gets why he agreed to fight. He explains that for villains who treat people like toys, he makes sure their deaths are a total nightmare. Zahard sees the kid isn't just copying him, he is actually making the style better right in the middle of the fight. This is a true genius. Covered in blood, Zahard finally admits the saint's talent is on another level. Bleeding on the ground, Zahard groans while the saint tells him it is time to wrap this up. Zahard begs for mercy and offers to surrender, but the saint doubts a proud swordmaster would ever take orders and questions his role in this rebellion. Zahard tries to justify himself, claiming he just wanted more. He wanted to prove to the hidden nobles that drastic measures change the world. The saint does not care, he strikes hard, cutting off Zahard's desperate final move. The saint pins Zahard's massive sword with his glowing blade. Power flares as the saint's energy swallows Zahard's weapon. Zahard watches in pure terror as his own blade just vanishes. We see Zahard's silhouette collapse in the distance as the saint turns away. Nearby, Zeke witnesses the technique and calls the move an unblockable blade. Back at the fort, commanders are freaking out over reports of the new saint's crazy power. Two knight commanders, Gim and Klein, describe how the saint rained fireballs and completely wrecked an entire undead army. They mention he caught the necromancer alive. Commander Philia confirms the prisoner radiates demonic energy and is indeed the necromancer. While they say things are under control, a messenger rushes in with urgent news from the saint, causing panic. Turns out the saint's crew already crushed the rebels. One guy asks Ariel for permission to take off early, and she says go for it. Back on the field, Ariel notes the area is clear, and the squad starts hyping her up. Fia wonders who the saint was in his past life, but Zeke tells her to show some respect. Ariel tells them to chill and offers to explain more. Suddenly, a massive surge of purple energy erupts nearby. Fia panics while Zeke senses a serious threat. He knows that dark power is demonic energy and gets worried. The air turns ice cold as Zeke warns the scientists. The purple energy spreads all over the town. Ariel just stares at the sky in total disbelief at the sight. A massive bone dragon wrapped in purple fire appears. Lightning flashes above the city as the crisis hits a breaking point. Inside the palace, the maid tells the saint she felt the bad vibes. He agrees he has got to move. He asks her to handle things while he is gone, especially watching Mary, promising the messengers will keep the child safe. She has no clue who these messengers are, but tells him to be safe. She wonders if it is a DNE family secret. The bone dragon roars, spitting dark energy. A vortex of ice power scatters the knights fighting nearby. The ground and bodies glow with purple energy. As more undead rise, Ariel starts gathering her holy power. Praying hard, she drops massive holy spells to heal and shield her team from the onslaught. Even so, she worries there are way too many undead to stop. Then, the dragon's massive skeletal hand slams down. The beast towers over Ariel, getting ready to unleash a total world ender of an attack. She realizes this aura is dragon fear, a terror that shakes her core. She feels herself passing out from the pressure. An armored step breaks the tension. Help is here. Zeke shows up, moving despite the dragon's heavy aura. Ariel realizes that the paralyzing aura around her is finally fading. Zeke and Fia explain they are tanking the dragon's fear for her. Ariel is grateful, but Fia admits even a skeleton dragon is basically a nightmare. Fia catches a noise behind her and freezes in terror. Suddenly, a skeleton warrior swings a rusted blade right at her head. Zeke jumps in and shreds the attacker with a single fiery slash. Fia is blown away that Zeke can still move under such intense dragon fear. He admits he is barely hanging on and definitely cannot fight at his full potential. Knowing his limits, Zeke decides he must stall for time. He steels his nerves to hold back the endless skeleton horde. Zeke narrows his eyes, focusing every ounce of his will until his gaze burns with determination. Vowing to serve the saints with everything he has got, Zeke charges in and starts hacking through the undead. He rips through a crowd of skeletons with heavy, sweeping strikes. Then, a gross, multi-eyed freak lunges at him from the darkness. Zeke slices through that monster too. Catching his breath for a split second, he knows the situation is still looking pretty grim. Another wave of bones rushes him and he screams out in pain. Fia panics, begging God for a miracle before Zeke gets totally slaughtered. Ariel tries to summon some holy light, but her body is stuck and she cannot help Zeke. Somewhere nearby, a massive pile of bones starts twitching. Suddenly, a blast of pure light vaporizes a whole pack of skeletons. Bloodied and exhausted, Zeke staggers but somehow keeps his footing. Fia runs to him crying, asking if he is okay. He tells her to chill out and claims he is fine, even though the young swordmaster is totally gassed. He studies the bone dragon and realizes its main weapon is just pure, overwhelming terror. Zeke doubts his skills despite being called a prodigy. Suddenly, a massive force slams into his hand, nearly disarming him. Forcing himself forward, Zeke wonders if this is his ceiling. He hates that a real warrior was not chosen for this suicide mission. As the skeletons swamp him, he wishes he was as legendary as Zahard. Bleeding out, Zeke feels unworthy of his master. He collapses into the dirt and weakly whispers the saint's name. He silently apologizes for not staying by the saint's side. Then Saint Ray shows up, praises Zeke for holding out, and starts prepping a massive spell. Ray drops a massive healing wave that instantly vaporizes every nearby undead monster. Ray spots the bone dragon and knows it is the source of all this mess. He focuses a thick orb of blue mana in his palm. He faces the airborne dragon, preparing to strike it down. Rai remembers reading about dark magic and a super weapon that shuts down most spells. It creates undead that even aura blades cannot touch. A demon this strong means a necromancer is close. He cannot pinpoint the caster because the bone dragon is jamming his senses. He vows to hunt the necromancer later and uses a healing spell as a weapon. The holy energy swallows the bone dragon whole. The crowd watches in shock as Ray kills it with a single heal, finally ending the nightmare. The dragon's massive skull glows white as the holy power rips it apart. Suddenly, the dragon's heart core flares up. Zeke screams a warning that the beast is about to fire its death breath. The dragon spits a lethal purple beam at the town. Ray's mana shield starts cracking, and he admits the weapon's power is no joke. He refuses to let the town take any more damage from this thing. Ray casts heal again, pumping holy energy into the dragon's heart. The power explodes outward, washing over the entire town. Once the light fades, Ray realizes the necromancer has already vanished into thin air. Zeke is dying on the ground while a restoration spell struggles to save him. The team sees his demonic infection is fighting the holy magic. Ray figures constant holy light might save him, but he is not sure if Zeke's body can endure it. Ray looks at the damage and knows Zeke is in critical condition. Checking the damage, Ray sees Zeke's gut is totally shredded. Only his lungs are still somewhat in one piece. Ray swears to save Zeke no matter how bad it looks. He cleans the wound and preps for a major surgery, even in this trash environment. Ray knows he has to work fast. It is the golden hour or nothing. He tells Ireel to keep every bit of demonic energy away while he performs the surgery. Fia freaks out, but Ray just says her name to calm her down. Ariel is clearly terrified of whatever Ray is planning. Fia can only watch through her tears. Ray knows he has to stitch Zeke's organs back together without any real tools or parts. He sees the demonic corruption is the real problem and starts brainstorming a fix. Ray decides he has to absorb the rot himself, placing his hand directly on Zeke's ruined gut. That nasty black mist rips into Ray's arm, hurting like crazy. But hey, demonic energy is just mana with a bad attitude. Ray plans to cheat the system by flushing out his left hand, letting the mana flow to the empty spots. He starts sucking the evil vibes out of Zeke. Man, this corruption is thick and gross. After pulling the junk out, Ray scrubs up and dives straight into the real surgery. He weaves the pipes back together, fixing the heart and getting the blood moving. It hurts like hell, but he keeps stitching up the gut. Ray winces from the feedback loop of pain, whispering an apology to his unconscious buddy. He checks the lungs, they look way less like charcoal now. The old master might actually survive this. Ray cleans himself up again for the belly work. He checks the mangled intestines and sighs with relief, no infection. Zeke might pull through. Arya watches from the shadows, whispering the saint's name. She totally didn't trust him at first, even while holding Fia back. His methods are reckless, but she can feel Zeke's pulse getting stronger. Still, Ray's left hand is looking pretty sketchy with all that leftover dark energy. Ray finishes the last magic stitches on the stomach. He's dead tired and calls the job done. Ray hits the floor, making Ariel freak out and scream. She starts trying to wash out the poison creeping up his arm. Ariel realizes the dark stuff is deep in his bones. This is going to take some top-tier holy magic. She can't fix this solo. She bolts, wishing she had a specialist to handle this nasty curse. Suddenly, a bunch of masked creeps show up. She knows these guys. The leader tells some dude named Jigong to grab the knocked-out saint and move. Ariel asks if they're the Secret Service for saints. They grab Ray and give her a nod. They're taking him to Salonia and want her to help later. She says yes, but feels like she's talking to a bunch of ghosts. The head guy thanks her and tells Fia to clean up the rest of the mess. Fia promises to finish and bring Zeke back later. Ariel watches them go, feeling super anxious. She keeps muttering his title, worried sick. Meanwhile, Ray is out cold in a fancy bed somewhere. Flashback time. A doctor tells Jean Yusung it's time to head into the operating room for surgery. The team preps for a heart procedure. Standing over the patient, Jean feels like something is totally wrong with the whole vibe. This patient looks way too familiar. He shakes it off and calls for a scalpel. Then, another doctor casually mentions using magic, which almost makes him jump out of his skin. Ray wakes up screaming from the weird dream. He's in a posh bedroom in Salonia with Euclid and Mary staring at him. The maids are stoked that he's finally back among the living. Ray thanks Mary but tells her to chill. He teases Euclid, who claims she only cared about her paycheck, not his health. He thinks she's got zero charm. Panicked, he asks about Zeke, but Euclid gives him a look that says it's complicated. She says Zeke blew his job and is sleeping it off, but Ray tells her to back off. Those two always bicker. Then he notices the nasty black stain still on his hand. He can move the hand just fine, though. Turns out the heavy hitters and priests fixed him up. He's shocked that the legendary healer Ile helped out. The maids are obsessed with her crazy healing powers. Ile tells Ray there's something creepy in the basement. Down there, she shows him a total nightmare of a souvenir. It's the bone dragon's heart. It's still pulsing with evil and only half sealed. Talk about a nasty housewarming gift. Ile says he has to bring this gross heart to some big-shot meeting in the lecture hall. Ray realizes the stuck-up nobles want a full report because they don't believe he soloed a dragon. Ray is honestly so done with this. Now he's a diplomat? Great. He tells Euclid to lug the heart around and thinks about quitting this saint gig. In the hall, the nobles are talking trash, saying his big victory is probably just a lie. Ile gets the lowdown from an aide and nods along. Ile tells everyone to relax and get ready for answers. Some count asks how a saint could possibly beat a dragon alone. Ile says only God knows the real tea, but the Empire's got to explain it to the neighbors. He says everyone is dying to know and brings Ray in. Rai rolls up in ceremonial robes, basically telling the snobs to shoot their best shot. Markelia tries to play nice, asking if he really soloed the necromancer with just magic. Rai just hits her with a yeah. The nobles are losing it over his bluntness. Meanwhile, Clay mentions they are all dying for some actual proof. Grigori and Selena from the Resian Empire step up, acting all high and mighty about needing some solid receipts. Rai mocks the word proof. They claim they are just backup, needing to know the continent's real threat level. Right. Grigori complains the whole world is at risk and needs evidence, even if having the necromancer in chains is a start. Some Resian sidekick pipes up that one captured creep doesn't prove Ray did the whole job by himself. Ile sees the writing on the wall. The Resian heavy hitters and that princess view Ray as a major threat. He gets it. These snobs are terrified of a guy who solos necromancers and are already plotting his exit. Ile wonders what Rai's move is. Rai just claps back, asking why his methods are even their business. Grigori says info is key for everyone and they can't just take the Holy Empire's word for it. Typical. Rai steps up, mocking their need for proof. He flashes an aura sword right at Grigori's throat. Satisfied yet? Selena starts shaking, asking if this psycho move is how the Holy Empire officially handles diplomacy now. Ray brushes her off and tells Hazukla to bring out the secret weapon they prepped. He rips off the cover, showing a pulsing bone dragon heart. There you go. Some actual proof of his insane victory. He tells them to check it out if they are still skeptical. Selena grabs it, but the weight and evil vibes are crushing. The heart pulses like a ticking bomb. Demonic energy explodes, choking everyone in a nasty mist. Selena is freaking out, but Ray stays cool, reminding her they can just grill the captured necromancer whenever they want. Ray says it doesn't matter who got the kill shot. The Holy Empire clearly has the muscle to drop a dragon. Then he drops the hammer, asking if those trash accusations were their kingdom's official stance. Terrified, the duo is totally speechless. Ile just shakes his head at how these idiots jump to conclusions. They start groveling, apologizing for the disrespect and admitting that trash-talking between empires is a bad move. Rai says he couldn't care less about their titles, but they better remember they represent their whole country when messing with him. Done. Rai asks if they have seen enough and asks to bounce. Ile lets him go, looking super relieved. Clay smiles, asking the room if anyone else wants to act up. Peace finally returns to the capital for now. Outside under a blue sky, Rai thinks about checking on Zeke. Then Yuklo calls out, stopping him in his tracks. She says cause Tynus is fine, but nobles gotta keep their distance. Basically, she thinks he is playing favorites with Zeke. Ray keeps insisting he is just checking on a patient. Yuklo adds that everyone wants a piece of him after that hearing. The snobs are already gossiping about him soloing dragons with magic. Selena quietly asks Ile what Ray's actual magic circle level is. Ile admits they don't even know. He guesses publicly that Rai is at least an 8th circle mage, minimum. It was all just a wild guess based on some baptism magic. But the crowd is totally floored. Think about the normal standards here. The big shots are usually only level 5 or 6, so Ray is basically a god. Selena is shook. There is no way the saint is just level 5. She can't even wrap her brain around him being level 8. The Rizian crew asks to stick around and fact-check everything the High Priest just said. Delegates from the Glamin and Veyborn kingdoms also beg to hang out in the Holy Empire for a bit. Rai lets everyone stay, even though he knows this means he is going to be buried in work soon. Rai groans at how fast these tourists arrived. Then Uklawwood says the Rizians already want a private meeting. Rai cancels everything and gets ready to head straight to Duke Trey's place instead. Uklawwood teases him about being totally obsessed with Zeke, which he loudly denies. Their carriage rolls down a forest road. Ray notices how deep the estate is, like entering an elven village. He asks Uklawwood if she has ever seen one before. Rai mentions he actually lived with elves before this whole gig and starts tripping down memory lane. Rai wonders how his old elven squad is doing back in the village these days. The driver shouts that they have reached Duke Trey's mansion. Uklawwood tells Ray it's time to move as the carriage door swings wide for them. Ray stares at the massive mansion Zeke designed and remarks on the scale. Uklawwood clarifies that Zeke only handled the exterior, though. A maid greets them at the door, saying Zeke is resting in his room, then invites the group to follow her inside. While walking down the hall, Ray asks why Zeke was moved here instead of recovering back at the Solonian castle. Uklawwood explains that Zeke used his last bit of strength to watch over Ray while he was out cold. She recalls how Zeke fiercely guarded Ray, threatening to end anyone who dared to lay a finger on the saint. Uklawwood says Zeke insisted he was useless while half dead and just went home, making Ray think the guy actually hates him now. Ray realizes the 3 great families revolve around him, sparking a massive rivalry. Uklawwood says she doesn't really care about Zeke either way. Ray psychs himself up, knowing he has to face him, and enters the room. Ray bursts in all happy, but Zeke freaks out and tells the saint to get back in bed, convinced he is still injured. Zeke won't rest in Ray's presence, so Ray explains he's just checking his condition and needs him to lie down. Misunderstanding, Zeke, bearing his scarred chest, tells Ray to inspect his injuries as closely as he needs to. Ray is speechless at how eager Zeke is being. Ray is shocked. Zeke is already healed, blaming those crazy Swordmaster genes. Zeke credits Ray's skills, while Uklaw tells him to put a shirt on. Zeke grumbles about Yuka being there, and she snaps back that she is just following Ray, making him beg them to stop bickering. Ray scolds them both for fighting during such a critical moment. They apologize and drop the drama. Ray says he isn't just here for a checkup. There is a huge matter that requires the messengers to show up right now. Zeke warns that constantly summoning these messengers might cause a lot of trouble. Suddenly, masked messengers materialize near Ray, catching him off guard. Zeke is stunned. He didn't sense them. He calls them assassins and reaches for his blade, but a messenger grabs his hand to stop him. Another masked figure steps up and tells Zeke they aren't enemies, ordering him to stand down while Zeke wonders how many more there are. Uklawwood realizes that if an elite swordmaster couldn't sense them, they must be dangerous, so she moves to shield Ray. A messenger grabs her from behind and tells her to chill out, noting that if they wanted her dead, she already would be. Ray steps in. He grabs their hands and tells everyone to relax, pointing out that Zeke and Uklawwood have never even met these guys before. He introduces the masked group as the Denis family messengers. The others recognize the name immediately, and a messenger asks why Ray called for them. Ray tells them he brought everyone together for a major reason and he wants to get straight to the point. The Denis leader urges him to explain the point of this official order. Ray makes it official and starts handing out assignments to everyone. He gives a confident smile just before dropping the big news. Ray announces that everyone is having dinner together, leaving the others staring at him in total disbelief. Elsewhere, a bunch of robed villains complain that their plan crashed and burned despite a huge investment. With their identities exposed and Necromancer captured, they debate attacking the Holy Empire. They decide they must eliminate a certain monster living there first. They identify the monster as the magic swordsman who killed the Bone Dragon in panic over making a new plan. One villain suggests a fix involving the saint, proposing they ship him off to some other kingdom. That night at the estate, Ray is happily grilling meat while the awkward nobles and Denis members just watch him. Since no one is eating, Ray worries the food is bad. A messenger asks the point of all this, and Ray says he wants them to cooperate. He explains that a team exists to cover up for everyone's different weaknesses. Working together might feel slow now, but real cooperation is what's going to solve their big problems eventually. The Denis leader agrees to do it if that is his wish, but Ray says he won't force them, he wants it to be their choice. After a long silence, someone finally sets their plate down. Zeke then firmly declares that the Trey family is in. Clawwood warns that this breaks Trey family tradition. Zeke argues that their main job is protecting the saint, and teaming up only makes that easier. The DNA messengers wait for their leader to speak. She raises her hand and announces that the Denis family will cooperate with the others as well. She adds that following the saint's orders is their top priority, so they will cooperate regardless of any old rules or ties. Clawwood is stoked things are moving so fast. She decides the Belacroix family is joining the squad too. She explains the Belacroix's scout intel for the saint. They will stick to him like glue to finish the job, which totally trips Ray out. Clawwood drops the bomb. Staying by his side basically means marriage. The leaders are shook. Zeke is just standing there with his jaw on the floor. Ray is losing his mind as it clicks. The word marriage just echoes forever across the stars. Time jumps and we are back at the palace. Someone reminds Ray he is already done with the foreign pleas. Ray sits by Iriel looking stressed, but he acts like it is nothing when she checks in. Clawwood is just lurking. A young messenger awkwardly confirms that marriage is for real, their family's main mission. Clawwood sighs, saying this drama is exactly why she hates talking about it. She tells Ray marriage is just one option. She has zero interest in actually pulling any moves on a 15-year-old saint. Ray flashes back to that night she was staring down at him. He tells himself she was not being creepy at all. A servant announces Lord Grigori from the Empire is here, so they agree to see him. Grigori says, sorry for being a jerk, and hands over a peace offering. He shows off a rare ring made from wyvern crystal and explains where it came from. Iriel calls it Cecil's teardrop. It is a legendary elven relic with a matching twin that can be found using magic. Cecil was an elven master, and this earring is a famous treasure. Its partner is easy to track down. Ray is blown away by the legendary gift, but Grigori insists it is just a tiny token from the Empire. Ray puts it on immediately and asks if he looks good. Iriel notices he does not care how expensive it is. Ray says thanks for the jewelry and tries to kick him out with a big smile. He mentions the crowd waiting outside, but Grigori shouts that he has way more to talk about. Grigori gets serious and says the Empire wants to be friends. He invites Ray to come visit them sometime. Ray knows Rhea is the biggest powerhouse around. Making nice with them would be huge for the Holy Nation. Plus, they share info freely, so they probably have some high-level medical secrets stashed away there. Ray figures their tech blows everyone else away. Meanwhile, Grigori mentions they have heard all the crazy rumors about Ray's epic deeds. Grigori gives props for fixing the farms and turning extra monks into badass mercenaries. He says the Empire loves his vibe. If Ray joins them and mixes his tricks with their tech, they could easily triple their entire economic output. Grigori thinks this deal is too good to pass up. Buying Ray's friendship is worth whatever tech it costs. He figures that whoever controls Ray, the strongest guy alive, basically runs the entire world. Ray thanks him for the offer. Ray smiles big but says no thanks. He has way too much work to do in the Holy Nation. He tells them this goes for everyone outside too. He is not planning on moving to some other country. Grigori backs off and says the door is always open. Ray just gives a polite nod. Once Grigori is gone, Clawwood asks if he really said no just to help out the Holy Nation. He says the borders are still a mess, so bailing now would be a disaster. She says he has no real job, but he disagrees. Ray tells Clawwood to round up the local nobles for a meeting. She says she is on it right away. Ray asks Iriel to help him with the political talk again. She says she will hear him out first. Ray explains that he wants to build places to teach everyone his unique style of medicine. He wants a medical academy to train real doctors. He remembers how many soldiers like Zeke died because simple holy magic just was not enough on the chaotic front lines. Iriel gets it and says she is down to help him with a project like that. Ray is hyped and thanks her. Iriel acts like it is no big deal and wonders if she is even needed. She tells Ray that whether he knows it or not, people in this nation see him as a straight-up hero. Suddenly, she remembers she forgot to make him call her the prettiest and most amazing saint ever. She teases him for some clout while Ray just stands there. Later, he tells the nobles he is building a medical school. A lot of the nobles are unsure about a school just for their kind. So Iriel steps up and tells them they only get Ray's magic lectures if they agree to the plan. Iriel cuts a deal to mash magic and medicine together in one school. Now, Ray is officially a professor at this newly formed academy. His teaching career kicks off right here. Ray steps up and greets his very first class. He introduces himself as Professor Ray, a doctor first, but one who drops weekly magic knowledge on the side. He wraps up the intro, hoping everyone learns something, then awkwardly realizes he forgot to mention one more thing. The hall is jammed with students and even big-name professors. Ray is low-key freaking out at the crowd. Word about this insanely talented new prof spreads like wildfire, and the rumors about Ray start flying everywhere. Out of all the gossip, the students are mostly obsessed with how ridiculously good-looking he is. Between the white hair, blue eyes, and that sharp jawline, plus the teardrop earring, Ray is a total snack. Even in a school full of fancy nobles, he has everyone hooked. Ray pulls the class back together and announces their first lesson how magic actually takes shape. He explains that mastering this is basically the ultimate goal for anyone calling themselves a mage. He asks for the basics, and one student nails it: mana conversion, chanting, and technique. Ray calls those the 3 standard pillars of magic. Then Ray switches things up. Using a fire spell, he asks if they can cut those 3 conversions down to just 1. The student is skeptical, arguing that it would just waste mana and make the whole spell blow up. But Ray tells him he is wrong. Ray explains that fewer steps make casting faster, save mana, and keep your spell a secret until the very last second. Even the professors watching admit they are struggling to keep up with him. The student says it sounds impossible, so Ray decides to prove it right then and there with his own hand. Ray silently summons a flame in his palm, no chanting, no nothing. The entire class is absolutely stunned. Everyone freaks out because he actually did it: 1 conversion, 0 chanting. To explain how, Ray starts sketching out a diagram for a first circle water spell. He shows them that if you bundle mana into specific circular patterns, it still works, even without the fancy chanting. Ray explains this new form is way more efficient and tells anyone curious to give it a shot. Professor Clarius, a legendary Icy Out tribute mage, is shocked that Ray's idea actually works in real life and is not just some crazy theory. Clarius is amazed at how these simple circles can expose the actual skeleton of a spell. Clarice tries it himself and finds out it really works. Soon, students are casting chantless water spells and losing their minds. More students pull it off, proving this method is the real deal. Ray never thought he would be a teacher, but seeing their reactions makes him proud. He hopes his upcoming medical classes go just as well as this one did. The senior professors are hyped and insist he submits this new theory to the association immediately. They ask him what he calls this new magic theory, which makes Ray stop and think for a second. Ray casually calls it atomic theory. That night, the whole academy is buzzing about what this means for the future. Suddenly, students see a massive surge of blue magic and start wondering what on earth is going on. Turns out, Professor Claris just leveled up to a 5th circle mage thanks to everything he learned in Ray's lecture. Next morning, Ray wakes up annoyed by a racket outside. Someone is banging on his door, screaming for the professor. Ray groggily opens the door, complaining about the hour, only to be met by someone shouting that he is finally awake. His students swarm him, begging for more magic lectures and demanding that his classes become a permanent thing. Ray is totally drained and barely managing the students and their non-stop energy. He quickly seals his door with every lock and silencing spell he knows while the crowd keeps shouting his name. To stop the constant harassment at his room, Ray gives in and doubles his magic lectures every week. Ray slumps in his room, totally frustrated that his life at the academy is turning into a complete circus. Meanwhile, a mysterious treehouse sits deep in the forest. An elf attendant asks Lord Era how they should deal with a village that is looking to move in. Ara just shrugs and says it is fine for the elven village to relocate there. Ara says they have 1 week to finish the move, shocking her attendant. She mentions she has to leave right after that. The attendant figures she is heading to the Holy Empire and asks her to tell Ray hi, but Era denies it. After being teased about her trip to the Empire, Era finally gives in and says she will say hello to Ray. Ara realizes that while 6 months is nothing to an elf, being away from Ray makes the time feel like forever. Back at the academy, Rai notices the whole squad showed up for his next lecture. Ray introduces Professor Claris, the ice magic pro, as his personal teaching assistant. Kids are shook that a legend like Claris is helping him. She just death stares them into a total terrifying silence. Ray tells the crew to zip it and listen up. Lecture number 2 starts right now. Rai explains that atmospheric mana is uniform everywhere. Everyone uses the same mana, so it is all about the technique, not just power. To prove it, Ray has Clarius blast him with a wind cutter spell. The students are totally freaking out. They think he is nuts. Ray tells Clarice to aim at the board if he is scared, so Clarice agrees and charges up a wind sphere. He shapes the wind into a razor-sharp blade and fires it right through the middle of the classroom. Ray cancels the blast instantly. He tells them that by timing the clash perfectly, anyone can delete a spell before it lands. He wraps up the lecture and tells the kids to partner up for cancellation practice. The stunned students complain that this move is impossible for them. Ray claps back, asking if they have forgotten what it means to be magicians. He shouts that magic breaks every rule. True magicians never stop chasing their goals or opening their minds to crazy new ideas. The kids are totally moved by him. Everyone promises to practice. That wraps up the lecture. Time skips ahead to another morning at the academy's massive campus. Ray is exhausted from prepping his medical slides all night. Now he just needs to find some students. Swords and magic are popular, but medicine? Not so much. He needs a plan to get people interested. Nearby, some guy corners Gria, demanding a chat after 276 days of waiting. Mina starts yelling for an answer while everyone gawks. Ray watches Gria hesitate and realizes the poor girl is in serious trouble. Ray steps in, scolding the boys for ganging up on a scared girl. Minus is shocked, claiming he didn't mean any harm. Gria rejects Minus flat out, saying muscleheads aren't her type at all. The guy immediately snaps, suspecting that Ray is the reason she is saying no. Minus calls Ray a weakling compared to his own beefy physique. Gria tries to explain, but she just makes Minus angrier. Ray realizes she is basically pouring gasoline on the fire. Crying, Minus challenges Ray to a duel. Ray slowly gears up while Minus talks massive trash about his rank and swordsmanship. The dude is way too confident about knocking Ray out. Ray drops him with one tap from a branch. Ray is annoyed. Minus and his friends bolt while a witness stands there stunned by his skills. Everyone starts cheering. Ray just took down a top student with nothing but a tree stick. Ray realizes he accidentally became a hero while Greya shyly thanks him for saving her. He asks if he overstepped the mark. He smells potions. Greya admits she was brewing them. Ray realizes she is into medicine and mentions his free lectures. Even though she is a swordsman, she is totally hyped to go. He introduces himself as Ray. Greya thinks the name is cool and happily shares her own name and nickname. He waves goodbye. See you at the lecture. Recruiting might actually be a total breeze. Greya finally realizes she was just talking to the actual Professor Ray. Greya panics, thinking she insulted the guy by not knowing who he was. Her friend teases that she is crushing hard on him. Greya smiles to herself. She is definitely catching feelings. Her friend is completely baffled by Greya's face. A loud scream from the building highlights just how crazy this whole situation is. Later, Ray flops onto his bed, complaining that he never gets a single peaceful day. He stresses over what exactly to cover in his upcoming medical lectures for the different levels. Drowning in stress, he calls for Saint Irele. She crawls out from under his bed, complaining that his wandering around made hiding impossible. Ray jumps, asking what she is doing here instead of back in the Holy Empire. She brags about handling business before dropping in. Rai asks what is up, but Ariel says she is just checking on his campus life. Rai wonders if she is doing way too much for him, and she honestly admits he has a point. She confesses she came specifically to see him, no longer just as a saint, but as the real Ray. Leaning in, she calls him Ray with total hard eyes. Suddenly, the holy mark on his hand starts glowing in response. A massive magic circle activates right above them, totally freaking out both Ray and Ariel. Ara gets yanked from the forest right into Ray's room. He screams her name, demanding to know what is happening. He wonders if some huge event is kicking off. Meanwhile, Ara stands there totally chill as the teleportation light fades. Soon, the three of them share a super tense meal, while Era and Phi glare at each other over poor Ray. Back at their first meeting, Rai and Phi were stunned to find out Ara is a high elf. Rai asks what she is doing. Fi is amazed she teleported here, while Era snaps that after all this time, that weak spell is all Rai can say. Ara insists she only showed up because she really wanted to see Ray again. She calls Phi a basic human woman, but Phi fires back that there are no rules against her being by his side. Phi is shocked when she gets handed a robe. Ara explains it is so they can move around outside the academy. Rai agrees they have to get off campus. He knows the drama if people see him with a saint and a high elf. Even in those basic robes, these two radiate so much power that Rai worries they will still draw a crowd. Inside, he just wants one truly quiet day. At a local spot, Ara says human towns have changed since her last visit, though Rai doubts her sense of time. A group of scary-looking mercenaries politely ask if they can crash at Ray's table. Rai and his crew agree to share, so the staff leads the 4 new guys to sit right with them. The leader says thanks. Ray senses their mana and figures they are 1 mage and 3 swordsman adventurers. The guys set him straight, explaining they are actually mercenaries rather than typical adventurers. Their buddy in the armor adds that they are part of the brand new Billical mercenary group. Rai remembers their reputation as a high-skill, fast-growing company and asks what they are doing in this village. They explain the Holy Empire hired them to crush rebels and monsters. Rai and Phi exchange some pretty worried looks. Outwardly, Phi praises them for the Imperial job, but Ray realizes the church just dumped the dangerous work on them. Ara is hyped for some gossip after living in the woods so long. She leans in and tells them to keep talking. The mercenaries are totally mesmerized by her beauty and eagerly agree to spill all their stories. Their stories give Ray some solid intel. Ever since he showed up at the academy, the monster attacks have actually dropped. However, the mid-tier monsters are still everywhere and are starting to fight with actual team tactics like they are being controlled. Ray figures out the church hired mercenaries because sending their own people against these organized enemies was just way too risky. Outside, a sign swings back and forth in the wind, a bad omen of the total chaos coming to the streets. Inside the restaurant, a waiter suddenly trips in pure shock. Someone yells out that monsters are attacking the town. Phi tells Ray it is go time, and he agrees. Outside, the mercenaries stare up in horror at something coming their way. A wyvern swoops down over the town, shocking everyone. The mercenaries find themselves paralyzed by a massive, overwhelming fear aura. Rai actually finds it pretty cool that a wyvern can even use fear magic like this. Aura steps forward and says that kind of weak fear is only meant to toy with the weak. Ignoring the fear tactic, she watches the beast dive with its jaws open. With one flick, the wyvern slams into a wagon. She coldly insults the beast for having the nerve to use fear against someone way stronger than it. The wyvern strikes back with elemental attacks, but icy magic stops it cold. Ray binds the creature with a hold spell. He notices the creature managed to cast a spell even after feeling Aura's fear effect. Aura points out that it seems to have no will of its own. Fi spots more monsters nearby and heads off to handle them while Rai gives her a quick thanks. Ray realizes this whole mess is part of a bigger plot and decides he has to find the necromancer behind it. Late that night, guards in a dungeon grill a dark wizard. They decide to use a mind control spell to rip all the faction secrets out of his head. The mage starts a mind reading spell, but the old creep just laughs it off. He mocks the weak magic and demands the saint. The necromancer reveals he already knows the saint is at the school and mocks them for thinking he was in the dark. He used dark magic to stalk the saint and cooked up some nasty surprises ahead of time. He brags that with a monster tamer, he can snipe targets from miles away, using beasts to cause total chaos while she is helpless. The goal? Tank the Holy Empire's economy through merchant unions and watch the whole thing burn to the ground. Just as he demands to see the saint, a hooded figure walks in, announcing she is already there. The stranger tells him his messy little schemes are totally worthless. He leans in and whispers that those grand plans are just pathetic fantasies. The necromancer does not care, telling them to do whatever they want with him. His creepy laughter fills the hall as he swears Twilight will decide everything. Back in the city, Ray watches the sunset over the ruins. Monsters are gone, but he is confused as to why they even attacked. FIA and Ray decide they need better defenses and a way to figure out the monsters' motives. They leave the cleanup to guys who can turn those monster corpses into fresh armor. Era feels something weird is going on. She asks Ray for a private chat. Casting a silent spell, she cuts out the noise so they can talk shop. Era admits she is not a world expert, but she is ready to spill what she knows. She drops the bomb that huge magic circles are popping up all over the place, including one right here. The entire academy is sitting right in the middle of a massive magical trap. Ray is totally floored as Era explains how the mana surged. She wonders what kind of magic circle they are dealing with. Realizing Ray is clueless, she admits she only feels a tiny bit of its power. Breaking this thing requires erasing 30% of it, and without knowing what ink they used to draw it, they are basically screwed. Era points out that since they do not know how it was drawn, stopping it is a total nightmare. Normally, you could just wipe away chalk or bone dust, but not this. Ray realizes the circle is getting constant juice. Since he cannot break it, his only move is to get everyone the heck out of there. Narration says Ray starts drawing up an evacuation order immediately. FIA keeps her cool and hits the maps to plan. She suggests splitting the students, sending the north to Geralt and the south towards Sulen. Even if the north is mountainous, Ray puts FIA in charge of the northern group since she knows the Holy Empire's land, while trusting Ara to keep everyone safe heading toward the south. Ray needs a high spot to shout. When Era tells him to just stand still for a second, a massive beam of light blasts him into the air so he can scream the evacuation news to everyone. Ray thanks Era before getting to work. He casts voice-boosting magic. His booming voice tells everyone to run to Geralt, leaving the locals totally confused because they recognize his voice. He yells in the Empire's name that things are dangerous and commands every single person to get out now. People recognize Saint Ray but doubt his orders. Ray realizes he does not have time to win them over with a speech. With no choice, Ray sets off an explosion that sends people running for their lives. He keeps blowing stuff up behind him. There is no time for small talk, so brute force it is. Looking at the fires, Ray hopes this works. He leaves the rest to his crew and heads for the outskirts. Ray books it out of there. While running, he swears that whoever started this mess is not going to walk away. Somewhere else, a hooded figure is racing through the dark. The saint figures moving everyone will take 3 days, and they need to call in supplies before people start to panic. He notes the northern route is long and crawling with monsters. He can feel that the same kind of creeps following him might jump the refugees. Sensing 5 heavy mana signatures, he figures they are aura users or even stronger. He stops at a spot, deciding this is where he will take them down. Facing his shadows, he asks what they want with a saint. 5 armed dudes show up as the crowd starts whispering. She clocks them as 3 punks and 2 older aura users like Zeke, meaning this is going to be a headache. Surrounded. She says she would rather fight a saint than a saintist and demands to know which kingdom is behind this before she starts cracking their skulls. An attacker lunges, bragging about how they have killed cocky priests before. She calls them rude and blasts them away with a golden strike. Some hooded thug tells his dying enemy to shut up and wait for death, making the guy scream for help. A veteran swordsman catches a massive yellow blast with his glowing fireblade. Checking the blade, the saint spots a swordmaster and wonders which kingdom sent two heavy hitters like that. She rules out the Leyan Empire since they have zero reasons to mess with a powerful holy saint. She figures it is some dark cult using a necromancer, a bone dragon, and even master swordsman. But wait, no time for guessing. One slip up means she is totally dead, so she drops her cloak and gets dead serious. She moves in slow, calculating every step. Her holy magic hits from way further than a sword, letting her pick off the enemies one by one. One master waits in the shadows. A sudden crash snaps him awake. They jump her from both sides at once, trying to catch her off guard while she is busy with one guy. She realizes one of these dudes is actually ready to die just to land a hit, which is totally insane. Instead, she blinds them all with a holy flash, calling their suicide mission a massive fail. She knows that against these pros, things like blessings and holy seals are what really decide who wins. Glowing with light, she slams into them, screaming as she swings. Then, she notices something weird. Her glowing hand grabs the enemy weapon, totally shocking him. After gutting the master who is now spitting blood, she grills him for wasting his own life. He says she is only tough because she tried to be, but asks what to do against a force that makes strength useless. Normally he would just talk it out, but the enemy they are fighting does not do peace talks. She decides that total destruction is the only way and wonders if she can actually take down a monster like that. He says he cannot do it, but maybe someone else can. She smiles, knowing exactly who can pull that off. The veteran asks if he has any last words. He just says he is done and waits for the end. Then he dies. The saint feels the last three thugs running off and vows not to let them get away that easily. The runners are swearing about how insanely strong this saint is. They are terrified since two masters already failed, wondering how to catch her and fearing what their boss will do. She catches them way faster than they expected and tells them to come over. She tells the leader to come quietly while she is still being nice, or she will use force. Panicking, he thinks he would rather do something crazy than get captured. He bites down on a hidden pill. The saint notices him chewing something and knows what is up. She realizes they have poison pills and are willing to kill themselves to keep their little secret. She quickly heals one guy, stopping him from dying. She asks if he really thought dying was that easy and tells them to obey, or she will break their legs. They ask if she will untie them. She snaps back that they are in no position to bargain. She explains that trying to kill a saint is a death sentence, and they will be executed right after the talk. One guy claims that even if they talk, the Holy Empire cannot do a thing. She tells him that is not his call and orders him to spill it. He asks for a favor if he talks, and she says maybe. Ignoring his friends yelling, he makes a mana oath to tell the truth. Breaking that oath literally rips your insides apart, so she knows he is legit. Under oath, he reveals their secret cult, Phraxia, snuck into the Holy Empire over 20 years ago. She connects Phraxia to that famous massacre at the Great Geralt Outskirt residence years back. He confirms that was their first big job. He says the massacre, blamed on monsters, was actually all Phraxia. The narrator says the whole bloodbath was all Phraxia's fault. He explains that some survivors with strong bodies, like them, were snatched up during the raid. Everyone else was just monster food. Those two masters she fought were also kidnapped and forced to work because Phraxia has their families. He adds that Phraxia even has his younger sibling. He begs the saint to promise she will destroy the cult. She agrees and tells him to go. He is shocked she is letting them walk, but she says they can go home or die elsewhere. It is up to them. She tells them chill. She cannot promise to wipe them out completely, but she will definitely push them to the edge. Another dude steps up, acting all polite, because he has got some tea to spill about Phraxia too. The saint says keep up and we will talk while we move. Over by the academy, some investigator is tripping. No magic circle in sight, but the mana readings are off the charts. Ray knows if he does not smash that circle now, the spell will not stop. Between the blood, the mana trails, and the frozen villagers, he is piecing it together. The buildings are fine. These psychos were not hunting houses, they were hunting people. Then it hits him. The whole setup is rigged. He remembers Aura saying you gotta wipe out 30% of a circle to break it. Hard to do when you do not even know what ink they used. Since this thing looks massive and permanent, he figures it is time to bring the boom with a massive explosion spell. Through the fire and smoke, he feels the circle's power start to slip. Theory confirmed. The entire village layout itself is actually one massive, freaking magic circle. Walls start crumbling and people are screaming to move. Great, there are still civilians stuck in this mess. Ray chews out the locals for staying and they are like, wait, is that the saint? They claim they are not rebels, they are just terrified because everyone is dying. They were scared of turning into statues while running, so they just hid instead. They blame some black magic freak called a ghost that has been stalking the village streets. One guy gets twitchy and admits they were hiding so they would not mess up the magic circle's activation. Inside, he is fuming. Some jerk started wrecking buildings, and now this saint just trashed their entire master plan. Ray asks why Aura users were not fighting. These fake villagers freak out when he points out the blood on their shirts. Ghosts do not bleed, so their hiding story is total trash. He calls them out for murdering Holy Empire soldiers during the chaos, then playing dead while the monsters bailed. Since their cover is blown, one says they are cornered. The dudes chug some liquid that melts their flesh, and Ray yells a warning about the fast-acting poison. He has never seen a poison melt people that fast. Who would make these guys delete themselves just to keep a secret? Even with all these new questions, he knows taking down that magic circle is the #1 priority. He turns on mana detection and realizes breaking 30% of a city-sized circle needs way more than just bombs. No more civilians in range. Those dead traitors were the very last ones left. He decides to go all out and end this fast. He charges up a massive, glowing ball of blue mana between his hands. He dunks that mana into the dirt with a brutal strike. The shockwave hits like an earthquake, shredding buildings and tearing the ground apart. Somewhere else, the ex-assassins finish telling the Saint the story of how Phryxia snatched them up. One of them says they went through hellish training and pulled off a ton of dirty jobs. The Saint is impressed that even these low-level goons have good intel. She is figuring out Phryxia's size, what they can do, and how they talk. This new info is a massive step up from being totally in the dark. Then they flip the script. The guy bets she grew up rich and starts asking about her childhood. She starts thinking back. We see a little church where a guy is calling out. A happy little girl shouts back to her dad. Turns out, there is a church for orphans sitting on a tiny island way out in the Empire. One orphan was a girl named Ireel, famous for her golden hair and fancy looks. She was way smarter and kinder than the other kids, almost like an angel. One day, some person asks Ireel if she has ever wanted to see what is outside. Priest George notices she is curious and asks if she is thinking about leaving the village behind. Ariel is curious, but leaving France would bum her out. He plays to her ego and offers to help her out. He tells her she is wasting her talent at the church and promises to back her until she finds a new goal. Once she hears she can visit her friends whenever, Ireel is all in on seeing the world. George says they gotta bounce right now, acting like this is a once-in-a-lifetime shot. She feels bad about not saying goodbye, but trusts him. Later in a carriage, she is still sad she did not tell her friends, peace out. He says letters are good enough, and she is hopeful that everything is going to be just fine. In the carriage, she sees they have already passed the next town. She asks where they are headed, and he says the port. He says they are hopping a ship to the big city of G-Hill. He makes G-Hill sound like paradise compared to their boring island. Ariel is dying to see what G-Hill is like. This massive ship? Yeah, it is our ride to destiny. We land, and Gore is flexing, showing off the city of G. G-Hill is glowing under the sun like a total dream. He asks if she is feeling the vibe, and she is already hyped for what is next. He just says they gotta talk and leads her off the boat. He pours some tea, calling it special holy water brew. Apparently, it is a toast to their brand new life. With a big fake smile, he tells her to drink up. Being naive, she takes a sip. Everything goes trippy as weird patterns dance in her eyes. She is fading out fast, and she sees him just staring down, totally calm while she collapses. Voices are arguing over her price. They settle on 2 white gold coins. Done deal. Ariel wakes up in a strange room, barely remembering that tea or crying out for the priest. George gives her a fake good luck while the other dude is demanding his cold, hard cash. She is terrified, asking if this is the paradise he promised. He just grins. Nope, it is a slave market, and he just cashed her in like a paycheck. She freezes in shock. He actually calls her a slave. She screams that he promised her the world, but he just laughs at how gullible she was. It was all a lie. He tells her she is smart enough to survive being a slave. Walking out, he jokes that she can still write letters if she starts missing her little friends. With a nasty grin, he promises her friend is next. The slaver barks at the girl to move it. After those adults played her, she spent 4 whole days just staring into the void. She sat like a statue, but it was all an act. Eventually, the guards stopped paying attention to the broken girl. She mapped out the whole place, memorizing exactly who came and went and when they did it. Finally, the day came. Time for her to be sold off like property. Clutching her cross, she whispers a silent apology to the real Ariel. Flashback time. Her dying mom says sorry for failing her and hands over a cross, promising God will always have her back. Mom tells little Ariel she can never be weak, she has to be tough. Gripping the cross, Ariel hears those words on repeat. The slaver says she is a rare find and will fetch a huge price. He says it is showtime. Meet the boss man of the slaves. He is thrilled the priest sold her to him for cheap. Ariel knows she can't outrun this guy. He creeps closer, wondering why she is asleep, but she knows a kid can't beat a man. He checks if she is dead, leaning right in. This is it. She needs him to drop his guard. Ariel snaps. She lunges out and rips his throat open with that metal cross. She says she had to end him just to get out alive. That blood-soaked cross says everything you need to know. Back to now. Ireel admits she is a killer, as she and her friend roll up to the gates of G. In G-Hole, some priest drops to his knees, calling her the most holy saint. She tells the priest it has been a hot minute since they met. Looming over the terrified man, she asks if she should call him father. Soldiers are screaming that Ireel went this way, chasing her through the back alleys. Those slavers are furious, swearing they will catch her. Meanwhile, she is remembering how her own father sold her out. She tells us those human traffickers hunted her like an animal for months after she broke free. Every time they got close, she had a trap waiting for them. All you could hear were their screams as her ambushes hit. She kept slipping away using those same deadly tricks. She cut them down one by one, constantly covered in the blood of her enemies. She remembers the whole nightmare. The blood stuck to her hair like a permanent stain of her sins. Her guilt eventually died, replaced by a pure hatred for the world. All she wanted was revenge and blood. Then, at her rock bottom, a blinding light hit her right in the eyes. A glowing goddess descends and, for some reason, chooses Ireel out of everyone. Soaking in that light, she finally gets it. Life is precious, and revenge is just a hollow waste of time. Thanks to that epiphany, she can face this coward priest without losing her cool. She is actually shocked that looking at this loser doesn't even make her mad. In another spot, magic explosions are blowing up the city. Someone yells that they can't just wreck the whole formation. Ray is chilling in a cloud of blue mana, scanning the city magic circles to see what they actually do. He sees the whole city as glowing runes. He realizes the building layout itself forms a bunch of massive magic circles. Looks like there are less than 6 of these things. Now he just has to figure out which ones are important. Out of nowhere, a new magic circle pops up overhead and freaks him out. Purple light swallows Rai as the trap goes off. He is totally stuck. The mana is pinning him down, and he realizes he missed it because other spells were masking the formation. Scanning the design, he realizes it is a cursed ceiling trap, and the massive power is crushing him. He is already wiped from dropping that citywide earthquake. He is running on empty and cannot kick out the nasty energy creeping into his system. This gross purple smoke starts rising, and the smell hits him. He has dealt with this trash before. It is the same curse that once trapped Era. A purple swirl rips open right in front of him as the spell peaks. Monsters start spilling out of the portal into the square. Rai is in no shape to scrap, but he cannot just sit there and watch. An orc slams into him, sending him flying like a rag doll. If he does not stop these freaks now, they will butcher the refugees. He pushes his limits to summon one massive mana blade from thin air. He lets out a wide slash that shreds through the pack. But the move fries his circuits, and the pain is unreal. Ray feels his energy backfiring through his veins like they are about to explode. The agony is too much, and he gets sniped. Arrows thud into his back, and he hits the dirt, fading out fast. Bleeding out and gasping, he is kicking himself for falling for such a basic trap. He totally blew it. With wolves and snipers closing the gap, he is starting to think his luck finally ran out. Outside the walls, wagons and refugees are heading for the gate, having no clue he is dying inside. An elf watching the gate sees the supplies moving fine thanks to their human inside. Her job is done, so she needs to find Ray. Suddenly, she feels her link to Ray flickering. The mark on her hand starts glowing, screaming at her that something has gone south. Ray's life force is tanking, and she is panicking. She rips open a portal to get to him before it is too late. She steps through just as an orc is about to crush Ray. She screams at the beast to back off. Pissed off, she dives in, calling them literal trash. She rips through them with crazy blue power, leaving a bloody mess behind. Seeing Ray looking like a corpse breaks her heart. She is yelling his name while that dark curse oozes out of his wounds. She is dumping healing magic into him, begging the guy to just open his eyes. That familiar, nasty smell hits her, and she freezes. She knows this exact scent. It is that same sickly, sweet smell that haunted her for 20 long years. It is the signature of the exact spell that kept her in a coma until Ray saved her. And now, Ray's body is reeking of that very same cursed energy. Heartbroken, she can barely find words. Sitting in a pool of blood, she just whispers his name, completely losing hope. Ray is laying there in a bed of white flowers like some fallen saint. Word gets out that the hero is dead, and everyone is losing it. The kingdom throws a massive funeral to honor their guy. The Pope hypes up Ray's legend and gives him the title Ale, but with their hero gone, the kingdom is wide open, and the nation of Brosesia invades. Full-blown war breaks out between the two realms. Down in the trenches, Ireel is kicking ass with her crew, cracking jokes while everything goes to hell. It has been 3 days of straight combat. Even with magic healing their wounds, she can see the squad is mentally fried. A soldier yells to the saint as backup shows up. Marquis Harold arrives with fresh troops to save the day. A mage mumbles a prayer and gets ready to blast. She drops a massive lightning strike that absolutely deletes the enemy front line. Another warrior charges into the meat grinder screaming. A blonde swordsman rips into the enemy, shredding armor left and right. Watching Ferris, Siri, and Ryan go hard, Iro realizes these nobles became real soldiers. The saint would be proud. She says Rai needs to sleep until this war is over. Then, he will wake up. Some poor enemy grunt screams his lungs out as a holy warrior levels him. This cloaked creep says even a basic grunt can mess with a saint, showing off his evil boss vibes. Zeke warns Ariel that these weirdos were just spotted hitting another city a few days back. The robed freaks eye her up, talking trash about her looks while swinging swords made of fire. Ariel sizes them up. Only she and Zeke are real masters here. Since the bad guys have a heavyweight too, she signals Zeke to get ready for a tag team move. Zeke locks in on her signal. This bearded jerk leaps at them, laughing at their teamwork. Ariel tanks his fire strike head-on and screams his name as they clash. That beardy guy is shook. She blocked him. Now he is winding up for a massive haymaker. A massive explosion rips through the air. Everyone is screaming for the saint to bail, but Zeke stands his ground. Blinding light and raw power just swallow the whole battlefield whole. Zeke is hurting but still upright. He is stunned. One hit did that much damage. This villain is some high-level swordmaster beast. Ariel is done. She screams for everyone to fall back immediately. The bad guy just laughs. He is not letting anyone leave. Suddenly, Ariel gets in his face and grabs him. She lets her holy energy go full nuclear, firing off her Kyle light spell. The enemy stumbles back through the glow, wondering where she was hiding all that crazy power. He can feel his own rage getting wiped out by her light. Is this girl actually channeling a god? Back at camp, the boss drops the plan. The knights hold the line while the cavalry hits them from behind. Officers start pairing up saints to back the knights. The big showdown is going down in the forest to the northwest. Ario gives it up for Gra, their young genius strategist. If this works, they might actually win this war. Council is over. She tells the crew to catch some sleep while the enemy is playing it cool. She lets out a heavy sigh. When asked if shot calling is tough without the saint, she admits it. She finally gets how much Ray did for them. She is smiling but serious. She cannot lean on Rai forever. It is time to step up and be a saint. Her squad is all in. It is time to pay that saint back for everything. Ferris, Siri, and Ryan snap a salute to Ireel, ready for her next order. Zeke teases Harold about leaving his cozy office. Harold says nobody is cozy while the world is on fire. Watching her allies unite, Ireel wonders if this camaraderie is the fruit of Ray's reforms to the Holy Kingdom. These greedy nobles are actually fighting together now. She feels a weird, tight bond growing with all of them. This unity feels weird, but she loves it. Meanwhile, in the quiet city, Rai is still stuck in his head. A glowing hand starts a purification spell on his curse. A nun asks how Ray is holding up. Era says his mind is awake even if his body is frozen. He needs people to talk to him so he stays sane. She leaves Ray with the human maid, who promises to keep a close eye. The maid thinks only someone like Ray could get this much love from powerful fairy folk. She pets his head, whispering that everyone is rooting for him. Alone at his side, she just wants him to wake up already. Ray's cursed dark hand is still. Suddenly, some creepy purple mana starts swirling all around his fingers. Usually, Ray just pulls mana from the air. He does not really store it in his own body. But now, he has two different types of energy inside him. Bone dragon magic and that nasty earth-sealing curse are clashing. Remember when Ray fixed Era? He used healing magic to suck the cursed energy right out of her. We see a flashback of that ritual. Ray needs to dump this cursed mana, but his controls are locked. He cannot just wish it away right now. He thinks about nudging his own energy to kickstart his dragon magic. A tiny spark hits the bone dragon mana. The dragon energy stops, totally confused by what just happened. His blue dragon magic starts coiling up. Since these two energies hate each other, they start a massive internal war. Ray is planning to use his dragon magic to kick the curse out of his system. He tells the two forces to fight it out. He needs his own magic to win this battle, period. But that curse has been building up for decades. If his magic wipes everything out, Ray might be gone too. So, he has to shove the enemy mana back while keeping his own energy from getting completely fried. As the mana war rages inside, he feels his whole body getting ripped apart by the chaos. Ray swears he will find and wreck whoever set this magic trap. Someone asks if the Proxia Empire is already close. The maids say the whole country is going to war, and even Yuklawood is headed to the front. In the palace, people are freaking out over Miss Yuklawood's safety. On the battlefield, Yuklawood pulls the cavalry back and tells the Magic Legion to start blasting the enemy. Master that Windslasher strike or get ready to hear some real screams of pain. Yuklawood signals the 5th Magic Core to fall back. She then drops a massive blizzard spell that freezes the battlefield. The enemy boss knows that magic. He shouts for a full retreat and orders his squad back to their camp. Back at base, Ray is salty. He is complaining that they sent him out without even letting him fight. Lorraine and Galicia are hyped. They say Yuklawood makes the troops feel invincible. Their boss is stoked about defending Selene. Yukla knows if this war drags on, Selene, Gil, and Salonia are basically toast. Things are looking pretty grim. She calculates the odds. Most bad guys are hitting Geralt, so they desperately need more muscle on the field. Yuklawood tells Lauren Glacia to move out to Geralt. Lauren is totally down for it. Euclawwood takes a breath, feeling drained. Suddenly, she feels a massive mana spike. It is insane, something that should be physically impossible. Ray snaps awake in bed, covered in sweat and panicking. He finally wakes up for real. He confirms that the nasty curse on his left hand is gone because he mashed two types of mana together. That cursed dragon magic is finally completely wiped out. But man, it trashed his stats. He is still weak and stiff, but he can actually move the mana in the room. Ray realizes he needs way less juice than before. Just enough to kick the rest of that curse to the curb. Blue mana glows around him. He is focusing hard, trying to handle this massive wave of power inside. His left hand feels crazy light now. He is shocked because every single muscle and vein in his arm is totally soaked in mana. His body's mana is fully unlocked. It is like his hand finally leveled up after taking all those mana hits. He checks how his magic circle and hand work together. Now his body uses mana with absolute maximum efficiency. Ray gets hyped. Time to flip the switch and power up his entire body. A healing spell hits the building from outside. Inside, Ray flows his own mana to start fixing himself up. He feels light as air, almost like he is flying. His physical condition is officially at 100%. Clenching his fist, he is ready to get back. He feels powerful and finally free from all his chains. Suddenly, enemy swordmasters launch a brutal night raid on the holy capital of Zalonia. It is total chaos. The guards say the attack hit out of nowhere. The commander yells to pull back. If they lose more men, holding this spot will be a suicide mission. Someone has to buy time. The saint steps up to stay while everyone else begs her to get out. Knights and mages offer to stay instead. They know she cannot survive alone, especially with their top heavy hitter missing in action. They warn her that if she goes down, the whole war is basically over. The saint raises her hands, calling on divine juice. She drops massive holy shields and buffs on the knights, who feel the surge. She orders her crew to take out every enemy while silently praying that none of her people get killed. The battlefield goes wild as the enemy starts charging. The leader barks orders to hold the line and block the path. He scans the area for the saint and panics when she is gone. The bad guys watch her run. They argue about chasing her before letting one of their own make the call. On the front lines, a knight tanks a hit, thinking only about protecting the saint. He roars that he will not let them pass and charges. The enemy boss mocks him for being a young prodigy before their blades clash. He vows to take the kid down personally. The knight realizes he is losing this fight and starts to panic. Another enemy tells his buddy to chill out on the kid. He knows the saint is going to escape anyway. Meanwhile, the holy swordmaster throws a massive flaming strike. He is cursing under his breath as he goes in again. Friendly mages rain down fireballs. Greer rushes in, yelling that she has got Zix back in this mess. Zik yells for her as the enemy realizes the Holy Empire actually has some decent fighters left. The enemy boss is totally fine. He says the fire was annoying, but now he has to take Zik and Graia seriously. He screams that someone is behind Gra. The assassin thinks she is just a bug, and Graia is absolutely terrified. She lunges for a desperate stab while Zik screams. The enemy sidesteps and winds up for a brutal counterattack. The soldiers see something scary coming and scream for everyone to run for their lives. A blade glows with a dark vibe. Flaming sword strikes rip through everyone, leaving nothing but screams and blood. Zig watches as his squad gets wrecked by just two dudes. A swordmaster mocks him, demanding to fight Ray before going on a crazy offensive. Zik is getting totally crushed by this insane power. He is finished. Snow starts falling, and he feels Euclawwood's magic hitting the field. A blizzard hides everything, leaving the bad guys confused. A snowy cloak swirls as Euclawwood's magic kicks in. She steps onto the ice in her frost-imbued uniform, looking lethal. The enemy realizes this is Sixth Circle magic, and starts to freak out. Euclawwood steps out of the blizzard, telling the invaders to quit. They can't believe someone in the Holy Empire is actually this cracked. Everything goes white as the magic explodes. The saint tells us she hit her tracks to escape, praying she bought enough time. Running solo through the woods, she starts stressing about what to do once she reaches Salonia. She's got zero plan, then hears some jerks laughing as two pursuers catch up. They mock her, saying she should have just run straight to get further. The saint expected enemy masters, but not this fast. She preps a golden spell for one of them. She swears she is taking one of these punks down with her, and they are totally down for it. Both swordmasters lunge at her, shouting that it won't happen unless she's got the skills. Blood sprays across the dirt, signaling a nasty lethal strike. One bearded guy gets a blade right through the chest. The saint just stands there, shocked by this blue magical save. She looks up as hope hits her eyes. Ray finally shows up in his robe, glowing with blue mana like a total boss. The saint sees him and shouts his name, totally relieved. Ray faces the enemies, pissed they moved while he was stuck. He tells them that Cursed Circle only held him back for a single month. He snaps, repeating that he was sealed for a whole month, then starts charging up a massive mana bomb. Ray is too busy for games and announces he is ending them both right now. The surviving swordmaster and his buddy start sweating as Ray's massive power blows their minds. Rai suddenly senses something coming. The saint is terrified, realizing they are trying a suicide mana injection using the strength of two swordmasters. The enemy screams that Ray is still just human. No way he survives taking mana hits from two masters at once. They go for the kill. Ray sees them trying to flood his body with mana and worries his flow might get wrecked. He realizes they picked the wrong guy to mess with. His eyes glow as he fires a massive blue laser beam. One attacker drops hard. Ray tells them they really should have looked closer at who they were fighting against. Ray turns to Iroh, says he is out of time, and tells her to keep up as fast as possible. Meanwhile, Zik is stumbling around, bleeding out but still holding onto his flaming sword like a champ. Euclid is still swinging, asking Jake if he can hang on. She nukes an enemy with magic as he hits the floor. Euclid hates changing plans, but Jake is basically dying and she can't just let the guy bleed out like that. She throws ice spears but knows her mana won't last. One enemy dodges, screaming that she is a total witch and he hates it. He knows deep down she is definitely not normal. Euclid sizes up the fight. Every time she dodges, another spell nearly clips her. This opponent is a legit six circle master. She hears Zik scream and freezes. Zik just got impaled by a flaming sword and there is blood everywhere. Zig's eyes go dark as he dies. The saint screams for Jake while the enemy laughs, saying the night is over and phase 2 begins. The swordmaster tells her she is next on his hit list. Euclid challenges him to bring it, knowing she's out of options. Suddenly, a knight screams for everyone to run as a new threat arrives. Another soldier yells that the monster is here. A massive explosion of fire swallows up half the entire battlefield instantly. Through the smoke, Rai walks out looking completely untouchable. The swordmaster recognizes Rai as the nightmare he heard about. Soldiers see Ray standing there like a god among a forest of blades. Zig is just lying there, dead and covered in blood. Ray kneels down, feeling that Jake's body is already cold. He realizes Jake died just minutes ago and demands the truth. Rai asks Yucklawood who exactly killed his friend. She blames her own weakness but stops herself. Pissed off, Rai decides he is going to rip Jake's killers into tiny pieces. The remaining enemies realize Rai is way too dangerous and start looking for an exit. One offers to clear a path. The smart one just tells his partner to run for their lives. Ray slices the swordmaster deep, realizing mid-swing that the wound angles prove the girl didn't actually kill Jake. Mana swirls around Ray as he stares down the bleeding guy and asks, "Are you the real killer?" The shaken enemy realizes Ray is a total beast. Later, the saint asks him to lead the fight, and he promises not to let her down. Ray thanks her, saying he trusts her completely while lifting Jake's lifeless body. A confused Euclid thanks Ray but wonders why he wants the body. Suddenly, a green light glows through the trees. Jake's body sits on a stone slab, bathed in eerie green light like some weird ritual. Ray sees the damage, lethal blood loss. He knows there is no normal way to bring this guy back. The saint creeps up and calls his name. She can't believe Jake is actually gone after all they went through. She tells herself he will get a real burial and swears his sacrifice won't be for nothing. A golden holy light starts glowing over Jake's corpse. Even Ray looks shocked by the divine shimmer. He thinks they might have a shot, making the saint confused. Then Ray yells, "We can still save him." He knows divine magic can't bring back the dead. He is well aware of the rules. Ray explains that holy magic isn't the answer here, it's his own power. He pumps a blue line of mana into Jake's chest as the saint shouts in total panic. The saint says she gets his grief. It's hard to accept Jake's gone, especially since he cared for him so much. She remembers that unlike that one time with Zeke, Jake is dead. Life and death are God's business, and humans aren't supposed to mess with that stuff. Ray refuses to call letting a life slip away God's will. He swears he is going to flip the script. Iriel is floored that Ray would say something so taboo. She waits for divine punishment to strike, but soon realizes that nothing is happening to him. Ray is struggling. He asks Iriel to just trust him, even if he can't explain the details yet. Ariel clenches her fist, remembering the past. A flashback shows a younger Ray using a weird power while she watched from the shadows. She saw him bring someone back once before. She remembers he used that same bizarre method to resurrect Zeke. She feels holy vibes from Ray, even though he is using mana. Strangely, his trash talk against God didn't trigger any curse. The whole thing is insane, but she trusts him. Iriel offers to help however she can. Ray just smiles and tells her she is already doing plenty. Zeke is brain dead, but holy magic kept his body alive. Ray decides he has to save Zeke within 4 minutes of his heart stopping. It's the golden window. He magically opens the chest, sees only the heart is failing, and wishes he had a defibrillator before trying something else. Determined, Ray comes up with a different plan. He remembers heart's beat using electric signals. He figures a defibrillator works by hitting the heart with a fresh current to reset the rhythm. So, he will use magic to control the body's electricity, blast the heart, and start rhythmic chest compressions. Ray starts a literal heart massage with magic to get blood moving. During this mystical CPR, he prays for Zeke to survive. He orders Zeke's heart to start beating again as a bright light flashes. The heart starts back up thanks to the shocks and massage. Ray and Iriel look on in absolute shock and relief. It worked! Ray confirms the heartbeat and tells Iriel to heal him fast. Seeing Zeke twitch, Iriel shouts that this should be impossible. She sees Zeke's skin color returning and his breathing steadying out. Blown away, Iriel asks who he really is and how he did it. Ray just says they pulled it off together. Ray gives her the credit, saying they saved Zeke as a team. When she calls it dark magic later, he says it's just science. Ray pivots, telling her to move Zeke and go help the others. She asks if he is coming with her. Ray says no, he has to go see the Pope instead. Iriel nods and gets ready to head out. Ray vanishes instantly, leaving Ariel shouting after him. She wonders if rushing to see the Pope is actually a good idea. Meanwhile, the city of Geralt is a total inferno. A cloaked guy watches the fire, muttering that the city is finally done for. This dirty traitor gloats that his buddies will hide him away and give him the promotion they promised. He stops bragging real fast when a masked warrior appears behind him and tells him not to move a muscle. Freaking out, the traitor asks who is there. A blade flashes, his arm flies off, and the masked man demands the truth. He is writhing and confused. The traitor can't believe his shield failed or how scary this guy is. Then a second masked figure strikes him for moving, and he realizes he's surrounded, boxed in by masked creeps. They are demanding to know who is in charge, and he realizes he is outnumbered. Under pressure, he coughs up the high priest's name, but they want the real puppet masters in Phraxia. These masked guys realize he won't talk easily, while the traitor starts sweating over how much they already know. One interrogator fires up some painful divine mind magic. He says he hates the feeling of digging through someone's brain. The traitor panics, realizing this messed up divine interrogation magic is way beyond anything the regular church could ever pull off. A glowing cross of power blasts into the sky as the spell finishes. Later, one guy calls the info mostly trash and says he is heading out. Another Yans hands the prisoner off, telling Jig Yong and Chong Yong to finish the job. Chong Yong is told to clean up the scene and then meet up to visit the saint. Their boss figures that by now, Ray has probably already reached the Vatican. At the Vatican, we learn Phraxia isn't just one new country, it's actually a massive alliance of neighbors. Ray worries that if Phraxia has infiltrated the Empire's leaders, they are doomed. This mess is way above his pay grade. He hits the palace and asks a shocked guard if the Pope is in. Ray demands a meeting, knowing the Pope is his only real shot at getting any help now. The Vatican finds out there are rats in the Empire, and that Phraxia was actually built by an alliance they once backed. The Pope loses it over the betrayal and swears he will hunt those heretics down immediately. Ray shuts him down, saying to leave Phraxia alone, which shocks the Pope. He explains they have to wait and dig them out carefully. Charging in will only tip them off, but the Pope is not having it. Blinded by rage, the Pope insists on smiting the heretics himself, thinking God wants him to judge them. Ray is floored by the Pope's crazy reaction, thinking even for a religious guy, this is way too much. He sighs and tells the Holy Father to chill and let Phraxia move for now. He begs the Pope to stop being so emotional and actually lead the Empire like a boss. Having said his piece, Ray gets ready to walk out of the room. The Pope white-knuckles his throne as Ray leaves, calling him a total brat. Elsewhere, Ray just sighs, unable to wrap his head around the Pope's logic. He realizes mixing religion with the Empire's survival was a bad move and that talking to the Pope was probably a mistake. Ray thinks about Phraxia's 6 sword masters and wonders if they have more killers hiding in the shadows. He figures these guys could wipe out small kingdoms easily, and if they stop focusing on the Empire, they will be unstoppable. He needs to stay one step ahead of them, so he has got to get more info. Ray thinks about rattling someone big in Phraxia to see what shakes loose. Sun sets over the fortress as Zeke gallops his horse back toward the capital. Lost in thought, Ray's new orders officially pull Zeke off the front lines for now. Zeke argues that losing a swordmaster will hurt the army, but Ray isn't hearing it. Ariel points out that Phraxia treats swordmasters as disposable and the next enemies will be even tougher. She wants Zeke leading as a commander instead. She reminds him that he definitely does not want to rely on the Saints' help again. Cornered, Zeke agrees the great families can handle the war. Then Ariel officially asks him to ditch the front lines and guard the Saint from now on. Back in his head, Zeke thinks about being a kid. He remembers everyone calling him a prodigy before becoming the youngest swordmaster ever. Growing up, he believed his only destiny was serving the Saint, and he was proud to give his life to that job. He remembers the day God picked a new saint and that first meeting with Ray. Zeke recalls Ray blocking his blade with his bare hands, a crazy move that actually hyped him up. That moment made him want to give everything to Ray and be his blade. But now he is bummed out because instead of being useful, he feels like he is just a burden. He keeps thinking about those 2 times Ray had to save his butt on the battlefield. Kicking his horse, he screams at himself in frustration. Galloping through the orange sunset, he wonders what kind of protector he actually is. Back at base, Ariel worries if pulling Zeke out of the war was the right call. She knows she just did what Ray asked, but she wonders what his real plan is. Cut to a dark prison hallway as someone walks down. Ray shows up at a cell, greeting some hooded guy inside. After a long silence, the old prisoner says the Holy Empire is falling apart because of Phraxia. Ray says he is just there for some answers, while the old man scoffs that he won't talk. Ray just smiles, saying he never expected the info for free. Ray uses his doctor skills to list every single one of the old man's gross health problems. He keeps listing nasty diseases while hinting he can actually cure every last one. Waving his scalpels around, Ray suggests the prisoner will talk once he sees that fountain of youth. Ray jokes about stitching orc parts onto humans, making the prisoner freak out and beg for mercy. As a modern doctor, Ray knows exactly how to bring the pain, and the prisoner's screams hit hard. Totally broken, the guy finally cracks and blabs that he is actually from the magic tower. Ray is bummed the dude folded so fast, but tells him to keep the story going. He explains there were 5 legendary magic towers that used to keep the whole world's mana balanced. Terrified armies attacked them, so the Black Tower summoned a massive bone dragon and undead, wiping out whole kingdoms and ending the age of magic forever. The leftover towers teamed up for revenge and started something called Phraxia. Now they have sword masters and high-level mages, including the very first 7th Circle Archmage. The guy warns Ray he cannot win, but Ray just asks where their secret base is hidden. The prisoner smirks before finally admitting that Phraxia is hiding out in the Gretia Mountains. Gretia is a neutral mountain range where elves and dwarves live, totally independent from any human kingdom. It is loaded with loot, but dwarves and elves are always fighting, making it a nightmare for humans. Ray realizes Gretia is the perfect spot to hide an army without the rest of the world noticing. He thinks about just dropping a meteor on them, but he cannot kill innocent elves and dwarves. He considers Phraxia's huge elite army and that scary 7th Circle Archmage they have got. Ray gets why the necromancer was so cocky. With that kind of power, taking over the continent is actually possible. This fight is going to be brutal. He calls for Hung Young, who shows up ready for action. Ray tells the squad to spread out, watch Phraxia closely, and report back on every single little detail. Hung Young hesitates, so Ray asks him what is really bothering him. Hong vows to obey, but admits they were hoping for some real action on the battlefield. Ray gets it, but insists that gathering intelligence is the priority against such a powerful enemy. Hong agrees that staying one step ahead with intel is better than just throwing more bodies at a fight. Ray mentions they can build their own elite squad, hinting that he has got a secret plan cooking. That night, Zeke swallows his pride and heads to Ray's room, even though he feels like garbage. He waits outside, wondering how to face the saint after failing so hard. A maid announces him, and Ray says, "Come in." The door swings open as Zeke enters. He greets Ray formally, and Ray just calls him by his name. Ray sees Zeke is totally down, which makes sense. Zeke tenses up as Ray walks closer for a look. Zeke is an emotional wreck, but Ray just tells him to meet at the training grounds tomorrow at dawn. Shaking, Zeke asks if he is getting fired. Ray looks confused and says he has no plan to ditch him. Instead, Ray promises to make Zeke a total beast in 10 days. He just needs to focus on getting strong. Ray knows how much Zeke went through trying to hold things down while he was taking his long nap. He tells Zeke that if anyone deserves to have his back, it is definitely him. Ray proudly declares that Zeke is his personal sword. Zeke gets incredibly emotional, hearing that, and drops to one knee immediately. Zeke swears total loyalty to Ray. The next morning, soldiers in the courtyard salute as the saint walks in. Ray notices Zeke showed up super early. Zeke loudly announces himself as the saint's sword. He did not want to keep his lord waiting, which is a bit much. Ray starts by asking for a sword. As soon as Zeke does it, Ray stops him, saying they have to break his old bad habits. Ray explains that aura blades are not just about raw mana, they depend on focus and habits. He says it is all about balance, which totally hooks Zeke. Using a chart, Ray tells him to split the sword into 3 parts and spread mana through them evenly. Ray grabs Zeke's hands and says he will personally move the mana around to show him how it works. When Ray steps in, Zeke's aura blade totally transforms, glowing with a ton of extra power. Zeke feels the aura pulling in the air and is shocked that some simple harmony could boost his blade this much. Ray asks if he understands the move and tells him to go again. Zeke agrees, concentrating as hard as possible on copying the exact feeling Ray just showed him. Zeke channels his aura and crafts a glowing blade. The aura sword blows up with insane power, shocking everyone. Ray says it is a beast of a task to shape formless energy, but he promises that mastering this will keep Zeke's blade from shattering like glass. Rai gives Zeke 3 days to get a grip on his aura, and Zeke swears to grind. Later, chilling inside, Rai thinks 3 days is a reach. No way he learns it that fast. Rai's plan is simple: train Zeke to protect the kingdom so he can finally bounce for Grenia. Feeling good, Rai wonders if he just has to wait. Suddenly, a weird mana ripple catches his eye. Era pops through a magic circle. Overjoyed, Ray shouts for Era as she fully arrives. Era sees Ray awake and starts crying his name. She dives in for a massive, tight hug. As they reunite, Rai hugs Ara back, just soaking in the moment of being together again. Ray talks about going to Grisha, and Ara looks suspicious. She says another high elf rules there, not her. Rai is totally floored. Rai realizes this just got messy. Hunting for Proxia is definitely going to stir up a whole lot of trouble. He knows elves hate outsiders. Bringing armed foreigners into their woods is basically asking for a fight. If they make that high elf an enemy, every single elf in the village and forest will join the scrap. Rai asks if she is as tough as Era. She says all high elves are legit powerhouses, though. Era says she is the top tier because she is their guardian. Messing with one is a death wish. Rai agrees to dodge any elf drama, and Era says thanks. Era starts opening a portal. She has to go but thanks Rai for visiting her despite his crazy schedule. Rai tells her he is the grateful one since she looked after him. Era says don't sweat it. Grisha is super careless. Just stay low-key and you will be fine. After calling Grisha totally careless, Rai grumbles that Proxia picked a messy spot but decides to figure it out once he gets there. A few days later, Ray wonders about Zeke's progress. He hopes the training finishes in under a week. 3 days in, the training ground echoes with yells. Zeke stands there with a blazing aura sword, leaving Rai totally speechless. Rai admits he did not see this coming. A nervous Zeke starts apologizing. He explains that when Ray touched his aura, something just clicked inside. He just tried to copy that vibe. Rai sees Zeke as holding the perfect aura ratio, plus he is forming the entire sword with raw energy. Rai figures the mana boost sharpens Zeke's senses. Pulling this off in 3 days, this kid is a legit prodigy swordmaster. Feeling good, Rai thinks Zeke can handle the kingdom. He asks if Zeke wants to get even stronger. Zeke is all in. Rai says it is time to spar. He ignites a blue aura sword and tells Zeke to block with everything. Zeke grips his orange blade and takes the bait. Ray drops into a stance, ready to blow. Ray lifts his sword and pauses. Zeke thinks he is being underestimated and steels himself for the hit. Watching the blue aura, Zeke notes it feels sharp as mana, but the density matches his own. Thinking he can take it, Zeke slams his orange blade against the blue. Suddenly, Zeke feels something crazy mid-clash and freaks out. Rai calls this the final lesson, asking how that technique feels when it is hitting you straight on. Zeke realizes he can't stop this strike as Ray's aura slices right through his defense. Afterward, Zeke wonders how to stop a blade like that. Rai tells him to chew on it while he visits Proxia's main base. Zeke is shocked and tries to tag along. Rai just flicks him on the forehead, making him yelp. Rai says Zeke is the only one fit to guard the kingdom. A humbled Zeke swears he will protect it. Ray looks at Zeke and notes he must have worked hard. Zeke admits that since Rai started teaching him, he has done nothing but grind this technique. Rai is shocked the kid never stopped. He asks if he even bothered to eat. Zeke says with Rai's amazing teaching, taking a break to eat is out of the question. Rai is just stunned. Rai decides to feed him and tells him to follow. Zeke happily shouts, calling him master. Back at the cathedral, someone checks if Ray's secret exit is good to go. The assistant confirms it. Ray's officially on a prayer retreat with 0 guards, just like the boss wanted. But wait, the big guy has one more thing to drop on Elay right now. Suddenly, a scout bursts in. The Inquisition is on the move, and Elay is totally floored. Elay loses it. They did not get his green light. He demands to know what gives. Word is, the Pope himself pulled the trigger. Elay is stunned. He mutters a curse, hating how the old man just keeps making everything a massive pain in the neck. Elay tells the messenger to fall in, and they move out. Meanwhile, miles away, the wind screams across the ice. Ray is trekking through a frozen forest mountain, wrapped up like a literal human burrito. He sneezes, complaining that these snowy peaks are way too freezing for him. Even with magic heating his gear, Ray can't believe how much worse this place got. Every step feels totally different from the last time he was here. The blizzard is getting nasty and he can't see a thing. Ray decides to hunker down. He gets a magic fire going and tries to stop shivering. This tiny flame is not cutting it. He definitely needs to find some more fuel. He hunts around for anything that will burn. Then, he spots this weird little stump with tiny arms and leaves just sitting there. Might as well burn it, right? But as he tries to lift it, the tree actually talks and tells him to let go. Ray jumps back, totally confused. The thing barks at him to let go, showing its teeth and screeching while Ray freaks out. Is this a spirit or just some weird monster? That would explain why it looks so funky. Meanwhile, the creature is shocked a human even showed up. Ray tells it he did not plan on meeting a tree monster today either. The thing gets offended and claims it is a dryad. He starts imagining those super pretty dryads from the stories. Ray calls it a liar, so the dryad gets mad and tries to prove it. It starts hopping and yanking itself right out of the dirt. It explains that being pulled out of the ground won't kill it. Ray just nods, taking it all in. The creature waits for him to be amazed. Ray is just like, okay, so what? Changing gears, the dryad feels Ray's massive holy energy and asks if he is some kind of god. Ray just introduces himself as the Saint Ray. The little thing begs Ray for a power boost, promising to give him whatever he wants if he helps it get stronger. Ray thinks about how dryads usually live in lush forests. If this little guy is for real, the Grenia elves might actually take it in and help him hunt Proxia. He asks what kind of strength it wants, but the creature says it meant exactly what it said. The dryad seriously asks Ray to level it up. Ray says sorry, but he has no clue how to buff a tree. Now, if it were Zeke, that'd be different. The dryad is totally stunned. It explains it just needs power to get back to its real forest. Ray asks if this snowy wasteland isn't its home. The creature tells him how humans showed up with dark magic to poison the woods. They wiped out the dryads or stole their power, leaving them homeless. Ray hears dark magic and immediately thinks of the Gia forest and those Proxia jerks. Ray clenches his fist. Meeting this homeless dryad is a pretty lucky break for him. He tells the little guy he is already headed there to wreck the humans taking over its woods. The creature looks hopeful and asks if he's serious. Ray can't buff it, but he can give it a ride home. The dryad is hyped. Ray starts complaining about running out of firewood and maybe having to use magic to keep the heat going. Suddenly, the dryad tells him to hold up. It just rips off its own arm, making Ray freak out. It says its body burned super well for a long time. Ray just stands there in dead silence, totally horrified. Seeing the dryad sacrifice its own body for fuel makes Ray determined to get it home right away. The next morning breaks over a lush, green mountain range. Feeling the warmer air, Ray remarks that this is exactly how a mountain should feel. Checking the marks on his map against the trees, Ray figures he's in elf territory now. He needs to find a high elf pronto. An elf guard stops him cold, demanding to know what a human is doing here. Ray guesses this is the village bouncer. Ray tries to be nice and asks for the high elf, but the guard just laughs. No way he is letting some random stranger in to see Chersey. Ray figures Chersey must be the boss's name. He tries to explain he is just asking for permission, but the guard tells him to beat it. Ray sighs. He knew he wouldn't get a red carpet, but this conversation is going nowhere fast. Suddenly, another voice asks what all the noise is about, and someone starts pushing through the bushes. A white-haired elf woman named Chersey finally shows up. Ray notices she looks a lot like Ara and watches her closely. She seems chill enough to actually talk to. She asks what he's doing in their village. As he starts talking, Chersey checks Ray out with a look of mild interest. Sunlight hits Ray's earring, catching Chersey's eye. He realizes she definitely recognizes that piece of jewelry. Chersey freezes. She thinks his eyes look just like someone named Cecile's. Glowing with blue energy, she demands to know where he got those earrings. Ray nervously stammers they were just a gift. She says the earrings are a family heirloom from her mother. She leans in, demanding to know who exactly handed them over. Ray claims he is a saint of Gaia. He says a swordmaster from the Lysian Empire gave them as a diplomatic token. Hearing they are from the Laian Empire makes Chersey's whole vibe turn dark. Saying friends of the Empire are enemies, she blasts him with magic. Ray is shocked things went south this fast. A massive blue explosion rocks the woods as Ray screams. He bolts through the fire while Chersey hunts him down. Chersey screams that he is fast and yells for him to hand those earrings back right now. Ray yells back that she is going to kill him either way. He calls her a killer and she snaps back. Ray does not want to draw a crowd before facing Proxia, so he cranks up his power. Chersey is stunned by how fast he moves. She cannot wrap her head around a human being that quick. At sunset, Ray grumbles about how wild these elves are. Except for Era, of course. Taking a break, Ray sighs over his failed plan to get elven help. He wonders about the weird connection those earrings have. He tells himself that even though things went sideways, at least he learned the layout of the land today. He maps out the hills, the water, and the spots where people could actually build a life. Checking the distance from the elf village, he figures out exactly where Proxia's secret base is hiding. Ray decides to scout that spot first thing. But it is getting late, so he decides to set up camp right here for now. Checking his low-profile camp, Ray hopes the elves chill out since he is trying hard not to mess up the trees. He swears to track them down at sunrise. Next morning, he checks his map and is happy to see everything looks right. Ray works out the exact position of the magic tower, the troops, the borders, and the dwarf homes. He thinks he has the whole puzzle solved. He sees the magic tower is guarded by heavy spell circles. He needs a solid plan to avoid making the same mistakes again. That night, he spots movement ahead. He finds a bunch of beat-up elves and dwarves together and it looks totally brutal. Ray knows they are in big trouble. Even though those elves kicked him out, he cannot just walk away. He feels forced to help. He says he cannot just let them die, then sprints toward the fight. He blinds the thugs with a blast of holy light, making them scream. One dwarf rubs his eyes and demands to know who is there. As the light dies down, the dwarf looks around confused. Ray is already by the fire, getting ready to fix up the survivors. A hurt elf snaps at him to get lost. Ray just jokes that being a jerk proves how much the guy is hurting. Ray smiles and promises to heal him, then slaps some medicine on the wound while the elf screams his head off. A second later, the elf feels better. Rai explains he whipped up some medicine using the plants around the camp. The elves say sorry for being rude earlier. They admit that he basically saved their lives. Ray plays it cool and asks why they were fighting those dwarves anyway. Sitting by the fire, the elves explain that turf wars are common. Apparently, the dwarves want a new mine near the village. They trash-talk the dwarves for trashing nature, calling them barbarians. Rai figures these two races just have different values. The male elf says his name is Deaf. He tells Ray he appreciates the kindness, unlike those greedy dwarves. The female elf, Sophia, thinks Ray's beat-up tent proves he loves nature. Ray finally tells them his own name. Rai is low-key relieved he set up his camp exactly like this. Sophia asks why Rai is here. He mentions a human army nearby, and Def confirms he saw 150 soldiers. Rai is just absolutely shocked. Rai figures that many troops could not cross those snowy mountains and kingdoms unless Proxia already owns every single one of those realms. Rai reveals that this army plans to wipe out the whole continent, leaving the elves totally stunned. He says his mission is to stop that army. Basically, he is going to make them all disappear. Rai tells them to use their eye of truth to see he is legit. Grateful, Def offers help since Rai saved them. When they insist on paying him back, Ray just asks if they can lead him to the elf village. He demands a meeting with the high elf, but these two claim they don't have the rank to call those shots. Only the village elders get to greenlight outsiders, which has Ray low-key losing his mind with frustration. Ray realizes he is stuck, so he tells them to head back since it is late. They keep saying sorry for being useless. Before they part, Ray hands Sophia an earring and asks her to give it to Churse. She is surprised, but agrees to do it. Watching them leave, Ray figures he blew his chance to enter the village. Fine. If that is how it is, he needs a new plan. Ray moves his stakeout spot closer to the Roxia camp but stays just far enough away to stay hidden. For 3 days, he stalks them, recording every detail. Their daily routine, their culture, their gear, he maps out everything. All that research finally sparks a genius idea. He fills his notebook with diagrams and secret codes as the scheme comes together. Everything is quiet in the woods. A massive rat shows up, exactly what Ray needed. He traps the squealing rodent under a barrel and lets out a seriously creepy laugh. Meanwhile, night falls over the capital of the Holy Empire. Inside the city, masked agents meet up and start dumping all the intel they have managed to dig up. One agent reports that while nearby kingdoms are messy, the real threat is definitely hiding right here inside the Holy Empire. Another agent spots massive piles of cash moving between noble families and their shady merchant partners. They notice these nobles are always dealing with heresy investigations, personally ordered by the Pope himself. A blue-haired agent wants to start an internal probe, but their leader, Chongyang, tells him to sit tight. A girl with glowing eyes triggers her powers. She detects weird energy blast out of the Vatican at high speed, 2 internal targets plus 8 others. Outside, the commander coldly orders a pursuit and gives them permission to take out some of the targets. Somewhere else in the Holy Empire, a massive building looms in the dark. Inside, the chief high priest is busy complaining about the Pope being a brat. Suddenly, he senses something and panics. Hooded assassins creep into his room. He tries to keep his cool, asking who sent them and how they got past security. One killer tells him he doesn't need answers, because he is going to be dead in a minute. The assassin tells him to just die quietly. Suddenly, the high priest has a sharp blade inches away from his face. Right before they strike, Chongyang bursts in and takes one out. He quickly checks to see if the high priest is okay. Stunned, the priest asks who his savior is. Meanwhile, back at camp, Ray senses that the moment has finally arrived. He declares that it is time for the plague to make a comeback. History books call the plague the deadliest disease ever. It is all about the bacteria spread by nasty fleas on rats. This sickness once killed off half the population across both Asia and Europe. Ray looks at the filthy camp conditions. These people are living in medieval squalor, which is perfect for his plan. Ray realizes that even with magic, their lack of science makes this place just like medieval Europe. That is when a crazy idea hits him. What happens if the plague spreads through a primitive world with no antibiotics like penicillin? He knows the result will be total chaos. He figures only divine magic could possibly stop a plague like this. Ray noticed that priests with holy powers are rare in Phraxia. Infecting the whole camp should be a total breeze. The plan is simple: get the rats sick and let the infected fleas do all the heavy lifting. Ray knows this will quietly wipe them out, but he still decides to start brewing some medicine just in case. Later, he is stoked to see his mold culture thriving. Looking at the fuzzy bread, he is glad it grew so fast. He tosses the brown mold and keeps the rest. He makes sure to store the white and blue stuff separately. He picks out the green mold needed to make penicillin. Ray explains that by incubating this specific strain, he can turn it into a powerful medicine. His wild divine power flares up, which totally alarms him. He grumbles that his holy energy almost ruined the mold. Soon, everyone in the camp blames the Black Tower mages for a curse. A soldier develops dark spots and nasty symptoms, while others argue that something supernatural is attacking the whole camp. Word spreads that soldiers are dying in droves, while the Black Tower swears they aren't involved. Stalking them from a tree, Ray sees the leader can barely stand. The internal fighting is just making the chaos worse. He realizes that simple magic and healing won't fix a totally contaminated environment, so the plague keeps spreading, period. Ray sees that Foxia is totally cooked. He doesn't even need to help. But that rumored 7th class human mage is still a problem. Ray needs to take him out now. Plus, he is going to loot the Black Tower for its gear and magic secrets. He is dying for some teleportation spells, so he never has to hike over a mountain again. He eyeballs the main tower as guards start screaming about an intruder. Capture him! Ray just guns it upward. He mocks the dizzy guards. Infecting them made this break-in way too easy. Swordmaster-level guards? There must be some serious loot up top. Then, a bunch of armored knights block him. Ray just blasts right through them with a magic burst. He is fed up with Foxia's crap. Anything pricey he finds is officially his annoyance fee. A hidden door slides open. Inside, a massive library is glowing with power and magical artifacts. Nice. Where to start? Wait, he just stepped on some dude in a robe. Who is this guy? The guy groans and gets up. It's a pale kid with long dark hair, looking totally lost. They both play the Who Are You game. Neither one has ever seen the other before. The mage realizes Ray started the plague. His mana starts flaring up like crazy. This mana feels just like the seal that trapped him. Ray knows this guy is bad news. Ray clocks him. This is the 7th class Archmage and the big boss of Foxia. The Archmage is shocked a kid is 7th class. He starts listing off all of Ray's crazy wins, killing a bone dragon and breaking through that mind control magic. He asks if Ray is even human after wiping out cities. Ray says he is just a normal dude. Is revenge really all Foxia wants? He can't believe they're this cruel for a grudge. The Archmage says some wanted payback, but he doesn't give a damn about that. He just wants knowledge. The tower used his work for their petty revenge. Ray calls him out. You caused all this suffering just to satisfy your own curiosity? The guy just shrugs. People asked for plans, and he just made them happen. His experiments were whatever, honestly. But meeting Ray? That's a jackpot. He's totally nuts and starts trying to study Ray on the spot. He drops a giant magic circle. Ray snaps back with some glowing chains. The Archmage recognizes the hold spell. He thinks his circle is way more powerful than Ray's. He laughs that some random can't stop him. Then he realizes he's actually stuck. Archmage or not, Ray isn't letting this monster live. He starts charging a kill shot. The Archmage finally realizes Ray's power is on another level entirely. Blue light explodes. Ray's attack levels the tower and wipes Foxia off the map for good. The sky stays glowing long after the blast. Ray is stoked to leave this dump. Time to finally focus on being a doctor. He watches the sunset with his lute, a weird sealed magic book. He's sure it's got teleportation. He tries to magic it open, but it won't budge. He keeps yelling the password at it. The book just stays shut and ignores him. Ray starts getting really pissed and desperate now. He screams at the sky. Meanwhile, those dead assassins, they're from that elite Night Moon guild. They only work for the elite. The trail leads straight back to the Vatican. The high priest realizes the Pope was the one who sent Foxia in there. He realizes the Pope actually ordered him to be taken out. At the Vatican, the Pope gets a status report on the high priest. The Pope goes off about corruption. He claims the empire is crawling with Foxia spies. Later, the high priest gets in his face, saying only the Pope calls the shots in the Holy Land. The Pope swears to hunt heretics harder than ever, claiming it is all part of God's plan and his own holy duty. The priest asks if the Pope's really going to ignore the saint's word that Ray is God's own guy. That heavy question leaves the Pope totally speechless. Chongyong wonders if the hit was about the saint too. The priest admits Ray's massive fame and their bond basically put a target on his back. Looking at the messenger Hong Yong, the high priest finally clocks exactly who she is. He asks her for a solid favor. Later on, Ray's backpack starts glowing gold with some serious holy energy. Trekking through the woods, Ray figures Foxia's base was hidden away, but he still needs to stop this plague from hitting other tribes. He gets to work on a massive cleansing just to stay safe. Using holy vibes, he nukes everything within 3 kilometers, wiping out every flea and nasty germ in sight. He admits this holy stuff is actually pretty handy. Right then, a familiar voice calls his name. Ray spins around, totally caught off guard. It is Chercy, the elf from before. She looks wrecked but relieved. Ray immediately tries to ghost her to avoid any more drama, but Chercy chases him down, saying sorry for acting like a jerk. She admits she totally read him wrong before. He saved her village's kids, but she was too blinded by rage over the Empire, killing her mom to see he was a hero. Ray accepts her apology, though he realizes the Empire basically gave him stolen elven gear as a reward. He asks why she really tracked him down, figuring there is more to it than just a simple "my bad." Chercy spills the tea. She tells Ray that a bunch of village kids got hit with a weird disease covered in black spots. Magic cannot fix it. Ray starts stressing when he realizes some elves were in that exact danger zone not too long ago. One elf starts wilding, blaming humans for the plague. Ray, though, knows this whole mess started back at Phroxia's place. The elf desperately asks Ray if he can save their dying kids. Ray says he has got this, and the elf is beyond hyped. Soon, they roll up to a super pretty elven village. Checking a kid with spots, Ray sees it is not too bad yet. He recognizes this deadly plague as something antibiotics can totally crush. An elf thanks him for holy magic, but Ray says he is just going to whip up some real medicine. Ray says he does not need magic because he knows how to brew actual meds. To the elves, that just sounds like human potions. Ray tells them it is like a potion, but he needs supplies first. Right then, someone shouts his name from across the way. Two elves are all in, promising to get whatever he needs. Ray says cool and agrees to write down a shopping list for them. Later, they bring him charcoal, oil, vinegar, and lime water to work with. Ray tells an elf that even if the gear's basic, he can still make it work. He holds up a bag and claims it's the cure, blowing her mind. She freaks out when she sees it is just nasty, moldy food. Ray tells her to chill. He is not just going to hand it over. He says he will soak the moldy stuff first and strain it. Then, he mixes that liquid with canola oil and gives it a good stir. Ray explains that the junk dissolves in the oil while the good stuff stays in the water. After cleaning it up, it actually looks like real medicine. He does this a few more times, using clean charcoal to suck up any leftover gross bits. With a bit of water magic, he flushes the charcoal through a funnel to make it extra pure. Next, he adds some vinegar water to pull out more gunk. The elves are totally lost once he starts talking about acids and bases. For the final step, he pours in some lime water to finish the purification. Ray says the only thing dripping out now is the pure medicine. This right here is the actual cure. He sucks the liquid into a syringe and says it is showtime. Grinning, he tells them it is time to test this baby out. Ray sticks the patient with the needle as the treatment finally kicks off. He gives penicillin to everyone and cleanses the whole village while he is at it. Soon, the main patient's fever starts to crash. The elves are floored by a non-magic cure. Ray tells them to keep taking doses for several days. Chercy thanks Ray for looking out for her people and admits she actually learned a thing or two from him. Ray shrugs off the praise, knowing he is just cleaning up his own mess. The elves want to throw him a huge party, but he is like, no. They ask why he is being a buzzkill, and he starts to explain but then just goes quiet with a super awkward look. He claims he is running late and needs to get back to the Holy Kingdom fast. Even with the plague spreading, Ray kept his head on straight. The next day, way up in the snowy mountains, someone lets out a sneeze. Ray is back to trekking through the freezing cold, complaining about crossing this pass again. Trudging through the snow, Ray vents about useless Phroxia and the total lack of teleport spells. A familiar voice makes Ray spin around. The once puny dryad, now rocking some serious horns, thanks Ray for the forest homecoming. Ray is just impressed by how much those spikes have actually grown. The spirit says his mojo is finally returning, and he wants to give Ray a gift. Ray wonders why the spirit sounds so drained, though. Suddenly, the dryad snaps something off with a massive surge of energy. He hands Ray his strongest life branch. It is a legendary gift that Ray actually appreciates. Ray figures he will give this special branch to Zeke, even if it looks like a glorified stick. Meanwhile, a Holy Empire town is literally melting. Screams fill the air as civilians get butchered while begging for mercy. It is pure nightmare fuel. Some crazy priest tells his goons to slaughter everyone. He keeps calling the place a freaking den of devils. A mom begs the priest to just save her kid, but he screams that they are heretics who sold out to Phroxia. She swears they are innocent while her kid holds on for dear life. The priest calls her a liar and says she is paying for her sins with her life. Ray rolls into the Holy Empire and sees the city in flames. He is like, what is even happening here? He faces the killers, knowing they are not just random bandits. He demands to know who they are. The priest calls Ray a total bum. He brags that Ray is talking to a judge of the investigation council. Ray is annoyed they think he forgot his place. He lets out a massive wave of divine power. He tells the judge that he is the one who is confused. Shaking with fear, the judge asks if he is the saint and who he is with. The guy says he is with the council, which basically confirms what Ray already figured. Ray realizes this bloodbath is just some stupid order from the Pope. The locals drop to their knees, calling Ray their saint. They swear they are innocent and that these crazy zealots just started killing them for no reason. They beg Ray to stop the slaughter. If he does not do something, they are all dead meat. They are desperate for Ray to save them. He is their only hope. They beg him to at least protect the kids. Ray promises to handle it, swearing on his own name. The survivors are literally crying because they are so thankful. He tells the council soldiers to back off immediately. They are hesitant, though, because their orders came straight from the top from the Pope himself. Ray knows they cannot just ignore the Pope. He makes it clear that if they keep following those orders, he will personally end them right here. Totally spooked by Ray's raw power, the judge finally agrees to do whatever Ray says. Ray tells him to stop everything and pull everyone back to Salonia. He threatens to wipe them out if they refuse, and the judge nervously nods. Ray knows deep down he has to stop this insanity before things get even worse. Racing through the fire, he wonders why this kingdom always falls apart the second he finishes a tough job. Cut to the massive Vatican complex under the dark night sky. I is told the investigation council is going rogue despite her family's best efforts. Their political independence makes them a total nightmare to manage. She admits her hands are tied. One wrong move and those council goons will come for her next. A guard tries to kick someone out, but I sense his massive power, and her jaw literally drops. Outside, the guards realize the glowing hobo is actually Ray. He cracks a joke about being treated like trash. While they apologize, I runs out to see him. Ray says he was busy cleaning up a mess. They head inside while Ray keeps joking about his bum status. I asks what happened to Phroxia, and Ray tells her the enemy nation is toast. Any survivors are just tiny fish now. Ray gets serious, explaining that the Pope is clearly running the show. He warns that these brutal crimes will leave the kingdom totally isolated and weak. That is why he needs another favor from Second. She asks him what he has in mind. Ray tells her to order the council to pull back their entire organization. She is completely stunned. He knows it is a big deal, but he wants her to send this as his direct command. Ray slams the table for emphasis. Leaning in, he demands the council pay for every single thing they have done. The story shifts to the council's massive headquarters on a clear, sunny day. Inside, someone orders a full assembly. The members are ticked off until they see exactly who is interrupting them. Ray shows up in his official saint robes and asks who is actually in charge of this place. Chief Judge Deo steps out to meet him. Ray tells him he is here to give an order. Every single judge needs to be in Salonia right now. Deos points to some old papal decree and claims he can't budge, basically saying his hands are tied. But Ray is not having it. He floods the entire hall with insane divine energy, knocking Deos flat while the judge gapes at the massive aura. The other council members feel like their bodies are about to explode. Glowing in gold light, Ray calmly asks if they are ready to rethink things. Deos says the Pope's word is final and asks if Ray is really picking a fight with His Holiness. Ray says they can call it whatever they want. Ray announces everything he does is for the people, just doing his job as a saint for God and the believers. Staring Deos down with glowing eyes, Ray gives them 1 week to get every council judge to Salonia or else. To prove he is serious, Ray lets off a blast that shreds half the ceiling. Ray warns the rest of the place is next if they refuse. Totally freaked, Deos agrees to do exactly what Ray says. With the council scared straight, only one job is left. We cut to the serious vibes inside another massive building. The Pope shows up looking all stiff and bossy. A wide shot shows the huge capitol and the church grounds. Ray tells the Pope he has made a total disaster. The Pope smugly says he was just taking out the trash heretics. Ray fires back that wasting innocent people for no reason is not punishing heretics. It is murder. The Pope laughs off the idea of explaining himself. He yells that as Pope, his word is the law and God's will. Ray calls him out for talking straight trash and says there has to be a real motive here. Since Ray checked out that ruined village, the Pope's hand grips his throne tight. He nervously asks what Ray is hinting at. Ray says he does not get the Pope's fake faith. Using religion to murder innocent people proves the guy is hiding something huge. The Pope snaps, screaming at Ray for having the nerve to accuse him. He tells his guards to make Ray kneel. Ray gears up for a fight, glowing with blue energy and asking if this is really the Pope's choice. Just as he moves, the doors fly open. High Priest Alay walks in, telling Ray not to get his hands dirty. Alay drops an official order. As of right now, Pope Glicior is under arrest and going on trial for heresy. The Pope flips out at being detained and tells the guards to lock up these traitors immediately. But someone tells him resisting is pointless. Elay shows a contract proving the kingdom took a huge payout from Phraxia for some buildings. He explains the document stops the kingdom from ever complaining about Phraxia's actual work. Boom. The Pope's money motive for the massacre is exposed. He panics, demanding to know where Elay got that paper. Elay says his pro-allies helped out, pointing out the paper has the Pope's own seal. No excuses left, buddy. He orders everyone to grab the Pope and lock him up. The Pope screams that this whole thing is totally absurd. He lets out a blinding gold light, claiming he is Gaia's chosen king, and that fighting him is like fighting the gods. He swears he will judge them with the goddess's power. Ray basically says whatever and just punches him in the face. As the narrator wraps this whole mess up, the voiceover says Pope Glicior was locked away and the chaos was finally over, even though the crazy guy thought it was just a test. Sunlight hits the Holy Kingdom again. With the big chair empty, high priests and nobles are all fighting to take over. Ray suggests Elay for the new pope, which shocks her. He says she is neutral, super strong, and perfect to clean up the church's image. Elay is not sure she can handle it, but Ray and Iris push her after seeing the garbage pile of corrupt candidates. Ile is totally disgusted that those creeps even want the job. She thinks about it for a second and then suddenly agrees to take the throne. With Ray and Iris backing her, Ile's popularity skyrockets. We see her get sworn in as the kingdom's first female pope while everyone celebrates. Ray is in his fancy robes smiling and giving a thumbs up. Some time passes at the academy under a peaceful sky. Iris is buried in her office now, working through massive stacks of paperwork. Ray brings her a drink, noting how much she is working. He thinks she is a total workaholic for jumping right back in. While she sips tea, Ray realizes he has been leaning on Iris way too much since he got to the kingdom. He decides he needs to pay her back for all the help. Using magic, he casts a refreshing spell that totally startles her. Iris is amazed that magic can kill fatigue better than divine power. Ray offers to give her another round if she wants. She gets suspicious and asks why he is suddenly being so sweet. Teasing him, she wonders if Ray actually has a crush on her. Ray keeps a straight face while she quickly says she was just joking, assuming he is just saying thanks for everything. Rai jokes that he is basically a ghost while the lady brags that he is lucky to have such a beautiful assistant. Rai just smirks and plays along. He gives her a little head pat that totally breaks her brain, leaving her speechless. She turns bright red, completely caught off guard. She hates being treated like a kid even though she is older. Joke is on her, Ray is actually over 50 if you count past lives. Wait, hang on. She realizes she blew off something huge for work. Now she is panicking while Rai just stands there totally lost. She snaps at him to stop acting so chill because it is go time. Then it clicks Rai remembers what they both forgot. Oh no, the big papal banquet starts right now. Move it, move it. Night hits the palace and things are getting fancy. Ray is suited up and thinks if they floor it, they might make it. Zeke shows up at the door and Rai tells them to let him in. Zeke basically kicks the door down screaming. Zeke starts geeking out over how cool Ray looks. Ray says, "Thanks, man," but asks where the other guy is. Zeke knows Rai has been swamped since the war ended and wants to be his hype man today. Ray mentions a gift. Zeke is about to cry because he is getting a present. Then Rai just hands him a literal wooden stick. Zeke stares at the branch, trying to find words. Ray admits it is not exactly a legendary sword or anything. Zeke is losing it. He swears this stick is now his most prized family heirloom. Ray feels bad because it is really just a dry branch, but whatever. He asks if Zeke finally figured out how to stop his ultimate strike. Zeke is hyped. Rai cannot believe it. Zeke actually found a way out? We see a flashback of Zeke staring down Ray's insane sword beam. He thinks he can actually tank the hit this time. In the memory, Ray's power is just too much. But back in reality, Ray realizes Zeke is not actually kidding about this counter. Zeke is positive he has the secret sauce now that he has seen it live. Ray is secretly impressed by his sheer guts. Zeke promises a big demonstration very soon. Ray wonders why Zeke is acting so weird, but the scene cuts to the massive, expensive-looking banquet hall instead. Decked out in white, the lady sees all the big-shot families have finally crawled out of the woodwork for this. She spots some new faces, turns out they are diplomats from the Herhan kingdom. She remembers those Herhan guys ghosted them during the war. Now they are back? They definitely have a secret agenda. She bets they are here to beg for trade deals. Rai and Zeke finally walk in, and she is surprised they managed to arrive early. A woman from Graia greets Rai with total respect, calling him a saint who did big things in the war. Zeke mentions this girl is staying in the Holy Kingdom to help out. Ray clears his throat, feeling a little awkward. He asks if that means she is dropping out of the academy. She says she is out for a while. Ray remembers she really wanted to study medicine and be a doctor. She says if Rai starts a medical school, she will be his first student. Honestly, that totally makes his entire day. She calls him Professor Ray, which hits different. Suddenly, the Herhan envoy named Elo steps up to play nice, offering greetings to the saints. Ray is thinking that these Herhan guys are snakes. They hid when the kingdom was in danger, but now they act shamelessly. He plays it cool and says hi anyway. Eloin tries to kiss up to the heroes, but someone snaps at him to cut the garbage and just state his business. The female saint is cold as ice. She tells him cowards who just watched the war from the sidelines are not welcome here today. Elo explains that trade between their nations died out because of the whole war thing. He brings up their old friendship trade agreement. Herhan is supposed to get first dibs on all the grain. He starts asking to restart the deal when a furious voice screams. The voice calls his deal nonsense and tells the envoys to get out immediately. The saint says that is their final answer. He tells the guys to pack their bags and head home after their trip. Elo fights back. He warns that breaking the deal looks bad for them. You cannot just ditch a diplomatic contract like that. Rai jumps in, knowing Herhan is broke. He says the goddess would probably want them to help out a struggling neighbor. Eloin is thrilled, calling Rai the smartest savior on the continent. Rai drops a bomb. Exports are back, but the price just doubled. Eloin is straight up shook. Ellen yells that this deal is pure robbery. Ray just smirks, saying friends shouldn't complain about helping out. He tells them not to mess with the Holy Kingdom, laughing like a total psycho. The new pope is vibing, saying it's great everyone aired their beef on such a nice day. He cuts the politics and tells the crowd to party. People cheer while Rai just watches them. The guests are chilling and mingling in the banquet hall. Nobles toast to the high life. Later, Rai and the saints hit the balcony. She says the war felt like forever. Ray nods. Rai asks if he is cool with going back to school. She can handle the kingdom solo. He went through hell after showing up here, so she tells him to go live his life. Rai jokes about coming back to help with the paperwork. She laughs and says if that's all he wants, then she's down. They stare at the stars. Suddenly, over at the ruined headquarters, a single eye snaps open. Someone just woke up. This dude realizes he should be dead. The Lich is wrecked. He can't believe a human's mana just shredded his heart. Flashback to Ray's massive blue mana. He remembers Ray's mana being super pure and straight up beautiful. Now he wants that power. In a trashed library, the Lich prays to his lord like a creep. Time flies. After the smoke clears, the academy calls everyone back. Lots of empty chairs though. Some students just didn't make it back. But once the word hits that hero Ray is teaching medical classes, everyone rushes back. Ray finishes writing on the board and gets ready. Rocking glasses and a robe, Professor Ray kicks off his medical lecture. Today is first aid and germs. Using clips from the war, he shows that priests aren't the only ones who save lives. Even saints can't cure every single sickness on the battlefield. A student asks if that means those sick people are toasted. Ray shuts that down. With real medical skills, you can save them. He announces a new med school for wounds that priests can't touch. The class is shook. Interested? Come sign up at the academy. Rai calls any injury on the outside a wound. He asks why soldiers died from tiny scratches. A student blames the lack of priests. Ray says that's only half the story. Why were minor cuts so deadly? It's sepsis. He says tiny, invisible bugs live everywhere, even on that student's hand. Someone asks if these bugs are really everywhere. Ray says, big facts. They are too small to see or feel with mana, so people ignore them. The class wants receipts. How does he know? Ray thinks. He mentions moldy bread. That mold is a microbe. These tiny things come in all forms like algae, bacteria, protozoa, fungi, and yeast. They even make dead bodies rot. Sepsis is what happens when those bugs infect a wound and cause a massive reaction. That's why minor cuts killed people in the war. You shouldn't have to die or lose a limb for a tiny scratch. The scared students ask how they can stop this. Rai says you just have to disinfect the wound to kill the bugs. He mentions an illness called clegg that everyone has had and can be deadly. Microbes help, but the real villain is a virus. That's a story for next time. You can prevent clegg with something totally simple, just using plain old water. Rai reveals that washing your hands with water stops the disease. He adds that scrubbing small cuts with clean water stops infections, blowing the students' minds with how simple it is. He uses villagers as proof since their constant water contact makes them way less likely to catch that plague. After class, a kid shouts a question about how dark magic causes sickness if it does not use these tiny microbes. Ray says it is a solid question. Ray explains dark magic does not spawn disease, but instead creates the perfect gross environment for microbes to explode. Realizing he is rambling, Ray tries to pivot. Then the bell rings and he groans because class ended just as things got good. He is stressed that his first lecture was a total snooze fest. Suddenly, the whole room erupts in cheers, praising Professor Ray and his talk. Narration says that between the hand-washing trend and the hype for medical freedom, the Academy of Medicine was finally born. It gets famous fast and students flood in, making Ray stoked. One day, Ray struts across campus in a fresh white coat. With the academy behind him, he says, "This is the real start." The scene cuts to the bright blue sky above them. Footsteps approach as a voice says he can feel Ray's presence. The cloaked Lich tracked Ray's faint mana trails all the way to this spot. He is shocked that Ray chose the Holy Kingdom over the powerful Lysian Empire. He wants to meet now, but he worries that popping up in front of the guy who supposedly killed him might be a little awkward. He wonders how to stage a natural reunion without being creepy. Seeing the students' outfits, he figures the white coat and green vest is the uniform. He thinks it over and makes his move. He steps out with a plan. Dressed in the white coat, he decides this disguise works, completely ignoring his manners. Narration says Academy students are split into 3 main squads. You have sword fighters, robed mages, and the third group, the kids in the white medical gowns. The Lich digs his new gown and other students actually mistake him for a fresh recruit. He awkwardly plays along while his new classmates whisper about how insanely cool he looks. They ask if he knows where class is, then tell him to just follow them to the big lecture hall. Walking there, the girls mention today is group work involving the dissection of a pig. One girl is terrified, and the Lich wonders if this is some dark ritual. They laugh and say it is just for anatomy. He remembers medicine was a big deal back in the sorcery era, but it died out because magic was faster, so he thinks this whole academy is teaching useless junk. Meanwhile, some noble prick screams at a medical student she ran into, and the girl just cowers. The Lich and another student notice the noble actually caused the collision and is just being mean. The noble's friend says the medical department is basically just poor commoners. while the elite sword and magic students hate sharing their status with nobodies. Calling them trash, the Lich suggests they leave before they are late, which triggers the nobles. A noble blocks his path, demanding to know where he is going after that weak apology. The girl says she is sorry, but he screams that she needs to kneel. The Lich smiles darkly, ready for violence. He slams the bully down, asking if this is the humiliation he wanted. He hates the noble's unearned ego. Using a secret spell, he curses the bully, telling him he is now an orc. The spell takes hold as the Lich orders him to go build a village and roll in mud. Later, the cursed noble runs off squealing like a pig while the Lich laughs that Ray is finally acting like himself. The Lich tells his friends to lead the way to the lab, and they nervously comply. Surgical tools are laid out in the lab for the upcoming dissection. Grinning at the gear, the Lich thinks that once this is over, he will go find his lord, Ray. The white-haired teacher asks if everyone is ready, then looks shocked. A long-haired man panics internally because he just saw someone familiar and was not ready for it. The teacher speaks. The long-haired man grabs the teacher's shoulder and pushes. Blue magic crackles as the long-haired guy stares down the instructor. He is basically demanding the teacher recognize his face, implying he is way more important than he looks. While the teacher stands there clueless, the mysterious dude freezes up, trying to talk. He stammers out that he has no clue who the teacher is. Furious, the instructor strikes sick of the guy's games. A glowing phantom of the teacher swears he is going to end this man for somehow surviving his wrath. Longhair starts panicking hard. He begs for his life, pleading with the instructor to just listen for a second. The teacher gives him 3 seconds. The guy blabbers on, swearing he is not here for a fight, he just wants to help. The instructor smells a lie. The man claims weak mages have to follow the strong, so he is pledging his loyalty. The crowd calls trash on his excuse while he starts sobbing about telling the truth. The teacher figures since Phryxia is toast, this guy might actually be harmless. Maybe he is telling the truth for once. A spell shoots out, binding the long-haired man in glowing chains. The instructor warns him not to move a muscle. He is ordered to stay put and keep quiet for the rest of class. The man practically wags his tail and agrees. The teacher tells the rest of the kids to ignore him and get back to work. Later, still tied up, the guy starts whining. Watching the students butcher a corpse makes him want to puke. Their skills are absolutely pathetic. He mocks the groups for mangling the meat, joking that they might as well use a heavy sledgehammer. The teacher asks if he knows how to cut. The guy brags that dissection is actually his #1 specialty. The instructor loosens the chains and lets him try, but warns him not to pull any stupid stunts. The man promises to show off his loyalty through work. He glares at the amateurs, ready to show them how it is done. He performs a lightning fast, surgically precise dissection that leaves everyone speechless. Striking a flashy pose, he tells the class this is real work. Then he just basks in the awkward silence. The instructor admits it was perfect and says the guy could actually teach. The man starts squealing like a total fanboy. When asked if he really wants to assist, the man drops to his knees and begs for the chance. With a tiny smirk, the instructor says he has the perfect job for him. Back in the halls, someone asks for Professor Ray. Rai opens up and gets a sealed scroll from back home. It looks serious. He reads the letter and realizes it is big news. Far away, a lonely voice in a palace laments how hard life is. A brown-haired woman is totally wiped out, asleep on her desk. Her assistant tells the exhausted saint to let her finish the paperwork so she can finally get some sleep. The saint refuses, remembering she promised to finish everything before Rai gets back. It is a matter of pride. Still, the work she has already done is literally superhuman. She realizes something big is happening. Meanwhile, Rai finds out the Empire is specifically asking for the Holy Saint to come save their skin. Fire flickers in his hand as he wonders what this summons really means. Turns out, Emperor George Delian is dying. The iron-blooded ruler of the Leyan Empire is sick, and they need a miracle from the Holy Kingdom to keep him alive. Everyone knows that a God-chosen saint can cure any disease on Earth with just a bit of divine power. Ray knows if they fail, the Empire will take it as an insult. It could cause a massive war between the two nations. He thinks he can actually fix the guy. Shadowy hands of politics loom over him as he broods alone. He knows the diagnosis is messy, but the doctor in him has to treat the patient. Making up his mind, he starts setting his priorities. Lich is now an honorary professor. He tells a new student to buzz off and not talk to him unless it is class time. Lich figures he cannot say no since Rai signed the official appointment papers. He secretly wishes he was just studying with Rai. Then, a shy voice calls out. Looking scary as ever, he snaps at the kid. But the student says Rai summoned him personally. Lich bolts toward Rai like a rocket. He crashes through the door, asking if Ray called. Rai just tells him to say hi to the guest. Rai introduces Zeke, the guy who will babysit Lich while Rai is gone. Lich is shocked that Rai is leaving. Rai says he has to bounce and hands Lich a stack of papers. Rai explains the parchment has all the lesson plans. He orders Lich to study up and teach the class alone. Lich is floored. Lich tries to argue that he wants to help Rai directly, but Ray shuts him down. Zeke grills Lich, reminding him the academy is a big deal for the Holy Saint, and he better show some respect. When Lich asks who he is, Zeke brags he is Trias, leader of a top noble family serving the saint. Rai snaps back that as a former 7th class mage and tower master turned swordmaster, he is a big shot but secretly worries. Lich swears to follow orders, saying the extra eyes are overkill. Zeke tells the saint he will keep a sharp eye on this shady guy and snitch on every move. Ray shuts them up, wondering why they are acting like clowns just because he is standing right there. Ray notes the church assigned a guard. The sun sets over a massive, fancy cathedral complex. At the Holy Kingdom, Ray finds Ariel asleep at her desk and thinks she looks kind of cute. He sees she is totally toasted, realizing she lied about being fine while working herself to death. Half awake, Ariel says ever since the war ended, her life has been a non-stop circus of projects. Ray sighs to himself as he looks around the office drowning in paperwork. Ariel snaps awake, realizing she passed out at her desk. Ray thanks her for all her hard work while he was away. She is totally confused, asking where that massive mountain of documents went. Ray says he handled it. She stares in total disbelief as she sees huge stacks of perfectly finished documents and scrolls proving his wild claim. Ariel insists that mountain of work should have taken a week and accuses him of rushing. Ray just tells her to check. She starts reading and realizes the work is actually 100% perfect. Ray wishes he could help more but is short on time. She says goodbye and leaves. A maid says the carriage is ready. Ray realizes it is already time to head out. Looking over the palace, Ray worries things will go south if the Emperor dies too soon. In the bedroom, someone notes that not everyone is actually rooting for the old man recovery. Third, Prince Gale believes the others only care about inheriting the throne. He reaches out to grab his father's unconscious hand. He tells his dad he called for a saint and begs him to wake up and fix things. Another guy tells Gale to beat it because the Emperor needs his rest. Gale says he is leaving, but as a brother, he could not leave all the work to the other man. Second, Prince Luke tells Gale to chill and leave things to him. Gale agrees but stays salty. As he walks out, he swears he will not let his father die. Luke watches the sky, hoping his brother stays out of the coming power struggle. Morning in the Empire. Ray, wearing his saintly robes, happily announces that they have finally arrived. At the massive palace, he is blown away by the scale of the continent's top nation. Count Opal welcomes him to Lessian. They trade names, and Ray introduces himself as the saint. The Count feels bad but asks Ray to skip the nap and get moving. Ray agrees. Ray says they have zero time to waste, so the Count leads him inside. At the fancy door, the Count says they have arrived. Ray thanks him and steps inside, but a foul, decomposing smell immediately hits his nose. He sees the Emperor and is pissed they have not even washed him while hiding his state. Ray approaches the sleeping guy to figure out what is actually going on. He touches the Emperor's leg and realizes the muscles are locked tight from long-term immobility. The stiffness is so bad he cannot stretch a limb, but that is not a diagnosis. Ray reviews the list of what causes stiffness and focuses on issues with the brain. He thinks about levels of consciousness from alert down to coma, usually caused by serious illness. Recovery works backward, but since he does not know where the Emperor stands, he will not guess. Ray wonders if it is a spine injury or something similar, but those do not mess with your head, so something else is up, then he spots a clue. He finds a massive bruise. Shocked, he starts ripping off clothes to check for more. Bruises are everywhere on the guy's torso. Ray just stands there, processing the scene. The next day breaks over the palace. Ray concludes the Emperor is in prolonged shock from internal bleeding and severe muscle tears. Look at these bruises, way too nasty for simple stiffness. Someone definitely used force on the old man. Rai is not about this political drama. Then someone knocks. They are looking for the saint. He opens up and sees Luke Delesian. Guy introduces himself as the second prince. Rai plays it cool. Luke says he heard about the visit to the Emperor last night. Luke wants the tea on the Emperor. Rai says it is complicated and will take some time. Then Luke gets intense, asks if the Emperor was straight up poisoned. Rai says no way. Relieved, Luke leaves the Emperor's life in Rai's hands and heads out. Once he is gone, Rai admits to himself that poisoning is actually a real possibility. Rai needs a game plan, but then he hears some lady shouting about losing nearby. A woman with a fan shows up, says she wanted to meet the famous saint first. It is Princess Luciella. Rai is annoyed by the visitors. He figures she wants medical news and introduces himself again. Instead, she starts flirting. She is interested in him. Rai says he is curious about her too. Luciella giggles and calls him handsome. Rai thinks she is just a spoiled brat but plays along for now. He asks if she is done yet. He actually has a job to do here. She says she was just teasing and asks if she is annoying. Ray tells her, yeah, totally. Lucella is shocked. Rai doubles down and tells her she is honestly a nuisance. He walks away, tells her not to come back unless it is official business. He is busy. She is ticked off. How dare he ignore a princess? She is going to prove he is not that special. Outside, some hidden figures are watching. A masked woman from Rai's secret squad sees everything. She and her partner signal each other. This princess is trouble. They think about taking her out now. The partner says wait. Rai told them not to get involved unless things get really messy. A third masked ally agrees. They should just stay back and watch the drama unfold. But then, one of them adds a serious condition. If the royals actually try to hurt the saint, it is game over. One ally's eye glows with pure resolve. A hand signal seals the deal. Lucille feels eyes on her and orders her goons to kill the Watchers immediately. Ray explains that the Empire officially asked the Holy Empire to send over their saint. He knows if they are calling him, things must be pretty bad. The Empire probably tried every doctor and magic user they had before calling for help. Since divine magic failed, Ray realizes this is not a normal injury. It is something way more complex. He checks the Emperor one more time. Rai figures it out. Normal magic would have fixed a simple strain. This is stiff person syndrome hitting the Emperor hard. Rai explains that this syndrome is an autoimmune mess where the body attacks its own muscles. He remembers that even the princess's weird illness could not be fixed with pure holy power. This case is the same. Rai wonders why the Emperor is passing out and stiffening so fast. Ray looks at the Emperor's chest. Those bruises are looking way worse now. He knows you have to be gentle. Stiff muscles snap and bruise if you move them too fast. These injuries are too much. Someone definitely tried to force the Emperor's body to move. That rough handling caused internal bleeding and shock. That is why the Emperor is totally out cold. Time for surgery. Rai locks the door and uses divine power to scrub the room clean of any nasty infections. He starts cutting with a divine scalpel. The Emperor is going to feel this when he wakes up. He checks inside. No major infection, and luckily no massive internal bleeding to worry about. After stitching him up, Ray spots a bowel issue. He needs to keep a close eye on it. Emergency surgery is done. Now he has to figure out how to actually cure the syndrome itself. Ray admits this syndrome is no joke. Meanwhile, in a dark dungeon, a guy named Hong Yong starts his report. Hong Yong reports that the imperial court is a mess. Everyone is straight up fighting for power. He lays out the royal food chain. First up, Jared. Next in line, Luke. Third Princess Lucella is Team Jared, while Princess Eliza is backing Prince Luke. Hong Yong says the others are basically nobodies, except for the second princess. She is a beast at magic, but hates politics. Then another agent drops a bomb. The fourth prince is already dead. They figure the guy got caught in the crossfire, and the fifth prince is dragged into the mess too. The investigation points to an inside job. It is definitely one of the older brothers. Luciella has not made a move yet, but they are keeping eyes on her and the first prince. The boss puts Hong Yong on bodyguard duty for Rai. No one argues with that. She tells Hong Yong and So Yong to stay in Lesia while the rest head home. Hong Yong is floored. The boss says Rai needs their intel and danger detection skills most. She puts Rai's life in their hands and gives them the green light to do whatever is needed. She vanishes in smoke, telling Hong Yong to start digging for the family's dirty laundry. Plenty of secrets left. Hong Yong agrees to stalk the princess and report back every night. Outside, Rai tells his crew to split. A servant says the royals are waiting in the lobby. Rai knew this was coming, but man, they are moving fast. Time to see who he is dealing with. Rai follows the maid down the fancy hallway toward the lobby. The maid opens the door. Inside, the whole royal squad is chilling at a massive table. Looking at all these kids, Rai thinks the Emperor must have had some serious stamina. He spots Luke and that annoying little princess he met before. The rest of them give off a bad vibe. Rai walks in wondering what their game is. He remembers the rules. The lower ranks are supposed to speak to the big shots first. Since a saint is basically royalty, these kids should be the ones saying hello first. They are totally ignoring him to be petty. Rai sighs, realizing they are just trying to talk trash. One royal finally snaps, calling Rai a dog because he did not bow down. The princes and princesses start screaming. They think Rai is being a total brat. Rai fires back that he did not even want to come. He threatens to leave right now. As he turns to go, he figures their parents did a trash job raising them. He ignores the insult and focuses on work. He wonders if they even have any chamomile. Later, there is a knock. Rai asks who is bothering him now. The second princess, Selena, introduces herself and says she is sorry for the lobby drama. She wants to explain the situation in private. Once they are alone, she starts talking business. Rai knows it is all about the throne struggle. Selena admits he is right. Greeting him first would have looked like they were picking sides, exactly what Rai suspected. Selena takes the blame and offers to help Rai with whatever he needs. She asks him to keep helping her dad. Rai says he was going to anyway. Selena heads off to work, but tells Rai to call her if things get weird. She seems okay, Rai thinks. He decides to fix the Emperor first and handle the rest later. He never forgets a grudge. A few days pass at the palace. Rai finally grabs the rare ingredients. Man, finding this stuff was a nightmare. Scoring chamomile after hours of hunting was a total miracle. He uses magic to dry it. Rai starts making the medicine. He crushes the herbs and squeezes out the juice. He adds water to make pills. High-dose blueberry antioxidants should do the trick. Even after boiling, there is enough vitamin C left to chill out the Emperor's stress levels. If the bleeding stops, the guy will stabilize. Then the meds will relax him for physical therapy. Rai decides to give the medicine the second the man wakes up. The Emperor is out cold, but he is stable. He is finally waking up. When he opens his eyes, he feels like a truck hit him. He is totally paralyzed and cannot even scream for help. A door creaks open and someone walks in. It is Ray, bringing water, and he sees the big boss is finally awake. The Emperor has no clue who this guy is. Rai introduces himself as a saint from the Holy Kingdom, and the old man remembers the name. Rai plops a pill into some water. He says it is basically like the stuff mercenaries use to stay alive. He feeds the Emperor and tells him he needs this dose 4 times every day. The Emperor notices Rai is not using holy magic, but he decides to roll with it anyway. Ray knows natural meds are slower, but they do not have nasty side effects. Still, something else is totally bugging him. Ray uses magic to clean the place up. It is super sketchy that the Emperor is this filthy with all these maids around. Ray figures someone blocked the maids from coming in. Smells like a total inside job to me. Thinking about it, the first prince has zero reason to mess with a guy who is already dying. But for the second prince, the stakes are massive. If he is behind the bleeding and the maid ban, he is looking at a death sentence. Rai tells himself to quit overthinking and just focus on the healing. His job is fixing the Emperor, not worrying about who gets to sit on the throne next. Rai swears he will fix him up, but the Emperor is not so sure about this weirdo healer. 1 week later, things are looking up. Rai notices the Emperor has made some seriously huge progress during the last 7 days. The old man still cannot talk, but he can nod and chew his food now. Recovery is speeding up, so Ray thinks about upping the dose to get those muscles working again. While he is walking and planning the meds, he suddenly feels a massive wave of killer vibes. He thinks assassins are hitting the Emperor again, but then it hits him. The killer vibes are aimed right at his own head. Rai calls for So Young, and she shows up instantly. He tells her to save one guy for questioning and waste the rest. So Young absolutely shreds the assassins. Rai gives her props and wraps the lone survivor in some holy chains. He tells the prisoner to blink for answers, then asks if the royal family was the one who sent him. This guy is a pro killer. While Ray checks him out, So Young steps up and offers to handle the questioning. Holy light explodes through the halls as she gets to work. By morning, the castle looks totally peaceful under the sun. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the castle walls. Standing in the wreckage, Ray demands they bring the third princess out right now, while holding a glowing ball of holy dynamite. Rai screams that he will level the whole place if they do not listen. Freaked out officials are panicking while he yells for the princess to come out. They start to hesitate, saying she is currently eating. Ray snaps, saying she needs to get here regardless of her meal. To prove he is serious, he sets off another blast until the officials finally agree. The first and second princes show up to the chaos, demanding to know what the heck Ray thinks he is doing. Rai tells them about the assassins, jokingly calling it Leia's version of hospitality. They are totally shocked. Luke asks if he is for real. Rai basically says he would not be blowing stuff up for no reason. The Emperor hears the news and stays quiet, playing it cool. The first prince bows low and gives Rai a massive apology. He swears the apology is real and promises the royal family will track down whoever is actually behind this mess. He says no matter who did it, it is on the royal family, and he will take any heat for putting the saint in danger. Rai notices that even though the prince used to be a jerk, he is finally acting like a real leader now. Rai demands the third princess be brought out because he knows she is the one pulling all the strings. The princes check the document, see Luciella's handwriting, and order the guards to go drag her out right now. Rai acts smug now that they are listening. Guards drag in a screaming Luciella while she kicks and fights. The princes get in her face, asking if she really tried to kill the saint. They call her totally ungrateful and insane. Luciella plays dumb, acting like she has no clue. Ray hands her the hit list and tells her she dropped something. Lucille is panicking, wondering how Rai got the proof. Meanwhile, we find out Hookyong and So Young did all the heavy lifting. She swears she did not write it and says it is a fake. Rai just looks at her and asks, "Who then?" Ray glares at her, asking if she thought he was soft. He blasts a massive wave of blue energy right at her. Watching the display, the princes are shook by Ray's power, recalling rumors he once fought a necromancer. Ray asks if Leia wants smoke with the Holy Empire instead of help, hinting their screw-ups are a reason for war. The first prince claims Ray is trippin' and swears Licia would never try to beef with the Holy Empire. Ray claps back that the Elysian princess tried to take out a high official. How can they say they do not want war? The first prince snaps at Lucella to apologize now, reminding her they are standing right in front of the army. She screams that a princess should not have to bow, but gets shut up with a hard slap across the face. The Emperor watches, disgusted by her trash behavior, and asks if this is really how he raised her to be. Luciella clutches her cheek and grudgingly offers Ray a formal apology. The first prince suggests settling this through a talk. He invites everyone to discuss it, and Ray finally agrees. Rai demands all the princes and princesses hit the lobby. To show he is serious, he blows up another palace wall. Rai warns that if they catch an attitude again, he will do way more than just pop off a few blasts. Soon, the entire imperial family is gathered in the lobby for the main meeting. They listen to the facts and offer weak apologies. Ray accepts, then immediately moves the talk to a massive payout. Rai wants two things for the trouble: stronger diplomatic bonds and active trade between the Leyan and Holy Empires. The plan could double their trade cash without hurting Leia, so the royals start taking it seriously. The Holy Empire and the Leyan Empire sign a deal where Leia hands over a fat stack of cash as compensation. In the ornate palace, nobles realize they got a sweet deal and wonder if they should actually thank the third princess. Rey figures it is time the Emperor should be moving and decides to go check on the old man. Scene shift to the luxury bedroom. Emperor George wakes in agony, clutching his chest as the pain hits hard. He realizes that Rey's medicine is the only reason he can even move a little through the lingering pain. The door swings open. Rai strolls in looking way too happy, asking if the big guy is ready to talk. The weak Emperor thanks him. Rai tells him to relax and try moving so he can check his current condition. Seeing the bruises, Rai notes they are lasting longer than normal, but it is acceptable for now. The Emperor just stares at Rai. Meanwhile, as George was waking up, some dark stuff was going down elsewhere. In a pitch-black room, a hooded figure creeps toward the Emperor's bed and calls out to his father. The king is totally confused by the voice. The hooded visitor drops to his knees, apologizing over and over. Suddenly, a massive strike slams into the Emperor while he is trapped in his own bed. In a world of pain, the Emperor wonders what is happening as his attacker keeps saying he is sorry. The assailant's fist finishes the brutal beatdown. In the dark room, the attacker keeps muttering apologies while landing heavy blows. Bleeding from the mouth, the Emperor weakly asks why this is happening to him. The hooded figure's hands start glowing with magic as he calls out to his father one last time. The hooded prince begs his father to never forgive him. Backstory check: Rey came here to treat the critically ill Emperor at their request. Rey found out the Emperor had stiff person syndrome, but one massive mystery was still bugging him. The Emperor's body was covered in these weird, unexplained bruises. Rey knew someone on the inside was responsible, but he had to focus on the medical treatment for now. Meanwhile, Rey's messengers did some digging and found a nasty power struggle within the Imperial family. The top dogs, Jared and Luke, were so cold-blooded they were even killing their own siblings for power. After all that chaos, when the Emperor woke up, someone visited his room. "I am sorry," Father echoed through the walls. That prince's plea for no forgiveness comes back to haunt us. A few days later, the palace bells start ringing. Mourners gather as a massive ceremony begins. They are holding a funeral for Prince Ian, the fifth prince of the Empire. Rai thinks this entire situation in the Leyan Empire is beyond outrageous. He laments that this whole mess is exploding while he is in town. A masked messenger reports that Prince Luke made the first move. Rai is shocked. Luke was involved and hears how he has been secretly destroying Ian's reputation and work. Cornered, the fifth prince tried to hire assassins to poison either Jared or Luke. Jared and Luke doubled down on their security and started hiring hitmen to take out their royal relatives. Violence spiked for a week until Ian's guards were knocked out and he was found dead with a slit throat. Rey asks who geeked Ian, but everyone in the Imperial family has a rock-solid alibi. But a closer look shows Jared and Luke were missing from their posts. Fake alibis for sure. Rai figures no outside mob could have ghosted the guards. It had to be a trusted insider moving freely to kill Ian. Remembering Luke's massive mana, Rai concludes that the guy likely handled the wet work himself. Rai tells Hukyong and So-Yong that he needs a lot more from them. He tells them to dig up dirt on the Imperial power struggle, targeting scandals and corruption that would trash the throne's dignity. Watching the castle, Rey thinks the nastier the secrets, the better. The next day, painful screams ring through the palace. The Emperor finally sits up, straining with every ounce of strength. Rai hypes him up, calling it massive progress. The old man actually looks stoked by the encouragement. Later, Rai watches him sleep and mutters to himself in total satisfaction. When the Emperor starts groaning, Rai tells him he gets it, but the reps have to keep coming. Rai sees the anthocyanin meds working and the muscle stiffness is fading fast. Suddenly, his ears perk up at something weird. Someone's coming. Rey quickly casts a sleep spell, putting the Emperor back into a deep, instant slumber. Prince Jared walks in, noting that Rai is just hanging out inside. Jared acts polite, asking how things are, while Rai plays it cool and thanks him for the hospitality. Rey makes sure the Emperor is out cold before casually bringing up the fifth prince's so-called accident. Jared plays it off as a family tragedy, claiming Ian died in a random carriage wreck. He blames a pack of wyverns that hit nearby villages, and Rey knows there's a nest right behind the Empire. Rai thinks the story is total cap. Ian leaves the palace and just happens to get shredded by wyverns? Please. Calling the excuse pathetic in his head, Rai listens as Jared asks how the Emperor's doing. Rai says the Emperor should wake up soon, which Jared claims is great news. Jared offers to help with whatever, and Rai jokingly suggests that bringing some peace would be nice. Jared repeats the word peace with a fake laugh, saying it'll happen. Leaving, he tells Rai to keep watch. Before he goes, Jared stops. He warns Rai not to dig too deep into Imperial family business. Once he's gone, Rai takes that warning as a sign that Jared is plotting something. Rai gives a shady smirk. He swears these Imperial snakes aren't going to win this round. Rai scoffs at Jared's natural peace nonsense and decides he'll just have to force the Empire to be quiet. A few days pass. Rai notices that everything is going down exactly how he figured it would. The spies return and bow, handing over scrolls filled with the Imperial family's dirty laundry. Rai grabs a scroll. Reading it, he curses at how trashy these Imperial nobles really are. The papers prove the Merchants Guild bribed the first prince to get total trade control. They also show the second prince is hooking up with his sister and ignoring all her corrupt power moves. Rai calls in Hukyong and Soyong to give them the next set of orders. He tells them to return the evidence to the owners, worrying them that the villains might just kill them. Rai explains they won't do a thing because some ghost now knows every single one of their dark secrets. He decides to finish fixing the Emperor before those royal brats can make another move. Soon, the Emperor calls for Rai. Dressing himself now, the man is shocked by his recovery and thanks Rai. He mentions the royal family is a mess while he was bedridden, and Rai confirms it's total chaos. The Emperor is ticked off. Ready to face the music, he says it's time to see his kids. He asks Rai to back him up during the meeting, which actually catches Rai off guard. The Emperor says Rai saved him without asking for anything, praising his character as a true patriot. Comparing Rai to his own kids, he admits he's raised some losers, and it's time for a reality check. He confesses he spoiled them after their mother died and worries if they'll even listen to his lecture. Rai steps up and offers to help him handle them. News of the Emperor's recovery sweeps the Empire. The royals crowd the throne room, all fake smiles as they celebrate George getting back on his feet. The first princess pipes up, acting all hesitant, asking why a saint is chilling right by the throne. George shuts her down, saying he personally invited Rai to sit there. The king tells the room that Rai did the heavy lifting for his cure, then starts roasting his own kids compared to him. He glares at his heirs, calling out their trash behavior and asking if they know why he is mad. Honestly, they are all sweating bullets. He drops the bomb he is talking about the murder of the fifth prince. They tried to frame it as an accident, but he knows Ian died in their messy power struggle. The royal brats are completely blindsided. He loses it, asking how they could scheme to kill their own family when he always told them to play nice. Rai stands tall, calling their thirst for power straight up demonic. He says they are acting like wild animals, not royalty. Jared snaps, telling Rai he is out of line for disrespecting the imperial family like that. Rai just laughs in his face, asking if they are too spoiled to understand how the real world works. Then he steps up, asking what they are going to do. Do they actually think they could survive a duel against him? A pile of scrolls drops right at their feet cold, hard proof of all their dirty secrets. Rai points out those are the stolen documents that just happened to show up. He tells the Emperor to see for himself. The Emperor reads it all how his kids backstabbed and killed each other. He cannot believe how rotten his own house has become. He realizes only the second princess, Selena, kept her hands clean. With 0 scandals to her name, Selena is the outlier. The king just sits there, head in hands, crushed by their betrayal. Everyone but Selena gets hit with 3 years of probation. No talk back allowed if you do not like the punishment, you are kicked out of the family. Totally stunned, the princes realize being grounded for 3 years kills their shot at the throne. Then, the Emperor just kicks them all out. Rai watches, knowing that being ghosted for 3 years ends their royal dreams. Finally, some real justice in this place. As Luke heads out, George stops him. You got anything to say to your old man? He asks him straight up, why did you do it? He tells Luke he just wants to know the truth and to keep it real. Luke takes a breath and prepares to talk. He admits everything he did was actually for the sake of the third prince. Luke confesses his big goal. He wanted the third prince to take the crown next. He says while he and Jared only cared about gains, the third prince actually loves the people. He would be a legit king, unlike Jared and Ian who were power hungry. In a toxic world like that, the third prince never stood a chance of winning. He decided it was better to trash the bad candidates than let those vultures tear the empire apart for a crown. George asks, is that really why you tried to take me out? Later, at a big festival, people are gossiping about the next king. Everyone reminds George that Jared is the favorite to win the crown prince title. Rai breaks it down. Luke attacked his own dad just to keep Jared off the throne. He tells George to drop the hammer. Luke says he will take any hit. George sighs, admitting he messed up too by not keeping his kids in check. He tells Luke that understanding him is not the same as forgiving him. He puts off the sentence and sends him away. After Luke leaves, George sighs long and hard. He grumbles about thinking his kids were grown, but realizes they are still just acting like children. Rai Chili points out that every parent feels that way, advising George to watch them closely during their time out. George thinks to himself that Rai is one interesting kid. His words hit hard, and he is surprisingly likable. The king realizes Rai seemed rude at first, but his deep perspective is actually pretty impressive. Thinking about Rai's insane power, he admits he really does not want to send him back home to the Holy Empire. With a wry smile, he says if drama breaks out again, he will just call the Holy Empire and ask for Rai's help once more. He laughs, telling Rai he is just kidding. Rai is relieved, but in his head, he calls him a total pain. As night falls, George pulls Rai aside. He asks what Rai thinks of the second princess, seeing her as a totally innocent girl. Rai says Selena is way better than her brothers and, more importantly, she never backs down from a challenge. Then George shows his true cards. George asks Ray about marrying Selena. Ray dodges it like a pro. No wedding bells for him, thanks. He is pretty sure she is not feeling it either, but hey, thanks for the offer, old man. George takes the no pretty well. Then the Emperor pivots. Since marriage is off the table, how about throwing down in the big succession tournament? The Gleaming Palace shines as the Festival of Martial Excellence kicks off. It is basically a high-stakes gladiator fight for the throne. The Emperor says they throw this massive military brawl every 3 years. The prizes are insane, which actually gets Ray interested for once. It is the Empire's triennial blowout, a festival where everyone comes to flex their combat skills in the arena. We are talking heavy hitters, with main events like swordsmanship and epic magic contests. Smaller stuff like archery and nerd debates are on the menu too. Ray asks if he can enter every single event. Nope, only 3 events max. Also, you can only use swords in the sword fight and magic in the magic brawl. The festival starts in 2 weeks. Usually there are tryouts, but George is cheating for him. He is fast-tracking Ray straight to the finals. Ray signs up for swords and magic, which totally catches his host off guard. The Emperor bolts to fix the paperwork, telling Ray to go chill and get ready. Ray just says thanks. Ray realizes he might have been played, but the rewards are fat and it sounds like a total blast anyway. Time for a status check on the Holy Empire. Ray pulls out a crystal ball, basically a mana-powered device for long-distance video calls. He remembers giving Zeke the twin ball, so he pumps in some mana to start the call. The ball glows, but instead of Zeke, some hypergirl pops up and shouts hello, scaring the life out of Ray. Ray asks how she got Zeke's phone, and she just shrugs. She wanted it, so she took it. Total power move. Ray tells her the Emperor is cured. She is not even surprised. She knew he would crush it from day one. He asks about the Holy Empire. She says it is fine, though the Academy is still being a total pain. Ray gets worried, but she says it is cool. Everyone actually respects him as a teacher, believe it or not. Then she admits Ray has been roasting the other academies for having such trash-tier standards. Typical behavior for him. Ray sighs. Guess he is staying here longer, even though the healing job is technically in the books. She says the Imperial power struggle is a mess. Since he is already in the thick of it, just keep rolling. He should take his time for the sake of international relations. Ray figures she is right and goes along with it. She mentions it has been almost a year since he arrived. Ray is floored. Time flies when you are busy. She warns him that once he is back, the vacation is over. He will be traveling everywhere as a full-time saint. Ray grumbles about his time off being just a warm-up. That is not fair. She tells him to relax while he can. She is holding down the fort in the Holy Empire anyway. They hang up the call after that. Ray sits there, thinking about actually having to do official saint stuff soon. 2 weeks pass. The city sky explodes with magic fireworks as the massive tournament finally kicks off in style. Ray is impressed by the magic lights. His buddy points out that Ray is literally a wizard himself. His friend laughs, saying tech feels different than raw spells. Ray asks what is so funny. Turns out, he is just reminiscing. The guy admits Ray was super intimidating when they first met. Like, scary vibes only. But now? Not so much. Especially since Ray is personally showing him around the festival grounds today. He points out the sword arena and the huge magic stadium next door. That is where the real action happens. Ray spots a dumpy little shack and jokes it looks worse than a doghouse. Turns out, that is actually for archery. Archery is totally dead now. Nobody watches it. Hardly anyone signs up, so the place is barely standing. Ray gets it. Who wants to fight in a literal trash heap? A guide tells the saint the prelims are starting. Ray nods and heads inside to see the show. Fighters square off in the Colosseum for the opening sword matches. 2 warriors clash. One has a sword, the other's got twin axes. Ray and his buddy watch the carnage. One guy lands a finishing blow and celebrates while his opponent hits the dirt. Later, someone asks Ray's expert opinion. Ray says the level is high. The finals are going to be absolutely wild. He hears music in the distance. His friend says it is a wandering minstrel and asks if they should watch. Ray sees a hooded musician playing a lute and locks his eyes on the instrument itself. He clocks it that street performer is shredding on something like a violin. When asked if he knows the gear, Ray admits it hits different and brings back memories. He is totally vibing, feeling those major old-school nostalgic feels. The two saints keep walking as the music fades out behind them. The musician whispers a quick thanks as the song ends. Ray's partner can't stop talking about how epic the performance was. The hooded musician steps up to Rai, acting all polite, which makes him wonder if there is some kind of problem. She brings up what Rai said about her instrument. She remembers him calling it a violin, which is super weird here. She calls him out on using the word violin. Rai just shrugs and owns up to it immediately. She asks how he knew that name. Rai realizes this girl knows that modern world slang from his old life. Rai wonders if she is an isekai soul too, but tells her he just read it in a book. She pops her truth eyes and calls Cap instantly. Rai checks her features and realizes she is a half-elf, a mix of elf and human bloodlines. Rai offers a deal. He will spill the truth if she explains where that instrument came from and how she knows the name. She says the instrument is a handmade heirloom from her grandma, who taught her every single note she knows. Rai knows there is no way her grandma just accidentally invented a violin by coincidence. He pushes for more. She agrees but demands to know where Rai saw an instrument like that before and how he knows it. Ray claims he saw a player once. He learned the word violin back then and it just stuck in his brain. She stares him down in silence, using her ability to see if he is legit. Rai tells himself it is not a total lie since he did learn it from a teacher in his past life, so he insists it is the truth. Feeling bad for being so intense, she apologizes. Ray says it is cool because he was grilling her just as hard. Rai asks for more details about her grandma, and she takes a second to figure out where the story starts. She says her grandma was a genius with weird knowledge that does not belong in this world. She remembers her grandma building something called a bicycle and riding it around for kicks, which totally blew her mind. Rai notices that violin and bicycle are both modern names. He realizes her grandma must be an isekai traveler like him. She remembers her grandma always said she was from somewhere else. That is why she is constantly searching for anyone who might know about that other world. Now curious, she asks Rai who that violin player he mentioned earlier actually was. Rai plays it cool, saying he forgot the person's name and where they lived. She laughs, noting they are both just chasing tiny clues. She says peace out, telling them it was cool to meet and thanks for listening to her story. As she walks away, she mentions a gut feeling they will cross paths again. Cut to the empty sunset streets after she leaves. Ray's companion notices he is in a weirdly good mood and thinks he liked the talk, but Rai just brushes it off. Deep down, Rai agrees that knowing someone else from the modern world is a total relief. He realizes he feels a bit less lonely now, even if he says it is no big deal. Rai decides that the life he has right now is what really matters and suggests they head back home. It is finally the day of the big festival finals, and the crowd is buzzing at the Coliseum. Asked how he is doing, Rai says he is good. The Emperor notes that the finals are going to draw a massive crowd. The Emperor warns him that the final rules are tough and asks if he gets the whole team battle format thing. A quick map shows the finals start with one-on-one duels until someone stacks up 3 wins. Then the 4th match turns into a 5-on-5 team fight. Rai remembers Selena saying teamwork and talking are key. The Emperor wishes Ray luck. Rai says thanks and heads out as an official tells him to get to the arena. The official looks him over and sees something weird. He asks if Ray is really going without a sword, and Rai realizes he totally forgot it. Ray suddenly spots a plain wooden stick on the ground. He grabs the stick, figuring it is good enough, and keeps walking. The official is totally confused while another guy yells for everyone to get ready now. This beefy swordsman named Horus gets introduced as the guy Ray has to fight next. Rai steps up to Horus holding nothing but a stick. Horus just glares at him, totally laughing in his head. Horus thinks Rai is disrespecting him by showing up like a scrub and wonders if he is being mocked. Ray lies and says the stick is a legendary heirloom wooden sword just to justify it. Horus is actually touched by the story. He apologizes for being a jerk, and Ray's lie works like a charm. The ref warns us that one killing blow means an instant DQ. Rai just sighs, thinking he really needs to pack more heat next time. The ref signals the start and boom, Ray just disappears. Dude is moving way too fast for the naked eye. Horus panics when Rai vanishes, then realizes the guy is standing right behind him. Ray strikes, launching Horus with a magic-infused hit. The crowd just stares, totally stunned by that brutal one-hit knockout. The ref calls the match while Ray acts like it was no big deal. Meanwhile, the camera pans to a trashed wall. 2 masked guys recognize Ray's moves. It is the same stealth tech their squad uses, and they have to respect the skill. Ray's 3 instant wins make him the biggest name in the Empire. Later, over a massive dinner, the Emperor can't believe Rai won his first fight with just a stick. Rai just shrugs it off as basic aura training. Word is the magic tournament was a total show. Ray wrecked his opponent before they could even cast a spell without using magic. While they eat, someone asks why the Empress and the concubines aren't around. Turns out the Empress and concubines died years ago in a carriage accident caused by wyverns. The Emperor tensely adds that a nearby nest keeps causing these tragedies. The guy apologizes for bringing up such a painful memory, but the Emperor says it happened over 20 years ago. Ray listens quietly, feeling like something is off. He wonders about those frequent accidents, and if they are legit. Fast forward to the team battle in the mountain woods. Ray, rocking a red armband, chills on a log. He is on the red team and starts going over the battle rules. Each squad is a mix of heavy-hitting swordsmen and powerful magic users. Every team gets a flag. The goal is simple: snatch the enemy's flag and bring it back to your base. Most flags collected wins the game, and the MVP gets the top prize. Ray thinks this is way too easy if he just has to run some flags back. His teammates wonder why Ray is flying solo instead of joining the huddle. Then they remember he is a magic swordsman. They talk about how Ray just punched his way through the magic tournament, scaring everyone else into quitting without using spells. One guy scoffs that any swordsman can beat a mage hand-to-hand, but another warns that Ray is just built different. They mention how Ray literally canceled his opponent's magic before knocking them out cold. Absolutely insane move. Another teammate whines that since Rai is doing both tournaments, they are short-handed. But they decide to stick to the plan. The leader tells Ray's group to lead the charge while the rest hang back for flag snatches. Then they bolt. Rai realizes they just whispered some secret plan and ditched him. Is he really supposed to guard the flag by himself? He remembers the talk about wyverns and starts thinking about how to solve that little problem. Rai figures since he is here to heal the Emperor, he might as well clear out the wyverns to make them owe him big time. He jokes about dropping a literal meteor on those wyverns, but then someone walks up and says hello. 3 guys from the blue team show up, mocking him for being ditched. Rai just says he is more than enough to guard this flag. They tell him to hand it over, betting he can't stop all 3 of them. Ray just calmly questions that logic. Ray figures out they brought their own flag along. No way they would leave a precious item like that unguarded. He spots the mage in the back holding a small portable flag. It is a smart move, and totally within the rules. Annoyed, the enemy leader orders an all-out attack. Suddenly, a blue aura wave slams them, and the screaming starts. Ray stands there with an aura sword made from his stick. He tells them they made his job easy by coming straight to him. A mage tosses a bunch of fireballs at Ray. He just glows with dark energy and says it is time to take that flag. The enemies shrink back in terror at his insane power. A loud boom echoes through the forest, signaling a very short fight. Later, the losers complain that the whole attack was a massive waste of time. While heading back, they wonder why Ray's base didn't even have a flag. They decide to call it a scouting mission and hustle back. Ray's squad sees smoke at their base. They realize no one can hold a flag solo and rush back in a total panic. One teammate frantically checks the bushes, yelling to Ray about his status and where the flag is. Ray casually mentions he snagged an enemy flag thanks to some luck. His team is shocked he pulled it off solo as the tide turns. They realize this match will be much easier to win than they expected. Thanks to Ray's crazy plays, the red team crushes it. Rai is named the tournament winner, but he thinks the ending was kind of a letdown. Later, Rai checks his prize and figures it was worth the effort. Then, an Imperial official suddenly calls his name. The suit asks if the Marshall Fest was any fun. Ray just grumbles that the cash prize won't even buy him a decent burger. The guy says check out the Empire's tourist traps. Ray's down, mostly because he's already got a secret mission. When asked for details, Ray just gives a creepy little smirk. Ray promises the dude will love his grand plan. Fast forward to some wild, overgrown mountains. Ray treks up the peaks, feels that heavy mana energy, and knows he's found a wyvern nest. He spots a glowing purple barrier at the cave mouth and wonders if this is the front door. Checking the wild magic runes on the unguarded wall, Ray realizes these wyverns are actually super smart. Flipping on his magic eyes, he scans the shield. It's messy, sure, but nothing he can't handle. Ray decides to just smash the whole barrier. That ought to bring those big lizards out to play. Fact check. Wyverns are genius monsters who love magic and raw power. They dig hot, sticky climates, so their nests are usually hiding in places like this. Ray's sweating buckets, complaining that this gig is a total drag. After 30 minutes of peeling back layers of magic circles, Ray figures someone has to show up. A spooky voice in his head calls him out. Then, a massive red wyvern drops down, demanding to know if he's the punk breaking their stuff. Realizing it's all telepathy, Ray tells the beast he is just here for a chat. Ray wants to talk shop about their nest and politely asks if they'll move. The wyvern says that call is way above its own pay grade. It points out that since the magic shield is trash now, it can't leave. Got it? Ray sighs and says, yeah. Then he offers a new plan and starts throwing some crazy magic. The wyvern's jaw drops as Ray rebuilds the crystals. Turns out, this human is a total pro at magic circles. Ray tells him he is dead serious and has been planning this for a while. Seconds later, the new spell is locked. Totally blown away by the massive magic circle, the wyvern stops acting hostile and finally agrees to actually talk. The wyvern offers to take Ray to their main village, but it warns him, wyverns only respect power, and his safety isn't guaranteed. Ray's down. The beast takes off while Ray watches, totally stunned. Then it hits him. The wyvern is flying solo, leaving Ray to hike the whole way himself. Ray looks determined, taking off on a dead sprint toward the distant dragon village. Trudging through the woods, Ray keeps complaining that the lizard didn't even offer him a lift. Night falls over a hidden mountain town lit by torches. Arriving on foot, Ray cracks jokes with his guide. The wyvern notes he is a beast of a runner for a mage. Another wyvern catches a human scent. Guards land hard, asking why a human is walking around their turf. The guide explains the human is here to talk, and he decided to let him in personally. The guards tell him he's responsible if things go south. Suddenly, the guide transforms into a horned teenager. Now, in human form, he invites Ray inside. Ray's shocked. Who knew wyverns could pull off a disguise? Ray starts overthinking how human these things really are until that telepathic voice rings in his head again. Another wyvern mocks him from a distance, saying the kid must be weak if he still can't sense mana. A second mental ping offers Ray help if he's being hunted. Ray finally tracks down the source. The speaker invites Ray home for a real talk, and Ray happily agrees to the meeting. The camera pans over the full village hidden inside the jagged rocky cliffs. Walking in, Ray notices the place looks ancient, like some lost civilization from a history book. He finds it wild that they all look human and even build houses like normal people. He hears whispers calling him a half-breed loser. The wyverns smell him, panicking about an intruder while low-key wondering if he is actually tasty or just dangerous. Ray is just there for a talk. Ray looks awkward as his guide tells him to ignore the haters. The guide leads him toward his own tiny, modest little house. Ray realizes these wyverns don't really care about showing off their wealth. Inside, they set out tea and snacks. The host signals that it's finally time for the real talk. Ray mentions how rare they are and asks again about moving the nest. The host reminds him it's a group vote, not just her call. Ray asks to see the big boss, and she says that might happen if he plays his cards right. She says wyverns live by one rule: only the strong survive. That's the Aeron way. Rai notes her feisty vibe is just a racial thing and agrees to the deal. Suddenly, he casts a hold spell, trapping her in glowing chains. She is floored, realizing Rai is the alpha mage. As he shrugs, she admits his power is totally next level. Admitting defeat, she agrees to lead him to the boss as Rai drops the magic. She shyly asks his name on the way out. He is Rai, and she is Karnata. She swears she will challenge him again, and he is just like, whatever. Rai confirms they are finally making a move to the wyvern leader. Karnata says they are meeting the Lord. If Rai convinces the boss to bounce, the whole clan follows suit, no questions asked. Karnata explains the Lord is their toughest wyvern. In this crew, it is all about who has the most power. Rai thinks that is pretty convenient. They arrive, and Karnata says they are at the Lord's crib, which catches Rai off guard. Rai is thinking the Lord's house looks super old and low rent. Karnata feels the boss inside and waits quietly, wondering if the Lord is trying to send them a vibe. A voice inside finds it funny a human wants a meeting. A lady steps out, and it is the Wyvern Lord. Rai is like, wait, she is actually the boss? Once inside, she tells Rai he is one weird dude. She senses Rai has some seriously weird mana and starts grilling him. Rai is stunned she caught his unique vibe when even Aura missed it. The Lord plays it safe and invites Rai to keep talking further inside. Rai agrees, and the stars come out over the village. Inside, the Lord says to get comfortable, but Rai thinks this place is a total dump. Rai points out that unlike the other wyverns, she is actually talking. She says telepathy gives her a massive headache, so she prefers using her voice. She pours some tea and says Karnata mentioned the move. Then she asks, dead serious, why he wants them to pack up. Rai explains that too many people are dying because wyverns keep attacking or blasting everyone with magic. The Lord laughs and says she gets it, but survival of the fittest is the law, just like for humans. Rai admits she has a point, but says being strong just means you should lead, not destroy. She figures that by his own logic, they should just kick him out by force. Wrapped in blue flames, the Lord kind of agrees and goes full power mode. Rai, now covered in mana too, insists the strongest should rule and asks how she spotted his weird energy. She says it was just a hunch because he felt empty, which meant his mana was special. Rai starts sweating as her power explodes. She goes full giant blue wyvern, looming over him. Rai notices she is huge and has a massive mana crystal. Rai realizes the jewel in her claw is the same crazy dense mana crystal used in Cecil's eyes. The wyvern admits Rai has some serious juice, but says it still is not enough to take her down. Rai smirks and asks if she is ready for his next move. Then he drops a wild technique that catches her slipping. Rai starts straight up jacking her mana, sucking it right out. Blue energy swirls around him as she freaks out. Outside, the other wyverns are losing their minds, watching the house explode with power. A massive rock storm and crazy psychic magic erupts right over the village. Rai adds some serious heat, making a giant fireball and keeping it totally under control. The Lord is just thinking, wow, this guy is insane. She fires back with high-speed magic beams, screaming that he still cannot touch her. Rai's counter hits like a bomb in the sky. He yells a warning, realizing the blast is about to wreck the village. Wyverns are screaming and bolting as fire rains from the sky. Everyone is shouting to run for cover. Rai begs the Lord to chill before she fries the place. She admits his spell was legit while he keeps yelling. Rai's eyes go wide when he spots something. A wyvern kid is running scared right through the kill zone. Karnata jumps in, using an air hand and shield to block falling junk and save the kid. The old wyvern is shocked. She cares. Rai makes sure the kid is okay while the Lord just watches silently. Then, she just smacks the kid right on the head. Rai is pissed. He yells at her for hitting a kid who almost died, calling her trash. The kid cries, saying wyverns do not need help. The Lord snaps back that the kid is better off dead than saved by some half-breed. She tells Rai that unlike soft humans, the world just wipes out the weak. She says only the strong deserve to live and tells Rai not to disrespect their pride. Turning to the boy, she demands his name, and he timidly says it is Kurad. Cold as ice, the wyvern lord boots Kurad out, leaving Rai totally stunned by the exile. She admits Rai is legit strong, agrees to the move, then tells him it is time to bounce. Rai is worried this is his fault. He calls it unfair and begs her to cancel the banishment. The Lord shuts him down fast, telling him to stay out of business that only concerns their kind. Rai kicks his mana into high gear. Throwing her own might is right logic back in her face. She laughs off his meteorites, saying she will just smash them. But then, she feels his massive power building up, and her whole vibe shifts. Rai drops 3 massive flaming meteorites over her head and says he is not actually calling her wrong. He is not trying to flip their culture, he just wants her to look at this one call again. The boss goes quiet, clearly shaken by his raw energy. When she hears Ara's name, she freezes and shouts out in total shock. She asks if he is tight with Ara. Rai says they go way back and asks if she wants the tea. She explains that wyverns landed here 400 years ago and used to be chill neighbors with the local elves. She used to hang with Ara in the Celia Mountains. They were both clan leaders and became total besties. Then the slave traders showed up. One shady guy caught them slipping and started snatching up both elves and wyverns. That trader exploited them, hunting both races to sell them off as slaves. Finally, the elves and wyverns teamed up to bust their people out. Back in the age of sorcery, humans were way stronger, but they still crushed the trader and got their kin back, even though they took some heavy losses. The Lord says those deaths were a wake-up call. They had grown soft and lazy, just sitting ducks. Without a real path forward, she and Ara decided it was better for their races to just go separate ways. Since then, wyverns kept to themselves, ditching the outside world to focus on being solo powerhouses. She does not regret it, but she does miss those days. She admits hanging out with Ara was actually pretty fun. Rai made her realize she was repeating history. She thanks him, changes her mind, and tells him to say hi to Ara. She gets nosy and asks what is really up between him and Ara. She thought he was her kid at first, but obviously not. They shift to the relocation deal. She tells Rai he is officially the first human the wyverns actually respect. She jokes that she cannot ignore a favor for Ara's secret lover. Rai swears they are just friends, but we jump back to the capital where the palace is looking fancy at night. In a massive hall, nobles are partying hard because the saint is hitting the road tomorrow morning. Time to celebrate. The emperor raises a glass, wishing that everyone remembers everything the saint did for the empire. Rai, all dressed up, asks why they went so overboard. The emperor says this is the bare minimum for him. As he gets ready to bounce, Rai thanks him for the killer food and mentions he has one more surprise. He pulls out a magic contract signed by the Wyvern Lord herself. It is a peace treaty. No more wyvern attacks as long as the Empire does not strike first. The Emperor is absolutely floored that Rai secured this deal. A noble is totally overwhelmed. He gushes that the saint is a literal god. He swears to never forget this massive favor, while the saint dryly figures he will forget by next week. Selena walks up and notes she heard the news that the saint is leaving tomorrow. The saint says, yeah, it is time. Selena thanks him for every single thing he has done. He is like, for what? But she insists he is the biggest hero the Empire has ever seen. Selena goes quiet, gathering her thoughts. She was a total magic prodigy at Circle 6, but she always ignored the palace's messy politics to focus on her spells. Because of that focus, she left all the hard imperial work to her siblings while she hid away. Seeing the saint work so hard as an outsider makes her feel like a total failure as a royal. She admits she was scared and used magic as a shield to hide, but now, she is jumping into the power struggle and taking that throne. She says sorry for the long rant, she just wanted him to know she is all in. He thanks her for the gutsy move and promises that the Empire will never forget her. The saint grins and tells Selena she has got this. She beams as he tells her to keep killing it. Later that night, a loud shout echoes over the palace. Behind closed doors, the tension is finally hitting a breaking point. Someone screams in fury as something heavy hits the floor. A ticked-off guy slams his fist, yelling that the saint wrecked his plan. He says the throne belongs to him, probation be damned. Shady figures grumble that Princess Eliza bought off the nobles for Prince Luke. Now, with this probation, Luke has the crown in the bag. Prince Jared Delesian is losing it. He demands a plan, refusing to just sit there while his power slips away like sand. A shady advisor mentions a plan involving wyverns. Jared perks up and tells him to start talking immediately. The advisor suggests poking the wyverns to spark an imperial attack. Jared gets it. All the army's muscle would rush to the capital. The advisor smiles. In all that chaos, they can finally ignite a revolution. He claims they will barely lose anyone since the wyverns are doing the dirty work. They just need to strike before the empire wakes up. Jared is in. He tells the advisor to get the troops ready, and the guy is all over it. Jared demands a secret army, fully geared up. The advisor says he is on it. Later, with a creepy look in his eyes, Jared makes a move. He tells his goons to jump the wyverns right when the saint starts heading out of the empire. Next morning, a herald yells that the saint is good to go. After ages away, the saint finally starts walking toward his ride back home. He thinks that the second he hits home, he is heading out on his official pilgrimage. Suddenly, boom, smoke and explosions rip through the city. He sighs, wondering what kind of drama is kicking off now. Down at the gates, an imperial commander talks trash to the wyverns, threatening them for messing with the empire. The wyvern warriors snap back. They say humans started it and tell the commander where to go. A cold, powerful voice cuts in, demanding to see the emperor. The wyvern leader, wreathed in mana, says she needs to talk or the empire is finished. The terrified guards refuse. They would literally rather die right now than break their strict orders. The wyvern leader looks at them coldly and asks, "Is that really your final answer?" She promises to show them how stupid they are, swearing to pay back her dead family's lives with their blood. Just as she lets her magic fly, the saint zooms in, shouting that this attack totally breaks their contract. The wyvern leader snarls back, "That contract ended the second you humans decided to jump us first." She explains that some high-level mages blasted their home last night. And let's be real, only the Empire has that kind of firepower. The Saint knows she has a point. Only the Empire could actually pull off a hit with mages that strong. He remembers that Lilith swore the whole deal with a serious mana oath. If she lied, she would be dead, so she is telling the truth. Only some big-shot Imperial could have ordered that magic hit. He tells Lilith to chill for a second. She says no way. She won't just ignore her people getting slaughtered. But the Saint begs her not to hurt innocent people. He promises to find the real villains and hand them over personally. Lilith tells him that trusting a human right now is basically impossible after what happened. The Saint steps up and offers to swear the promise on his very own mana. Lilith notes how incredibly bold that is, knowing the massive consequences if he breaks such an oath. She agrees to wait until morning. The Saint then asks Grigori for help. He tells Grigori to get the Emperor to round up every single noble in the Empire. Right now. Cut to the palace. The nobles are filing in. Once the room is packed, the Saint steps up to the mic. He reminds the whole room that the city just got absolutely trashed by a wyvern attack. He tells every noble house to list their entire private army. No secrets. The nobles freak out, yelling that even a saint can't demand their private info. They claim imperial business is for the empire only and tell him to mind his own business. Totally annoyed, the saint says he doesn't give a rip about the empire and is happy to bounce if they want. The emperor goes off on him, yelling at him to get out of his sight immediately. Grigori snaps at the nobles instead, telling them to listen to the saint or lose every bit of their protection and status. Later, a crying Grigori begs the saint to stay, but the saint just shuts him down cold. Gregory is livid at the ungrateful nobles. He swears to punish them and demands apologies, which they quickly spit out. The nobles are basically groveling now, begging him to stay forever. In his head, he just calls them total cowards. The saint thinks he wanted to help before, but now he is just not feeling it. The panicked nobles ask what it takes to get him back. He answers with one word: cash. He tells every single family to fork over 3/10 of their total wealth. When they whine that it is way too much, he just smiles and starts heading for the door again. Terrified he would bounce, they panicked and paid up just to apologize. These high and mighty nobles act impressed, but he is just calling them frauds under his breath. He demands the files now. Seconds later, they hand over the lists of their private armies. Checking the math, our saint sees these rich dudes basically have enough soldiers to start their own countries. The paperwork is a total dumpster fire. Since he can't find the rat, he fakes being bummed about the wyvern hit. Grigori whines that after everything, the big boss is still unknown. Our saint just shrugs and roasts the empire for being totally rigged. He pulls out a flashy magic contract, saying the Wyvern Lord owes him one. He offers it as a peace treaty. Everyone is drooling over the deal, but the saint knows it is just a piece of trash with magic glitter. Plot twist: the contract is a total fake he cooked up earlier. Now the nervous nobles are sweating over the next move. Stressed about the wyverns in this mess, the saint starts putting the pieces together in his head. He figures only the royals and their rich buddies win from this, specifically that thirsty first prince who is losing his mind. He needs hard proof to back his gut feeling, so he starts cooking up a scheme. He tells the big guy in charge to shut up and follow his lead. The saint starts the game, and the emperor just sits there taking it all in. Shaken, the emperor announces that the saint fixed the mess and he has got a huge announcement to drop right now. He shouts that the new crowned prince gets his crown tomorrow morning. The throne is finally getting a new owner. Somewhere in the dark, some guy is raging because the saint keeps ruining his master plan. Jared is huddling with his spies, raging that he did not see that magic contract coming. He is losing sleep over this new crown prince news. His right-hand man says they gotta move fast and send in the hitters again. The prince is going full kamikaze. Jared doubles down. They are hitting those Wyvern Mountains one more time. Spies in the shadows notice Jared is too thirsty for power to think straight. A masked guy says to tip off the saint while he keeps an eye on Jared's every move. The saint saw this coming and waits in the Wyvern zone. He rolls up to the peaks, trash-talking Jared for being dumb enough to poke the dragon twice. Lilith shows up and asks if he finally caught the rats behind the curtain. He says not yet, but he is here to warn her. The bad guys are coming straight to them like idiots. He tells her they are coming back, so hide and wait. The moment they smell magic, it is go time. Hit them hard. He says if they catch these punks, the whole empire's dirty secrets come out. He begs her not to go scorched earth on the city just yet. She is skeptical since he has done a lot, but he brings up his magic promise. He is being dead serious with her. She asks what he even gets out of this grind. She jokes that maybe he actually is a legit saint after all. It is time for the saint to flush these snakes out of the grass and into the light. At the palace, nobles whine that the saint is overstepping, calling the royal family together whenever he wants. Princess Luciella hates on his ego, but Selena tells her to watch her mouth. Selena says the saint is the hero who saved them all. She tells the princess to show some respect for once. Luciella is salty that Selena suddenly cares about family, while Jared stands there acting all moody. Jared is sweating, wondering why the saint called this meeting. The saint walks in and does a quick head count. All 6 royals are in the house. A prince asks why they are here. The saint promises him this is a big deal. He drops a bomb. One of them ordered the wyvern hit, and round 2 of the attack just went down. The royals are shook, yelling that no way would one of their own family do something that shady. Jared is losing it. If he gets caught, it is game over execution time. He tries to chill, telling himself there is no proof. The saint basically reads Jared's mind. He says the guy thinks just denying everything will keep him safe. With a killer smile, the saint says he has got the receipts. The soldiers who hit the wyverns were caught, and mind magic will make them squeal. He describes how the angry mob will want blood. The empire will have to put the traitors' heads on sticks just to stop a riot. He offers a choice. The saint says the rat should just confess to him now and try to fix this with some dignity. He says confessing to God makes the guilt smaller. Plus, he admits he loves the idea of the whole empire owing him a massive favor for this. It is simple. He gets the glory, and the traitor avoids a public execution. Total pressure. Jared cracks and screams that he is the one who did it. As the first prince, he confesses to ordering the wyvern attack and begs for mercy, but the saint calls it a solid move. The saint bids him a cheerful goodbye, saying divine mercy is off the table, but he wishes him peace and death. Jared panics, realizing that whole mercy talk was a death sentence. The saint coldly admits he was lying just to get a confession. He admits he had zero proof and thanks Jared for spilling the beans, leaving the prince completely floored. Truth revealed. The saint steps back, letting the empire handle the mess since it is strictly their business now. When a guard sees Jared, the prince screams that the saint is a total fraud for tricking him. The saint shrugs it off as he hears the rebel nobles are all in handcuffs. Now, what to do with them? He goes silent for a beat, making the knight wonder if he is even still there. Finally, he says judgment belongs to the emperor alone. The empire has to choose its own path forward. He reminds everyone he is just an outsider from the Holy Empire. His long stay in Lessian is officially over. After the dust settles, the emperor executes everyone involved in the rebellion. To pay Rey back for the massive help, the emperor gives the Holy Empire perks and hands Rey land and titles. Rey has no idea about the rewards at first, hopping in a carriage and only finding out way later. On the road, an official request from the Empire pops up. Rey grumbles that this is just another annoying delay. Talking through a crystal ball, he whines that the pilgrimage is already set, but hey, he can always leave later. His contact snaps that it is not that simple. The pilgrimage dates are set in stone, period. Rey is shocked that a delay would just cramp the whole schedule and make travel miserable. Suddenly, he is in a huge rush. His contact is left hanging by the sudden U-turn. Rey shoves the crystal ball away while she freaks out over his rough handling. He bails from the carriage, shouting that something urgent came up and telling the driver to just catch up later. Rey sprints down the road toward his new goal, leaving his handler feeling dizzy and totally stressed out. Just as the sun sets over the capital, he pulls up way earlier than anyone expected, claiming he moved fast because he heard the pilgrimage prep was finally done. His crew says they roll out tomorrow morning. He asks Hongyong for the latest tea on the Holy Empire. Hongyang reports that outside the rich city of Salonika, most of the regions are hurting for cash. Lords are hiking taxes to pay for monster hunters. The saint objects, since the capital already sent out support funds. He realizes these lords are pocketing the cash. He tells Hongyang to make a hit list of every last embezzler. When he asks about the academy, he hears Zeke is blowing up the crystal ball and tells them to connect. Zeke pops up on screen, screaming for the saint. Ray asks if everything at the academy is actually chill. Another subordinate rushes in with a frantic update. She has been watching the drama as ordered and warns that new trouble is brewing. The guy is hyped, telling the saint he read every single book and scroll she left behind. He praises how deep the info is and wonders how she knows so much. When some guy yells at them for the interruption, the woman just ignores him completely. She vows her life to the saint and begs him to teach her everything he knows. The purple-haired guy attacks his rival, swearing he wants to learn way more from the saint than him. Back in the room, the white-haired man ends the messy magic call and tells his guy to disconnect. A masked woman tells the saint to stay safe while she is away and gets a cheerful goodbye in return. As the pilgrimage carriage rolls through the forest, someone inside remarks on how beautiful the day is. The saint gives a shaky reply, looking uneasy despite agreeing. Inside the carriage, two girls are chatting. One says it feels like a picnic and asks why the other is here. The nun explains that church families take turns joining these trips and now it is her time. But why is this girl in their carriage? The girl says traveling alone is a total drag. The saint tells her to go back to her own ride later because it is crowded. Iriel protests, proudly showing off something special she made, which leaves the saint looking pretty surprised. She reveals fancy snacks and tea she personally made for the journey. When offered tea, Iriel says she feels sick. The saint also passes, but the other girl keeps pushing it. She begs him to try it once, promising to leave if it tastes bad. He finally gives in. The saint takes one swig and almost gags. This tea tastes like straight-up sewage. She asks if it's fire with a huge grin, but one sip later she's looking totally crushed. She bails to another carriage, looking wrecked as it rolls. The saint's low-key venting that the tea was trash, betting Isle finally gets how mid her cooking really is. Outside, the knight asks if the nasty tea is why he bailed. The saint's like, look, someone had to keep it real with her. He zaps the nasty aftertaste away with magic, joking that these fails are the only thing keeping this boring trip from being a total snooze fest. Honestly, this pilgrimage is just us rolling in carriages while the lower-level priests do all the heavy lifting and actual work. Turns out, he's just there for clout. He complains that his whole job is just being a pretty face for the cameras. Their chat gets cut short when some dude dives in front of the wheels. They both lean out to see the drama. This frantic dad is blocking the way, crying his eyes out and begging the priest to save his dying kid right now. A knight tells him God's got his back and barks at a priest to go handle the kid's medical emergency immediately. The priest drops some healing magic on the unconscious kid, but something is clearly off. He admits his holy light isn't doing squat. He tells the dad to give up because the kid is too far gone. The dad begs him not to walk away, saying they've waited forever for this trip, but the priest just gets shoved aside. The saint steps up and says he'll take a look. The dad's crying, thanking him for the VIP treatment while the saint starts his checkup. He sees dead hair, puffy skin, and the kid is skin and bones. The saint realizes it's just starvation, not a curse. He asks if this happened fast or slow. It's just a protein deficiency. Magic failed because he's hungry, not sick. He tells the captain to get some steaks for the family. The crying dad asks why a burger is the cure. The saint explains that constant meat is the only thing that'll fix the kid's body. They're too broke for steak, so the saint tells them to load up on beans as a cheap way to survive. He names all these beans that work as meal replacements, though the kid still needs a little meat now and then. Ariel jumps in, telling them to hustle hard for their kid. She says she can at least fix the swelling with magic. She zaps the swelling away with holy magic, leaving the father absolutely stunned. The dad's thanking them over and over, swearing he'll never forget. Ariel plays it off cool, saying it's just their job. Then they hit the road again, making a beeline for Celia Royal Castle. The fancy carriages roll through the woods toward the kingdom. Inside, the saint is deep in his feelings about what just went down. Ariel sees him looking all emo and asks what's on his mind. He asks how much cash they've actually got to spend right now. She says they have 20 platinum coins. He's like, wait, is that really all? He throws in his own savings to hit 27 coins, which he says should be enough for the plan. Suspicious, Iriel asks what the big plan is for all that coin. He just smiles and asks her to spot him some cash. She's shocked and wants the tea. He explains that the kingdom of Celia is basically going totally broke right now. He explains that because they're broke, tons of people are starving like those poor villagers. He's sure that helping them is exactly what God would want. Iriel's down to help. He promises to pay her back once they're home, but she tells him to keep his money. He's stunned she just dropped that much cash without blinking. She flexes, reminding him that she's a saintess too, obviously. The narrator says the pilgrimage squad has finally reached Celia Kingdom. Following the saint's orders, the priests grab ingredients from everywhere and start whipping up meals for the starving locals. For people dying of hunger, this food is like a miracle from heaven. Looking at the huge castle, someone wonders what the king is actually up to. The king welcomes them, hyping up their help for his people and announcing a massive feast tonight in their honor. He tells them to just chill and enjoy the party tonight. As they walk away, the saint notes this feast is sus. He's sure the king wants a favor from the Holy Empire. Since their work here is all done, they've got some free time. The saint thinks about heading out for a bit. Iriel asks if he's visiting his family. He says something like that and asks her about her plans. She's just going to chill with Fia and tells him to go explore the capital instead of hiding inside. After getting slammed with work daily, he says this quiet time is plenty and he just needs some solid sleep. Ariel softly asks if he is ever tempted to ditch the whole saint gig and just bolt from everything. Staring at the castle grounds, she wonders about tossing their duties aside. They sit in silence, neither one answering that heavy question. Finally, the saint admits that, yeah, of course. Thoughts like that pop into his head sometimes. Inside, he is fuming. God keeps piling on tasks, giving him barely any divine power while working him to death. He gets that this rant is likely what she really wanted to say, since she has been a saint forever. He feels for her with all those taboos, but notes that healing people or using government cash for good feels right. He adds that he is glad to be a saint and heads off, wondering if he is alone. Ariel beams at him, saying she feels the exact same way, and whispers a quick thank you to Rai. Rai finally hits his childhood home. It is lunchtime, so he plans to use some stealth moves to freak out his parents. He creeps inside, but a floorboard suddenly creaks under his boot. Out of nowhere, a plate comes flying at him like a rocket. Ray gets smashed by the dish and yells in pain. More plates fly his way while he screams for them to cut it out. His parents realize it is Ray and stop. Mom rushes over for a hug while Dad grills him for being so sneaky. Ray explains he is just passing through. They hypedly invite him to lunch and he says, "Sure, count me in." His dad tells him to go upstairs for a major surprise before they eat. Rai wonders what the deal is. When he sees it, his jaw drops. There is a baby sleeping in some flowers. Someone asks if he is shocked. Dad explains Ray has a new sibling and keeps asking if he is surprised, which is getting super annoying. Using magic, Ray sees a 16-year age gap. Heidi wonders if that explains why his parents are so obsessed. Looking at the baby, he thinks she is actually pretty cute. Mom mentions how adorable the baby is, reminding him he was once that tiny too. But the infant grabs his finger and starts screaming in total anger right then. Dad laughs that she is tiny but tough, just like Rai was, basically confirming they are definitely related. Their mom walks in, calls the baby Sia, and says food is ready while Ray repeats the name to himself. Ray says goodbye to Sia before heading downstairs for food. His father asks how the Holy Empire was and if anything cool happened while he was away. Thinking back, Ray says a ton of stuff happened. Over a massive meal, he tells them the trip was wild. His folks are proud and glad he looks okay. Then his dad says there is something he has been dying to ask. Ray asks point blank if their family is normal, because something feels totally off. They play dumb, but he has suspected they were hiding something since he was a little kid. A flashback shows Mom using high-level magic like a total pro. Another memory shows Dad with insane swordmaster skills. Rai asks why people this strong are hiding in the middle of nowhere instead of out in the world. His parents look at each other and say the time has finally come to tell the truth. Dad announces they carry ancient hero blood. Ray repeats the words in total disbelief, so his father suggests they head outside so he can show him. Out in the yard, Rai wonders what they are doing. His father calmly lets out a massive wave of mana. He fires off giant fire and water spells together, then adds a massive rock projectile. Rai realizes his dad is using a triple incantation with different elements at once. He is shocked his dad even knows magic, let alone having more mana than anyone. A huge sword strike then literally rips the earth. Dense sword aura fills the air, and the power absolutely terrifies Ray. His mother shows up with a glowing blade, proving she is also a top-tier swordmaster herself. Rai shouts that they are both magic swordsmen, and his mother gets ready to share an old tale. She says that back in the day, saints could talk to God and worked with a superior race to save everyone. But that race vanished, causing chaos. During the Magic War, a necromancer and his army attacked all of humanity. The saint could not handle it alone, which ended the age of magic 300 years ago. Back then, the gods picked 12 humans and blessed them. These 12 heroes beat the necromancer before they eventually disappeared from the world as well. She reveals their family comes from those heroes, inheriting huge talent and lives that last 500 years. Rai asks if there are other families with hero blood, and she says, yep, plenty. She warns Rai to stay far away from those people. She says his dad and her escaped that dump where everyone lives like zombies. She gets why he is curious, but those folks are bad news. That is why they hid the truth until now. He finally gives in. Rai thinks about the crazy long life and insane skills his bloodline gives him. Next day, he leaves while his parents freak out, promising to save him if anyone messes with him. He promises to come back soon, but explains that his parents begged him to ignore anything about the hero bloodline. Still, if they are good at everything, they must be pros at medicine. Who knows what secrets they have after living for centuries? He is set on finding out more about these heroes. While sprinting through the woods toward town, he figures he should stop by and see a certain someone since he is close. A voice he knows well roasts him for being late. He runs into the Alpha, who teases him for only stopping by because he was already in the neighborhood. She pouts, asking why she had to speak up first since she was leaving. Rai wonders how she knew he was coming, and she points to that pendant she gave him. She reminds him of her promise to always be there, and he is stunned that the little trinket can actually do that. She explains the magic only kicks in for 2 things and does not track his every move. Number 1 is when he is in trouble. She blushes, adding that the second trigger is whenever he thinks about her. Era remembers him telling Lilith they were just friends, so she decides to put in work to change his mind. Awkwardly accepting things as they are, Rai shifts gears and asks her if she knows anything about the heroes. Era explains that heroes are humans blessed twice by the goddess Priyas. Since Rai has no clue who that is, he starts asking questions. He double-checks the 2 blessings part. She says the first is potential, which lets a person get super strong without even trying. The second is ability transfer, meaning they gain power by killing each other. Rai thinks that is absolutely messed up. She says people call it a blessing because it helped them crush the monsters in the Great War. Then she asks why he cares. He tells her he found out he is one of their descendants. Ara is completely speechless after hearing that bombshell. Shaking it off, she says it is fine and figures his crazy strength comes from that bloodline. She knows a village on the western continent where other descendants live and says he should visit. Rai is hyped because he has always wanted to go. Knowing he is busy, she suggests they finish this chat after he gets back from the Holy Empire. He is totally down. She promises they have all the time in the world and he swears he will return. Once he is gone, Era worries that Rai becoming a saint is somehow tied to that hero blood. Watching him vanish into the trees, she hopes she is just paranoid and totally wrong. Meanwhile, a massive church and a carriage prep for a holy journey. A female knight rips into the white-haired saint for being late. He just brushes it off, saying it has been a minute since he was home. The nun says they are ready and shoves him toward the carriage. She adds that their next stop is the Holy Empire of Prius over on the western continent. While boarding, he asks if Prius is a different country. She confirms it is a holy empire just like Gaia. We learn that Prius worships the goddess of trials. Those believers show their faith by going through constant, brutal challenges. The nun explains their goddess never picked a saint, so they stay low-key. Unlike Gaia, who lets humans handle their own mess, he wonders why they are even visiting. She explains that the goddess of Prius is actually Gaia's sister, so their churches are basically family. They do not need a special reason to visit, and he is cool with that. The saint thinks that hitting the western continent works out perfectly for his own secret plans. Their carriage rolls through the woods as the long trip to the western continent finally kicks off. 2 days in, he asks if visiting Prius will be the end of the road. She says it will probably wrap up smoothly. Inside the carriage, he mentions that since they are already heading west, there is one more place he wants to see. She asks where. He nervously asks her if she knows anything about the hero bloodline. After hearing the story, she cannot believe he is a hero from one goddess and a saint from another. He admits it sounds like total madness to him too. Then she wonders why he wants to find other heroes, thinking he might have some crazy, secret motive. She pushes him for an answer. He finally reveals his destination is the Academy of Medicine, which leaves her totally lost. He sighs, making it totally clear he wants to recruit every single hero and turn them into doctors. She says that is classic him. The carriage stops. Someone yells they have arrived and tells them to finish talking later. The saint hops out, looking around the new place with a bit of shock. He spots the busy harbor nearby. He calls it a solid port. His buddy gushes about how pretty it stays before telling him to get on the ship. He stares at the ocean, loving the view for a second, but you just know this piece is about to get wrecked. The story goes that the Gaia pilgrimage crew spent 15 days sailing across the open water. Once they landed, they rode a carriage through the woods for 3 full days. They finally hit the Holy Empire of Prius, which is basically one giant temple. Walking in, the saint whines about the trip and says he is wiped out. His partner warns him that it is way too early to be acting this tired. Turns out the goddess Prius is all about pain and trials. Her followers think suffering is actually a good thing. A Prius nun tells the visiting saint he better buckle up for whatever crazy stuff is coming next. The massive door creaks open. He is sweating, wondering what is coming, while a voice inside gives them a welcome. A crowd of priestesses bows to the saints and says they will lead the way inside. He thinks it is nap time, but an attendant cuts him off. Nope, something else has to happen first. Even though they are beat, the priestesses insist they pray to goddess Prius immediately. Everyone, Get on your knees. The Gaia Saint is totally floored. Kneeling and praying already? He just got here. Then he sees his partner kneeling. How is she so okay with this? During the prayer, a priest is low-key hating this, but formally thanks the gods the Gaia Saints arrived. The head priestess prays for strength through suffering and hopes everyone stays tough during this whole pilgrimage mission. The Gaia Saint finally gives in and prays. He asks for wisdom from all the rough times they are about to face together. Prayer is over. The Prius crew says they will take them to the guest wing where the rooms are all lined up, but the Gaia Saint whispers to Irie. What exactly does she mean by enduring hardships together? Irie explains that Gaia and Prius do not actually have to help each other since they are both holy empires. This trip is mostly just symbolic. She says it is just a sister goddess swap meet to help everyone understand each other's weird religious teachings better. Overwhelmed, the Gaia Saint says he is done and wants out, but Irie grabs him. You are not leaving me here. She snaps at him, listing all the times she saved his neck. She demands he stays, and he realizes he cannot argue with that logic. He gives in, but asks what kind of torture they are looking at. Irie starts thinking about what kind of trials are coming. She lists the brutal Prius routines, like going without food for days. Stuff like sitting in dark cages or jumping into boiling hot springs. Their trials are going to be like that. Hearing this, the saint wants to bolt immediately. The next day they reach a creepy forest where the guide says their nightmare is officially starting right here. The guide says they have 1 week to survive on whatever they find. Oh, and no using magic or divine powers. The attendants wish them a miserable time and bounce. The Gaia Saint thinks their goodbye is annoying as hell. Irie says this first trial is actually kind of easy. They did the same survival stuff during their baptism back home. Time to start scrounging for food. The saint tells Irene to go find some clean water, and she says she is on it. 2 hours later, she sighs and says there is zero water anywhere. Looks like they are just going to be thirsty. Then she sees something crazy on a flat rock. She cannot believe what the saint has actually been up to. He whipped up a 5-star meal using random forest scraps. She is shocked he made something that looks this tasty. He shows off a cozy bed made of leaves. He even put a hot rock under it so they stay warm. Irene is stunned and says he can do anything. He just tells her the food has enough water for the week. Because he has such insane survival skills, the two of them actually have a pretty chill time during their big trial. 1 week later, a dirty Prius priest comes back to pick them up. He admits they finished the trial, but the guy is totally shocked when he sees how healthy they look. The Gaia duo says the week was a breeze. Now the priest is suspicious that they cheated and hid a bunch of snacks. After nailing it, the staff escorts them to the VIP lounge. Sitting in his fancy suite, the saint knows it is go time for his secret investigation. He gives a low signal to the hidden guards outside, and they show up instantly. He tells them to scout the hero bloodlines across the whole West Coast and spill every secret. They are totally on it. He thinks to himself that whatever the gods planned for these heroes is honestly none of his business. Grinning like a villain, he figures as long as he can play these heroes, their backstories do not matter. His real plan? He is going to use these heroes to drop meds across the entire continent. 1 month deep in Prius, he looks at Irie and asks, "So what is the next move?" Priya's insane tests are driving him nuts. He mutters that he might just wipe this holy empire off the map. The trials are a total joke, making him low-key glad he serves Gaia since she is way more chill. She tells him they have to suck it up and lead because everyone else is hurting too. He looks totally spent. Suddenly, he snaps, says he is done with this, and bolts. Iria yells after him, asking where he thinks he is going. He just smirks and says, "Wait for it." Next thing you know, he is lugging back massive baskets of meat and veggies. He is totally breaking the fast. Iria is shook seeing how much food he actually scored. He explains that everyone is starving, so he is cooking for the whole crew. He sparks a magic flame to start. Iria is terrified of getting caught, but he tells her to just trust him. He keeps the flame steady so nothing burns. Then he tells Irene to come help out. He tells her to chop the veggies and start frying, even though she is a total noob. He says to just listen. Soon the kitchen is popping. They finally wrap up a massive pot of Ray's special porridge with Irene's help. Iria takes 1 bite and almost cries because it is so good. Meanwhile, he starts handing out bowls to the others. A few days later, Priya's priests are whispering that something is definitely weird. Big Boss Felgi notices that while everyone should be starving, the Gaia crew looks incredibly healthy and full of energy. Another priest says saints should handle trials better, but even he admits they look way different from Priz's own followers. Felgi points out that every single Gaia pilgrim is thriving. He is suspicious that those 2 saints are up to something. Thinking of a way to prove it, Felgi decides they will tag along for the final test at the Hefria Mountains to keep an eye on them. One priest gets worried because a high-level monster lord just showed up in those same mountains. The plan is set. Send the saints to the east and west, while Prius's army handles a monster hunt in the south. Felgi agrees to set it up and let everyone know the plan. Moments later, he grabs his chest in pain and hits the floor, scaring the other priest. A healing spell is cast immediately. Felgi says thanks, but admits his weird sickness is not getting better. In fact, it is actually getting way worse. When asked about his family, Felgi reveals his little girl has the same thing. No treatment has worked for her either. He remembers his wife stressed out, caring for their sick daughter. He hates that he does not know the cause and has to watch them suffer. A colleague suggests asking the Gaia saints for help, but Felgi shuts it down. No way a priest of Prius begs another god for mercy. His friend argues that since Gaia and Prius are sister goddesses, it really should not be a big deal. But Felgi is stubborn. He says what is forbidden stays forbidden. The colleague sighs. Felgi is just way too stubborn. Later, at the final mountain test, the Gaia saint is whining about being back in the wild. Irie tells him to tough it out since it is the last one. The narrator explains that since so many Gaia people showed up, the sanctuary is too small, so they split into 3 teams. Irie goes east, Ray goes west, and the rest head south. At the mountain, a guide tells Ray to start. Ray asks if this place is crawling with monsters. The guide admits that it is, but he promises the Holy Knights will protect them. Ray notices most of those knights are hanging with the southern team. Ray points out that the southern group has way more people than his own squad. The guide explains that the big army is a hunt team meant to take out the monster lord lurking in the south. The bosses say the knights can handle it, but they want an instant update if things go south. They smell danger. Ray nods. But deep down, he has a really bad feeling about how this is going down. His gut was right. A scream confirms a brutal monster ambush. This nasty green freak charges in swinging a bloody axe. Priya's priests can barely get their protection spells up in time. Knights are losing it, screaming that they're outnumbered and about to get wrecked. They're begging for any kind of backup. Felgi flips out as the comms go dark. No messenger can get past the monster horde, and the screams for help are everywhere. While he's running, a massive shadow swallows a priest. Someone yells that the monster lord finally showed his ugly face. That giant troll-looking thing swings its weapon with pure lethal force. Blood sprays everywhere. This massive troll is definitely the boss, and there's a creepy horn sticking straight out of its chest. Felgi feels the dark energy coming off that horn and stumbles back, badly wounded. His chest is absolutely burning now. Someone screams for the head priest to fall back while Felgi keeps bleeding out. He tells his buddy it's game over and to just run, but the guy won't leave him behind to die. The troll towers over them like a nightmare while Felgi gives up. With blood on his lips, he whispers to Goddess Prius. Out of nowhere, a badass woman covered in blue energy appears. She slices the beast and tells it to shut up because her husband is napping. This dark elf lady is literally grounding the monster like a loud kid while her magic pops. Let's rewind 30 minutes. Rai is already sensing that his bad feeling is about to become a total reality. He sends his mana sensing south and picks up something huge. It's a massive pileup of monsters. Good thing he checked, or they would have been totally blindsided. This is bad, like, really bad. He knows he has to book it toward the south. He runs into the mysterious lady and is shocked to see an elf. She quickly checks him, saying she's a dark elf, specifically. After she saves a running priest, the guy won't stop thanking her. She just shrugs it off like it's no big deal. She points at Felgi passed out on the ground, making the priest scream his name in total panic. The priest tries another healing spell to save his life. Felgi is still hurting bad, wondering why the magic isn't working and if his own power is just too weak. Another guy yells out, asking if anyone has any divine power left in the tank. Right then, Rai shows up and tells everyone to move out of the way. Everyone loses it because the actual saint is here. Rai stays cool, telling them he's going to check Felgi out and starts his magical scan. He uses his doctor brain to diagnose the chest pain and breathing issues as a bilateral pneumothorax with some nasty lung swelling. He sees no other way. He's going to cut open both sides of the chest and use controlled inflammation to patch up the holes in those lungs. He explains he'll cut through muscle to get a good look inside. The other priests are watching and looking totally freaked out. Rai asks the dark elf for help. She realizes this guy knows way more about medicine than a normal human should. She's curious why a human has high elven medical skills, but she steps up to assist anyway. Rai is relieved. She's down to help and suggests they find a better spot to work on the guy. He grabs a flat boulder for an operating table. It's not great, but it'll have to do. Rai builds up divine power to combine with magic for the procedure. The dark elf watches as he coats the rock in a protective blue energy field. Rai thanks her and tells her to go grab the cleanest piece of cloth she can find for him. While the priests are hovering around asking how they can help, he makes sure they've seen death before. He needs to know if they can handle seeing him cut someone open. He tells one priest they're ready to go and shows him exactly how to hold the cloth once it's here. Usually, this kind of surgery takes a whole team of experts. It's crazy that one doctor is even trying to pull this off alone. Rai thinks about how insane this is while he starts giving out orders one step at a time. He turns around just as the dark elf brings back the cloth. It is the best she could find. It is small, but it'll work. Rai uses magic to clean the area and the patient until they're totally clean. A green glow surrounds them, showing everything is sterile. He tells everyone not to freak out and promises that if they listen, he'll save Felgi. They all nod and trust him. Rai drops an anesthesia spell, knocking Felgi out cold so he won't feel a thing when the cutting starts. He makes a perfect slice right into the chest wall to kick off the surgery. He explains that he's cutting through layers of tissue and muscle while the priest watching looks absolutely terrified but amazed. Ray uses magic as a DIY cautery tool, hitting it with heat to stop the bleeding. He is sure this beats regular hospital gear. Since there is no x-ray, Ray realizes he has got to hack through the ribs to reach those trashed lungs. Ray tells them to pull the wound open, which totally freaks out the priests. One priest starts bugging out, yelling that it will kill the guy and he just cannot do it. Ray knows time is ticking, so he is about to dive in when the high elf woman steps up to hold the incision open for him. Ray gives her the play-by-play on lifting the flesh without hitting organs, and she makes it look easy. He tells her to stay steady and save her energy, and she is totally down for it. Checking the chest, Ray sees a collapsed lung and hunts for the leak, but then he feels something weird. Demonic energy is literally eating the lung tissue. Ray decides to purge that demon energy first. Luckily, it is not much, so he starts cranking up his mana. He remembers a pneumothorax happens when air leaks out of a lung hole and gets trapped in the chest cavity. Usually, you would need a chest tube to drain the gunk and reinflate the lung before stitching things up, he recalls. But his plan is cooler. He is going to pump mana through the guy to flush the gas and demon vibes out at once. Once the lung pops back out, Ray preps for the final pleurodesis procedure. Ray yells to the priests. He tells Ariel, who finally has some juice back, to finish the job and heal him. Soon, the fried priests say they are done. Ray is impressed they even managed to patch up the broken bones. Ray turns to thank the high elf, but she is already ghosted. He is shocked and bummed he did not get to give her a shout-out. Turns out, some human who knows a high elf just saved a life with a super weird surgical trick. The high elf is low-key intrigued. She heads out, thinking she has got a wild story for her husband now. The hurt priest, Feltzi, starts coming too. He blinks his eyes open, and when Ray says hi, Feltzi screams out, calling him a saint. Feltzi says sorry for being a jerk earlier, but Ray is like, whatever, let us just bail before more monsters show up. Feltzi heads off to spread the word, while Ray decides to hit the western front before meeting back at the castle. Once he chills, Feltzi asks the priest what happened while he was passed out. The priest explains the saint literally sliced Feltzi's chest open to save him. Usually that is a one-way ticket to the grave. Another priest checks in on him. Feltzi realizes that old, heavy tightness in his chest is totally gone. Feltzi feels like he has received immense grace from the saint. Ray, meanwhile, returns to the west of the Heffrian Mountains. He reports the southern mess, and the Holy Knights easily mop up the monsters since they have no boss. The nightmare is finally over. Back at the castle, someone starts briefing the saint on the hero's secret bloodline. Two masked elites, Jiokyang and Sung, explain that this hidden family is super low-key and barely anyone knows anything about them. Turns out, all the good intel was buried deep in the Priya Holy Kingdom's royal library. They break down 3 facts: the cursed ones, their origins, and where they are likely hiding. The report claims these cursed ones were born from an ancient war, created by goddess Prius herself, which definitely is not what Ray heard. Ray asks for the exact location, and the guard just tells him to check out the map. The guard points to a spot from the data that catches Ray off guard. The location is smack dab in the middle of the ocean. According to the map, the waves there are so brutal the whole area is unapproachable and totally uncharted. Islands nearby suggest a hidden landmass might exist, but Ray thinks this is going to be way more trouble than he bargained for. He knows being a saint and dealing with the hero's bloodline is big league stuff. Since they do not know the enemy's power, they've got to prep hard. The backup plan involves Saint Ariel, who is like, wait, you are seriously asking me to go to some legendary island that might not even exist? Ray goes full drama mode, calling her the prettiest girl in the kingdom, but she still says no at first. She asks if Ray ever actually needs help from anyone else. He insists that since they are dealing with the hero's bloodline, even he might get wrecked if he goes in solo. Ray says if he dies, she will just revive him. He is literally putting his entire life in her hands. Ariel asks if he really trusts her that much. Ray is like, 100%. There is nobody else he would rather have backing him up. Deeply touched, Ariel realizes she cannot say no to that and agrees to come along for the ride. Ray gets hyped and says she cannot back out now. He asks how they will explain both saints dipping, and Ariel demands a solid cover story. Ray casually says they will just claim the goddess told them to find the hero's bloodline. Total holy mission vibes. Ariel is absolutely stunned. He low-key admits he is just using the goddess's name as a cover. Ariel calls him a straight-up scammer. She says a saint shouldn't lie like that, but Rai claims the goddess won't mind since it is for the Holy Kingdom's benefit. She gives in for the kingdom's sake. Rai casually mentions leaving the troops behind, blowing Ariel's mind. She is freaking out about how they will even find a ship or navigate the open ocean. Rai's like, we will just find a boat there and wing the navigation. She screams that he is a reckless psycho, but he just tells her to be ready to roll by sunrise. Rai explains they have 3 weeks before the currents go wild and those massive waves come back for them. Ariel tells the Holy Knights to head back and grumbles at Rai to rest. She is clearly not vibing with this. Next morning at the docks, Rai asks if she is ready. She is like, ready for what? I didn't even have time to pack. She asks where the ship is instead, and Rai tells her he has already got it all sorted out. Ariel is disgusted by the tiny boat Rai found, but he argues that big ships are just targets. He will just use magic to beef it up a bit. While she is doubting his sailing skills, some mysterious cloaked figure starts walking up to them. Jiokyang and Sung step up, offering to sail them there safely. Ariel introduces them as members of the legendary Tane family. Rai notes that 4 people are better than 2, even if they sink. She tells him to shut up and not jinx them. Rai buffs the boat with magic and announces it is time to set sail. Meanwhile, on a distant beach, a priest declares a sacred duel is starting according to the goddess Priz's will. The fight is officially underway. 2 warriors clash with glowing blades. The girl realizes her opponent is actually trying to end her life. The guy snaps back that he has to fight for real if he wants to survive this. He raises his sword for a massive overhead strike, and she starts panicking as she realizes she is toast. Suddenly, he stabs himself instead using a move called haze. She screams in total shock as he hits the ground, saying he is just glad it is over. He smiles through the blood, happy to give his life for her. His sacrifice releases a huge surge of blue energy as she collapses. Narration kicks in, stating that Rai's group is off to find the hero's bloodline. Despite their fears, day 2 on the water is smooth sailing. Rai says they are basically right there. Ariel notes the sea is calm as a lake despite the rumors. Rai thinks this peace and quiet is super suspicious. Jiokyang mentions the current feels weirdly twisted, and Sung totally agrees with him. Rai decides to check ahead with his magic sight. He is floored when he sees a massive wall of violent waves. Rai realizes the path ahead is basically impossible. Even his enhancement magic might not be enough to save them. Ariel's losing it, asking what to do. Someone suggests just charging through at full speed, but she is not having any of that. Ariel demands a magical fix, like maybe just flying over the danger. Rai says he cannot do that, then wonders if he should just freeze the ocean. He drops a freezing spell that turns the waves into solid ice. They check the surface and confirm it is thick enough to walk on. Rai warns that the waves will eventually shatter the ice, so they need to move fast before it breaks.